everybody flooding in. How's everybody doing on this fantastic Sunday, everybody? Chat, today is a react day into chat's favorite snack review. That will be after the reacts. We're going to be reviewing, I believe, 25 to 30 different snacks that you guys suggested, saying that it was your favorite snack. So it'll be an interesting review. We have some good ones, some weird ones, some bad ones. And I think that'll be fun. We'll bust out the table for it, maybe unscrew the mic, etc., etc. Also, I had to rechange my mic audio settings before we continue. Is my mic audio good, bad, too loud, too quiet? Is it okay? Happy partner oh, shit, it's my partner anniversary. I didn't know that. I didn't know that. Thank you for congratulating me on the partnerversary. It's not my streaming anniversary. It's the date that I got partner, which would have been 4 years ago today. Maybe. I don't know. 4 or 5. I think 4. 6. I have not been streaming that long, brother. 6 years ago. I wasn't even on social media. Radheads and Dia for the sub. Sagittarius for the sub. R-Wing for the 3. Big J1 Wardrobe. Mikey It's. Boko Manye. Freaky and Nephew. ST Jess. Tyler It's. Dilly Nathan Sum for the sub. Richie F5. Freddie Miles for the sub. The Moderation May and Radheads for the sub. Is there anything special about Partnerversary? Do you guys unlock any emotes or something? It looks like you just have a party hat. EA for the sub. Anyways. Chat, today is a react day into the chat's favorite snack review. I'm not live tomorrow. Tuesday is Veterans Day. We're going to be live early at 2 p.m. EST. We're going to be doing Goodnight Universe into Level Devil and some other random games. Wednesday, we're going to do all of the Dispatch episodes remaining, 5 through 8. We've done 1 through 4. Thursday, random games into a Wikipedia speed run with Handsome. It's probably going to be horror games on Thursday. Next Friday reacts next Saturday, or not next Friday. Friday reacts Saturday. Random games, maybe Dead by Daylight into a philosophy stream. Next Sunday, early react day. Next Monday, I'm off. Next Tuesday, we might be doing a Bro v Bro with Lud. I don't know for sure. Dark and Malix for the sub. Mon, EA, and Lil for the sub. Anyways, what was I going to say? Oh, chat, thank you guys for the fucking crazy charity stream yesterday. Quick dub in the chat for the people that partook, or even if you didn't, if you just tuned in, appreciate it. If you weren't here, we did a big Block Wars charity event yesterday, raised $35,000 as a group for, I think it might have been 36K, honestly. 36,000, we'll say, for Movember, which is obviously, it is November, for men's health, men's mental health. Great charity. I think individually our stream, we raised like 4K. Our team raised like 9 or 10. And then the whole group raised like 36. Which is awesome because the goal was 25, so we crushed it. Leo and Pringles for the sub. Coyote, Stalky, Millie, Zuth, and Logical for the sub. Next charity stream we're doing, chat, is unconfirmed date-wise, but it'll probably be the week of Thanksgiving. We're going to do something for people that are affected by the lack of SNAP benefits currently, so for some sort of like National Food Bank or something of those sorts. I will match chat's donos on that charity stream. So whatever we raise, I'll double it. I don't like doing too many charity streams like back to back because it's like there's a level of fatigue, you know, but it is the holidays or upcoming holidays, and I've been getting invited to a lot of group stuff, so I do apologize for the repetition of them, but I also don't think I really need to say sorry for doing charity streams. After that, we're doing one for Toys for Tots for Chris, December 6th, and then we'll probably take a break till like early January, maybe late December. I'll probably do a dono of my own for like a holidays or like centralized charity, but we'll probably, after December 6th, we'll probably take a break till like January for charity streams. Back up to the 3. Friendly reminder that your ass could fall out of your butt at any time. What do you mean? Like my ass could prolapse and then my innards could fall out of my butthole? Thank you for reminding me of that. Luffy and Hershey for the sub. V-Rex for the 5. Did you go to the Cherry Hill Mall yesterday? No, I have not been to the Cherry Hill Mall in about 8 years, So, no. You probably saw another tall white guy there. Keyword, tall. A-Bunk and Ghost for the sub. Hershey for the sub. Not Balding, by the way. Pringles and Logical for the sub. Leo Coyote and Stalky for the sub. Anyways, chat, run down to the videos that we have today. Starting out, A-Bunk for the sub. Also, if you have any videos you want to watch, games you want to play, videos, tab, games, tab. That's how I find most of the videos that I watch, games I play. A-Bunk, Ollie for the sub. ZH, thank you for the 5 gifteds, bro. Thank you for the sub. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Sub for the 3. 27 months being a sub. Thank you for providing entertainment over the 2 years. Thank you. I talk for the 3. Thank you for the support, bro. Do you think you're going to get snow tomorrow? It's November. Cam for the sub. Why would it snow tomorrow? Is it supposed to snow tomorrow? I'm getting snow right now. Why? It's November. Is there like a cold front coming or something? Oh my god, there is. Holy fuck. I don't know. I really hope that this year it snows like 8 feet. They always say that. Am I wrong? I don't know. Maybe that's just New Jersey. But I feel like whenever I'm like, oh, how's the winter going to be this year? They're always like, it's going to be a really bad winter. It's going to snow. It's going to snow an endless amount. There's going to be blizzards. It's going to be an Arctic blast. And then it snows 3 inches and it melts the next day because it fucking rains. And then you have that really gross snow on the side of the road by a corner. You know what I'm talking about? You're driving on the road. This is mainly for people that live in the north, so sorry if you're somewhere where it's warm. But you know when it's like it snows and then the snow's melting and it's that like brown mush that's been kind of sitting on the side of the road for like 8 days and it's just like kind of compounded and compacted so it hasn't really melted yet because it's basically just an ice block, but it's covered in dirt. It's like half mud. V for the sub, Rich. I'm It's Fire and Cam for the sub. That shit's disgusting. But no, I don't know if I'm gonna get snow tomorrow. Maybe. Anyways, rundown chat of the videos we have today. 1 minute video, not really the first video, but Joe Bartolozzi crash outs but animated. You guys have been recommending that. I worked out like David Goggins for 30 days. Interesting video. The worst human experiences. Piracy is the logical solution. Why you can't fake your death anymore. And then we have another philosophy, or one philosophy react, which I said I would stop reacting to this guy. But he keeps making videos about me. he keeps making videos about me. And I will say I pre-watched 2 minutes of this. He used a video about me talking about my dead grandfather and then shit on me for being an atheist when I'm not an atheist. Like, I would say people categorize me as an atheist because I don't believe in the Abrahamic religion's God, but I don't deny the existence of God or gods. I just say I don't believe in, like, organized religion in, like, my own personal beliefs. It's gonna be an interesting video. We'll watch that. And then we're going to get into probably the... Actually, I'm not really... Okay. I'm not worried about the chat's favorite snack review. There is one singular item that somebody recommended as their favorite snack that I'm actually full-on dreading. I showed it before. It is a dead octopus in garlic sauce. There's a full dead octopus in this. So I don't really want to eat that. I feel like the chatter had to have lied, but it was so hyper specific. They're like, I love the octopus in garlic sauce. Like I could see somebody maybe being like, yeah, I really love that. But I don't know. It was also shockingly cheap for a dead octopus in a can. I wonder how long it's been dead. We'll look at that later. CJ for the 3. I don't know if you remember me. I'm the guy whose girlfriend cheated on me with my best friend. And I wanted to tell you a little update on Halloween. She texted me saying we should link. And I went over and she wanted to, but I didn't because what you said. And she'd been spamming my phone. And I don't know what to do. Can you help? Bro, I don't know. I feel like you clearly want to, like, get back with her for in some way. But, like, dude, not only did she cheat on you, she cheated on you with your best friend. Which is also, like, fucked that your best friend would get with her, you know? Like, I would fully expect, like, if you're in a friend group, if any, like, say you're dating somebody and that person tries to make a move on your friend, that friend should just instant deny them and be like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, no. I don't know, man. I really can't help you. Like, I know you keep coming to me for advice with this. It's like, I've already told you, you know, my thoughts. So, like, I think there's reasonable, like, there's instances where people get cheated on and then the relationship ends up working out, you know? But it's like, dude, I'm probably going to go out on a limb here and say you're probably like 17 to 19. You're probably a teenager, you know? Like, you're not a 45-year-old man with a wife and the wife or husband cheated, you know, 20 years into marriage. Like, you guys probably were dating for like 6 months. It's like, why try and salvage this relationship? You know what I mean? Like, I could understand it in instances where it's like you've been together for such a long period of your life where it's like, okay, we should try to go to like couples therapy or something. But like, bro, she's cheating on you. You know, you're not even really that far into the relationship. I just don't think that's good. You know, Visca, Ash, and Sly for the sub. Kang and Zerno for the sub. Cove, thank you for the 3, or for the 1,500 biddies. Hold up. Thank you for the 1,500 biddies, Cove. My dad passed away 3 years ago. Rip in the chat. When I was 14, ever since I've constantly been scared of losing my mom and other family members, and I feel like I'm running out of time. Do you have any advice? Death is always going to be a part of life. I mean, I worry about that too. Like, everybody probably has, like, in your head, chat, if you had to think, you probably have one person in your, you know, life that, like, if they died, that would wreck you, you know? And it is scary to think about the fact that they're going to die one day, you know? Like, that is, I'm pretty sure that's, like, also a phobia. Like, that's, like, a genuine thing people have. You're not, like, nothing's wrong with you for constantly thinking about that. But I would say, like, I mean, you have to remind yourself, man, if you're constantly thinking about death and you're constantly worrying about death of loved ones, you're never going to live and you're never going to be able to share experiences with them because you're too worried about what's going to happen later on, you know? I think you need to take that time and cherish the experiences that you have with your loved ones rather than dwell on the fact that at some point they're going to die. Regardless, I'm sorry for the loss of your father. That's terrible. And I hope that you're okay, man. Meeson Dominator for the sub. Fiddle and ZH for the sub. It's for the sub. Billy for the 3. How you doing today? What do you like on your burger? I can't eat a burger. Back when I could eat burgers, smash burger with a lot of onions. Probably a double smash burger, a lot of onions, double cheese. Then I'm probably going to go maybe an onion ring. Or a fried egg, if you're really trying to spice it up. I'm pretty simplistic when it comes to eating a cheeseburger, or when I used to eat cheeseburgers. I'm not somebody that's going to get something pretty crazy. I will say, if you're going to get a burger, there's a burger in Vegas. I hate, whenever I say burger, I just think about that. If you're going to get a burger and it's this, okay, this is just an example. I don't even know where this is. Does this look good to you? Regardless, I'm going to say right now, I would just remove all the toppings. Just look at the burger. Way too thick. Can we agree on that? Can we have a consensus that this is not the density or thickness of a burger that I would want? This looks disgusting. It's way too thick. It's going to weigh down the bun, and I would actually venture to say that if this isn't cooked well done, the bottom bun is going to be sopping wet halfway through eating it. Because the juices are going to start dripping into the bun, and it's just that looks good to me. Yeah, that looks fucking horrid. And that's like a good image of a burger, too. They dress that up, and I still think it looks gross. People diss smash burgers all the time, but that's like ideally what I would... Maybe not that. Where's like a good smash burger onions? Or maybe like... Wait, let me look up like smash burger fried egg. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay, this is a really shitty image in, like, 140p, but just imagine if it wasn't. That's the ideal for me. Oh my God, that looks so good. Actually, I would rather have one less patty. I would have a double patty. I think a triple patty's too much. Too much. When your jaw's cramping when you're chewing it, not a good burg. I don't want that. But there is a burger. There's a burger in Vegas. It's called Stay Tuned Burger. It's at a bar, but it's behind the bar. I hate that meme. I can't stop thinking about it, too. Mr. Beast today, we're not watching the Mr. Beast video. Billy for the 3, May for the 3. Been a while. What's going on with the U.S. government shutdown? We were just talking about that the other day. I'm not doing another rundown of that. Just know that airports are starting to take a shit. Like, pretty heavily. If you have a flight within the next 2 weeks, you might miss it. Vay, Rich, it's only B4, Fire and Camo for the sub. Cloud for the sub, Multi for the 3. Am I bummed for not wanting to take math after grade 10 because it's too hard? I'm planning on taking English and philosophy in high school to go into a philosophy degree. Not because of you, it's just an interest of mine. Well, what are you going to do with the philosophy degree? Because you're not going to really get a job with just a bachelor's in philosophy in a philosophy-based field. You're probably going to have to go to a grad program, get an MA of sorts, maybe a doctorate degree. Or doctoral degree. When you're in college, you're going to have to take some level of higher grade mathematics unless you pass an SAT at a very high score in which you could skip it, which I did, but then I still had to take another math afterwards. So you can't really, if you're going to college, you can't really avoid high level mathematics. If you're going to college, you're at least taking pre-calc. You're probably going to take calculus at some point. Or physics, right? You're going to take something. You're saying grade 10 because it's too hard. I'm assuming because you hate math, you probably took Algebra 1 freshman year, Geometry second year. You should take pre-calc. IMO. But, I mean, I don't know. I think it's just really learning the formulas and shit. I think it's, you're not going to remember a lot of it after. Like, I don't remember basically anything prior to or after Algebra 2. Like, all that shit gets really complex where you're, like, graphing stuff in calculus and all this other shit. You're using high complexity fucking calculators. But, like, it's annoying, but you got to do it. Take stat instead. Yeah, that's what a lot of the kids in my high school did. But it's like, when I was in college, dude, this is what's weird. I was in, I took geometry freshman year, algebra 2 sophomore, junior pre-calc, senior calc. And then when I got a 1300 on the SAT, and I skipped the first required math for college. But I still had to take another math. And there was like a bunch of options, and I saw they had pre-calc. And I was like, oh, shit, this counts? And they were like, yeah. And I was like, oh, dude, I already took pre-calc junior year. Got into that class. Oh, my God. Get the fuck out of here. That shit was the hardest class I've ever taken in my entire life. Yo, high school is a walk in the goddamn park. Dude, as another example, I've said this before. I took AP biology. When I took fucking cells and molecules freshman year in college online because I didn't go in college. Literally, my first year in college, 2020 to 2021, fully online. I wasn't even really in college. I was just a bum-ass teenager just sitting at home playing fucking Fortnite. I didn't age at all. I had no new human experiences. I literally just sat at home and took classes. We went over in cells and molecules an entire year of AP biology in 2 weeks. Like, I remember we started the class, like, 3 months into where I was in AP. And I was like, whoa. Human? When did I say human? Did I say human? Human? Amaya and CJ for the sub. Super for the 3. Cop the shirt for the new merch. Keep up the great work. Love for the Australia. Well, thank you for the 3. Thank you for the support. Power for the subs. Sarah for the 3. I wear a medium-sized hoodie in women's. What should I get in your hoodie? It depends if you want it oversized or not. It's unisex. So, if that's telling at all. If you were a medium in women's, I mean, maybe get a large because it'll shrink in the wash. Cloud for the sub, Multi for the 3. Just love for the 3. Told my friends I was going to bang it when we were talking to you. Beat me up. Super and Smoggles for the sub. Billy for the 5. Sorry, bro. I forgot about that. Yes, it looks great. Buster for the 3. It's my sweet 16 tomorrow. Happy birthday, bro. Tristan for the sub. I'm not for the 3. For the longest time, I thought I was bi until I found out I was gay. I've had a girlfriend for 2 years, and I physically can't be attracted to her anymore. Bro, I had a chatter with the same exact problem like 3 weeks ago. I'd feel so bad if I didn't told her I didn't love her anymore, but I can't just keep going with somebody I didn't love. She always thought I was bi. Any advice? Tell her you're gay. That's kind of really the only option here. You know, like, what else are you going to do? What are you just going to fake it till you make it? Like, what do you mean? You're saying you can't tell her, but, like, buddy, it's either you leave or you stay, you know? You're either hard locked into this relationship for the rest of your life, or you leave her. Why do you got a big-ass cup? Why are you asking so many damn questions? Dio for the 3. I'm sorry you're going through that, though. Genuinely. Mister, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you for the 5 gifts. It's been atheist for 5 years. Lack of belief in God claim. Wait, atheism is the lack of belief in any God, not the denial of existence of a God. No God has met its burden of proof, so why believe? Belief is not a choice to me. Slim, thank you for the 5 gifted. Prime, Sly, Ash, and Vol for the sub. I mean, dude, most people would... I would say I'm... like, more falling into the atheism category in most people's minds because I don't believe in any religion, and I don't believe in the gods in many religions, but I don't deny the existence of a supreme being or a god or gods, just not any that are depicted in scripture. But yeah, Kang for the sub, Pineapple, and Senny for the sub. All right, can we get into the reacts today? I'm Jewish and I don't believe in God. That's... Jewish by ethnicity or Jewish by religion? Because that's not possible. Anyways, Senor, thank you for the 5. What is your favorite meal post-tick? What do you mean tick? Awesome, Pineapple, and Goblin for the sub. Lock in here, chat. Not for the 3. Why don't you change your face picture on YouTube because you still got the same old one with a bum-ass haircut? What do you mean? On my gaming channel? My main channel is just me in a beanie. I want to change my profile picture so bad, bro, but should I? I feel like I can't now. But at some point, right, bro, that's going to not look like me anymore. No? I mean, dude, it's just going to... Like, what would I even fucking change it to? My philosophy one's funny, because it's me when I'm really high. My philosophy one is just me staring at a camera. Like, I love my... And the banner's really funny. I love this. But this is also new. The Joe Bart Games one is better. This is new. It's a newer image. Not new. This is like 1.5 years old. But the one of me in a beanie, bro, that's like 2 years old. 2.5 years old. That was a while ago. All right. Like, that was before I even had merch. All right. Because I'm wearing a fucking Teddy Fresh beanie. All right. Change the beanie one. But then what am I going to do? Just stare at the camera again and just be like... Like, what would I change the profile picture to? Pull it? Bro, pull what, though? What would I change it to? Just me staring at the fucking camera? Like, retake the photo with your merch beanie? I mean, I could. I don't wear fucking beanies, though, bro. I feel like now it's just going to sit there because it's recognizable. It's just that in my... That image... That profile picture is the oldest one that I have. But it's been that for so long. Not for the 3. Some of your thumbnails, not the profile picture. Bro, ask Kangro that shit, Chunky. I send Kangro fucking 20 new... every week. And that motherfucker pulls thumbnail faces from 3 months ago for some of the fucking pictures. I don't know. I tell him to use the new ones. He does a lot of the time. You could see it. But, like, some of the ones he uses the old ones. Over love of the 5. Completely ours cup gets me every time. Said you're over the 3. What's your favorite meal after the tick? Oh, my God. You mean the tick that bit me and gave me alpha gal? Bro, I was like, what the fuck are you asking me? No nerve. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Thank you for the 10 gifteds, bro. Astro, thank you for the 5. Happy Sunday. It's still where I'm at right now. Favorite meal? It's still chicken wings. It was chicken wings before. It's chicken wings after, bro. I love chicken wings. Snap for the 3. Why is the cup so fucking big? Why are we asking so many damn questions about the cup? Chat, lock in. I can't put down the cup. All right. Joe Bartolozzi crash outs, but animated. Don't donate again. Sully, if you send another 3, I'm banning you. Stop donating. Save money. Bro, that's because every dono, I remember that shit. Every dono, he was like, bro, this is my last $3. I'm like, stop giving me money. Like, I actually think I timed him out for the rest of the stream or some shit then. Because he was just like, dude, I don't know, I can't stop. I'm like, bro, don't give me money. It's entirely optional. One is for voice chat to work in video games. That is all I fucking want. That is the only thing. If he uses Steam, then yeah, try. All right, why are you putting San Pellegrino in the fucking fridge? Because I can tell you right now, I'm never drinking that bitch. What the fuck? San Pellegrino? Hell no. Unflavored sparkling water? That would never be in my mini fridge. If he uses Steam, then yeah, try top left, buddy settings. I don't know how to fucking open Steam. How do I open Steam audio settings? How do I open Steam audio settings? I'm actually serious. I think technical difficulties is like, makes me more mad than anything. Ved, thank you for the 5 subs, bro. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Actually, though. No, seriously. For those of you that don't know, this was when we were doing lockdown protocol. And we had a whole group of 10 people that were waiting on me for an hour to fucking fix my audio settings. And then everybody left. And I was, oh my God, that was like one of the most unenjoyable streams I've ever had. Actually. How do I open Steam audio? It was just tech shit for an hour. Settings. How do I open Steam audio settings? Somebody tell me. There are 3,400 people in chat. Somebody said in settings. I'm banning you. Tyson! Shut the fuck up! Please! I don't remember this. Thanks. I know I have a flashlight! Flashlight! God damn it! By the way, I'm mad in general. This fuck-ass sponsor that I have to fucking deal with after stream for fucking 2 hours. Oh, we're gonna need you to refilm this for the 50th fucking... Bro, I told my manager to tell that company I never want to work with them or any other brands again. Actually, they were the worst. I can't even say their name. They were the worst company I've ever worked with. You wouldn't know it. Whoa. Yo, the animation on this video is fucking nuts. Like, that is super detailed. I already made... No, but I'll say it was a foreign mobile game. But not one you know. It's not Raid Shadow Legends, and I'm not doing the whole bit where you try to guess. It was a foreign mobile game. And I'm saying not one you know, and then some dumbass says Clash of Clans. So the most known mobile game ever. No, I love Clash of Clans. I love Supercell. I've played at like basically every Supercell game. Anyways, you don't know it. You would never guess it. Nobody in chat would guess it. It's like a no-name fucking stupid mobile game that just had a shitload of investors, and they were like, we want a bunch of YouTubers to do ads. And then they literally, it was like 3 months of dragging their feet, and then literally giving me like 15 fucking redrafts. It got to the point where my editor, Jericho, was crashing out every time. It would be like out of nowhere. I'd be like, hey, man, here's 9 more edits for this ad. And he's like, you got to be fucking kidding me. And then I just dropped it. 9! Fuck! Your game sucks! Fuck! Oh my God, it was the worst game ever, too. Dude, it was like, I try to pick ads. I try to pick ads for things that I'm like, okay, I would promote this or I would use this, right? Stream ads specifically. Like, I'm not really going to try and play a stream game that I wouldn't want to actually play or wouldn't be able to play. Like, I've gotten offers for stream ads that are, like, pretty good offers, but it's like, I'm not going to be able to make this entertaining at all. Like, I'm going to play this in silence for 2 hours, and then it's going to be one of those clips where I'm like, yeah, we'll finish that off stream. And then I'm not playing that shit off stream. But, like, so I try to pick things that I'm like, okay, my chat might like this. Wood, thank you for the fucking 10 gifteds. Thank you for the 10 gifteds. Favorite brawler in Brawl Stars? Bro, I used to use the little skeleton guy. I haven't played Brawl Stars in fucking forever, though. Or the Archer dude. I would level him up. Color for the sub, 2-4 for the 5. Want to talk about how your place last in your Clash of Clans clan? Horrible leader? Bro, I'm AFK on Clash right now. I go through phases on that shit. Zod left my clan, and then it went to shit. I took out a loan to send this. Stop, Chunky. Thank you for the 3. Color for the sub. But yeah, that was a fun video. Anyways, what was I going to say? No, but for, like, YouTube ads, it's, like, easier to accept stuff that I'm like, okay, this is, like, a 60-second ad. People are just going to fucking skip it. But I still try to pick shit that's, like, reasonable. This was, like, by far the worst mobile game that I've ever done an ad for. Like, the assets in game were, dude, it was so bad. It was so bad. It was like an RP game that, oh my God. It was like, I don't want to describe it too much because then people are going to know. But it was like an RP mobile game. And it was like, they wanted me to promote like my group or something. And people would join, and I was like, yo, there's no chance in hell anyone's playing this. It was free. Like, I'm not going to promote some fuck-ass game that costs a bunch of money. But they did want me to promote these bundles they had for, like, in-game currency. It was so stupid. Episode? I don't even know what episode is. Are you asking me an episode of Dispatch? Or what are you saying? Somebody might have said it. We're moving on. We're moving on. We're moving on. We're moving on. I didn't think somebody would get it. Somebody might have said it. Somebody might have said it. All right. We're going to move on. We're going to move on. One person typed it. One person typed it. No, they haven't typed it again. I'm not. No, we're chat. I'm moving on. Max and color for the sub. No for the sub. Camo, thank you for the 1,000 biddies. Small time streamer. Hope I can make it like you one day. Any tips? Dude, it's just trial and error, man. I think you should really post on other platforms as well. Growing raw on Twitch is really impossible. So starting YouTube content, clipping, like making TikToks and stuff is really what you got to do. And the biggest thing is you got to be brutally honest with yourself. You know, would I watch this? If the answer is no, like if I didn't know me, would I watch this? If I didn't know me, would I watch this? And if I didn't know me and I was a different person, would I watch this? If the answer is no, the content's shit. Lost for the sub, slow for the 3, J Dizzle for the 3. Just want to donate. I bought the new hoodie you dropped, and I got the last one. That's awesome, bro. Thank you for the support. All right. Chat, as I said, reacts today into chat's favorite snack review. Monday, not live. Tomorrow. Tuesday, early Veterans Day stream. Good Night Universe, Level Devil, random shit. Wednesday, all of Dispatch. Thursday, random horror into a Wikipedia speedrun with Handsome. Fridays, reacts. Saturday, random games, maybe Dead by Daylight philosophy. Next Sunday, early react day. Next Monday, not live. Next Tuesday, maybe a bro with Lud. Next charity stream is going to be for people that are affected by the lack of SNAP food assistance. We're going to do something for like a food bank or something where I match chat's donos around Thanksgiving. Then we have one for Toys for Tots on December 6th, and then we'll go from there. SMP starts December 1st, lock-in. Joe Potato for the sub. Chat, I worked out like David Goggins for 30 days. Never.
Wake up at 5 a.m., go for a...
Never. I ran a 5K on a treadmill yesterday. I didn't run it. I walked it to see if I could. I have really low stamina.
Run, stretch, and mobility, strength training.
It made me, dude, it made me realize, like, you're actually a psychopath if you run a marathon. And I will stand by that. You are a masochist if you run a marathon. You love pain. You like the idea of, like, hurting. Like, my God. I did a 5K is 3.106 miles. I walked that on an incline treadmill at like 4 or 5 incline at 4 miles an hour. Bro, at the end of it, I was like, I wasn't dying, but I was like, this sucks. And that's like 1/7 of a marathon.
2 more hours of stretching and mobility. That is
not even 1/8.
David Goggins' daily routine.
I'm back!
And it would quite literally be the hardest day of my life, but instead of doing it just one time, I'm going to be doing it...
Like, yeah, bro, you're bleeding through your shoe. I think that's when you stop running. Oh, shit, are my Nikes red? Oh, no, I'm just... my feet are gushing blood.
For 30 times in a row.
I don't know if I can pull for this long.
And on day 30, I'm going to put my fitness to the test.
I would love to do a marathon untrained, though. Well, I wouldn't love it, but I would want to see how bad I do. Like, absolutely no training. I pull up day of. Just off rip, dude, like hungover after some random Saturday. Just be like, yeah, I'm going to go run a marathon.
To try to beat David Goggins' marathon time of 2 hours and 56 minutes at the...
You're not beating that. Is this guy a runner? I feel like we may have seen... I feel like Isaiah does do running things. Maybe he'll beat that 2 hours and 56 minutes. Get the fuck out of here.
Chicago Marathon.
I don't know if I can make
Sub 3-hour marathon. Crazy.
it. Holy smokes, it's hard.
Let's set up the rules. Every day, I'm gonna need to log 12 miles of running to match Mr. Goggins' run schedule, which means an average of 84 miles a week. Longer than I've ever run for a single week.
Yo, and a lot of you guys might be watching this and being like, yo, what the fuck? 10% of you out of high school, not out of high school, to be out of college. You'll get out of high school, you'll go to college, and then when you're out of college, 10% of you are going to randomly pick up running as your passion, and you'll wake up at 5 a.m. just in a weird rise and grind mindset, like, I need to go run 10 miles. You're going to say no chance in hell you'll do that? Dude, 5 people that were in my high school graduating class, not runners prior, actively see them post on their their socials all the time being like, yeah, just ran this marathon, going here next month, going to this marathon next month. I'm like, dude, all they do is run. Their entire life is running. Well, and work, obviously, but they wake up at like 4 a.m. before their 9 to 5, go run 12 miles, and then go to work. Dude, that's not enjoyable.
Of my entire life.
Do you think it's like an acquired taste like wine? Do you think like they made themselves do it multiple times and they hated it and then they started liking it? I kind of want to try it for like a week, but I know there's no chance I would. Like the idea of waking up at 4 a.m., running 10 miles, and then being like going to bed at like 8 p.m. That's lame.
And to track my body's progress, I'm gonna be weighing myself on a human.
You do get a runner's high? Never seen that shit. Never felt a runner's high until I'm done running. So that's like a myth. The idea that you enjoy the run mid-run. No, because my ass is going. I was walking 4 miles an hour on an incline, and I tested my heartbeat, and it was at 148. Speed walking.
Body pod, which tracks not only my weight, but also my body fat percentage and a whole list of other things.
Nifty.
The first few days were a grind, but I'm coming into this with quite a bit of running experience. I mean, I've run 3 marathons already this year, but...
Oh, dude, he crushes David Goggins. What the fuck? Why did this one he run 5 hours and 17 minutes, and this one he ran 2:58?
I kid you not, only a couple of days in, and tragedy struck.
Let's go see if I fractured.
Yo, I love the feeling of getting off a treadmill and feeling like I'm going warp speed. Where you're on a treadmill for like 30 minutes, you get off and you're like, whoa, I'm not walking and not moving. Because you're just used to like moving, but you're just consistently in the same exact place. That or like getting off a trampoline and you jump and you feel like you weigh 1,000 pounds.
My freaking femur.
Thankfully, after some testing, the doctor confirmed that it's not a stress fracture, but rather a stress reaction, which is the beginning of a stress fracture. Yeah, not the news you want to hear only a few days into a new challenge. And it was at this moment that I had to make a decision.
I feel like most people.
David Goggins would keep running. Mind over matter, brother. Who's going to carry the boats? Mind over matter. He ran a Badwater 100 and barely couldn't walk afterwards. So you got to keep running.
People would just.
You could go to the doctor and he would say you're going to lose your foot, and David Goggins would keep running.
Be done at this point. But I don't want to quit.
Essentially, a stress reaction is the beginning of a stress fracture, and it's on the largest bone in my body, my femur. My doctor recommended 6 to 8 weeks of no activities for it to heal, and the risk for it to fracture is extremely high if I continue. But let's be honest, Goggins wouldn't give up.
Can't just quit.
I feel like I'm at some sort of like breaking point, but gosh, I can't be giving up. Like,
It was time to devise a new plan, which requires me to clean out my horrendously dirty garage so that I can use my new secret.
Dude, the biggest problem for me running-wise is I can't not run heavy as shit. Like, if I walk on wooden floors, you would hear me from a mile away. I would be the worst fucking, like, slasher in a horror film. I walk so heavily. Like, doom, doom, doom. Like when I run, I don't like running at a gym because I feel like I'm going to break the treadmill. Like I'm too loud. Like people run and then I'm just like doom, 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 doom.
Weapon. In order to make sure that I can continue to build my aerobic base without making my injury worse, I'm going to incorporate a zero impact sport. Introducing cycling.
A couple of things. One, I was really hoping that this was going to be a beautiful transition. I simply have way too much.
I could get into cycling. I think that would be a hobby of mine. That could be a hobby of mine, doing little cycle-a-thons. Where I wear that speed suit and like the fucking the Sonic helmet and just go. You see that shit on the side of the road?
Stuff. But yeah, in the last couple of days,
whenever I pass them, I'm like, these guys got it figured out.
I have
They know what their life's about.
had to limit my running, which has increased my cycling time, and because I don't have a friend to borrow a cycle from, I have my own cycle now. Yay for my wallet. I'm gonna cycle because I only ran for 4 miles today, and I have a monster run tomorrow, kind of.
They're all like 65 years old. Yeah, they all have it figured out. Why not get into that early and then have it all figured out? You know what I mean? Well, you never see an unsure cyclist. You'll see an unsure runner. You never see an unsure cyclist. They know what they're about.
Very nerve-wracking. I am scared. I'm getting really tired. I do not know how he does this every day.
And while I was cycling, thinking about how difficult this challenge really is, I was reminded of when I first read David Goggins' book, Can't Hurt Me, when he talks about completing a 100-mile race with stress fractures in both of his legs. So
I feel like that entire book is probably just self-glaze. From David Goggins. Yeah, I ran the Badwater 100, broke both of my fucking limbs, and crawled 10 miles to the finish line. Back when I was in the SEALs, there was one instance where I didn't have food for 3 weeks. I started eating tree bark and fucking cut up my mouth so bad that my tongue started swelling up. It filled my entire mouth. I had to eat through my nostrils. I would mush up the food with dirty water and inject it with a squeegee or a turkey baster into my nose. It would fall down my throat, and that kept me going.
yeah, I guess I don't really
I'd be like, whoa, okay.
have anything to complain about.
If I'm going to beat David Goggins'
I would love to read that, actually. Not because the entire book is probably like mind over matter. Just random stories. Dude, that or like David Goggins or like David Sliwa or whatever. What is that his name? The guy that also ran for mayor of New York City. He should write a book about instances where he almost got stabbed in New York City. Curtis Sliwa, not David. I'm thinking David because David Goggins. Curtis Sliwa. Curtis Sliwa should write a book about how he has 15 cats, randomly throw in facts about it, and then immediately divert to like, back in 94, I got stabbed in the back of a yellow cab. I fought him to the death. There was one instance during the Luton during COVID days where me and 5 men held a Foot Locker down. We were not letting any of those motherfuckers in. They're not getting any shoes for free on my watch.
marathon time at the end of this, I actually genuinely need to get faster. I can't just...
You ever see the video of that shit? My God, bro. He was getting jumped by like fucking 10 people. It's just him in his same outfit, and he's just old as shit fist fighting people in front of a fucking Foot Locker.
run 12 miles.
Which leads perfectly into what is shaping up to be probably my hardest speed workout maybe ever.
It is currently 5:09 in the morning.
There's a video. You've never seen that? I gotta look that up. It's him and like 5 guys defending a fucking Foot Locker. Curtis Sliwa Foot Locker. There's gotta be a video. Oh my God, it's right here. He's right there. They just stood in front of it for like hours. And they were like, we're not letting anybody in. Why? He explained it. He was like, that's where we're going to take our stand. I'm like, out of anywhere you're going to take a stand, a Foot Locker.
4 a.m. for this. This is my hardest run, 20 miles, 3 weeks out from the Chicago Marathon, which is So scary. Let's go for a run.
20 miles. Sounds like no big deal, right? Wrong. I'm going to be doing the first 16 miles at an aerobic effort, which for me is around 6 minutes and 50-second miles. But right after mile 16, I need to run 3 threshold miles and finally a cooldown mile. If there is a run that's going to break my very soul and my femur, it's this one.
Too easy.
Yeah. I think we can say that that was a massive success. Yeah, I'm pretty stoked on that run. That was 20 miles of pure and utter awesomeness. I got to put my own brand salty to the test. Literally any...
I truly believe I would throw up around mile 5. Like, I don't think... what is the furthest distance y'all have ever ran in one singular sitting, like nonstop? I've maybe ran 4.5 miles for like track practice one day.
sort of electrolyte brand you can think of, I have probably tried it. And typically, on long run day, for the rest of the day when I'm done, raging headache all day long. However, using my own brands...
I remember when I was in high school, I signed up for cross country, because cross country's fall, then they have winter track, spring track. I signed up for cross country. I didn't even show up day one. I told the coach, I was like, nah, man, I'll do winter track. I was like, I'm not running distances.
Salty. No headache, baby. Yeah.
And then first day of winter track practice, it was like tradition that he would make the sprinters and the distance guys all run really long distances, and it was like 5 miles. It was like we were all going to run 5 miles. It's like, what the fuck?
I'm not even kidding. I have no headache today. 2 servings of salty, one before, one after. Very excited about that. It's so fun to test a product that I worked so hard on for over a year in the field. It just makes me really happy.
Having a good run under my belt is awesome, but the work doesn't stop here, and I continued to crank away on miles, not only on the treadmill, but on the bike as well. Every morning that I get up and dread the thought of completing even one single more run, I'm reminded of one of Goggins' rules that he calls the 40% rule.
So I came up with this thing called the 40% rule,
which basically boils down to this belief that when you're at the point of wanting to quit, you're actually only at 40% capacity. Now, I've done a lot of...
What? Where's the fucking, where is that just like motivational, or is there some sort of like evidence backing that? What does that mean? Like, holy shit, I feel like I'm gonna die. I want to stop. Oh, you're only 40%. you gotta go more than twice as far. What? 3 miles in, I think I'm dying. No, now you gotta go another 4.
Challenges in my life, and I understand the need for mental toughness. I mean, you don't finish even a single marathon with at least a little bit of self-talk, but believing that you're only at 40% is just wild. And
when do they cut off marathons? Like, what's the max time you could take at a marathon?
I'm doing my best to tap into that mentality.
What is the max time they have for the New York City Marathon? The cutoff is 6 hours and 35 minutes. That's a 4 minute per mile pace. No, 4 mile per hour pace. It's 15-minute miles. I think that's very doable. That's speed walking. But speed walking 28 miles. I think I could run a marathon in 5 hours. If I have the right shoes. I would have blisters like crazy. I just know that shit, bro. I know I would get done the marathon, take my fucking socks off, and it would just look like minced meat. Like, so you just took a meat cleaver and started smacking my feet.
Especially when confronting my desire to quit on big workout days.
I am on the track. It is 6:34. Dude, it's kind of a busy day on the track, actually. Today, I'm doing a speed workout. I'm gonna do 2 warm-up miles and then 10 miles at threshold, which is probably gonna be like 5:40s if I'm lucky.
My doctor told me that my injury was gonna take 6 to 8 weeks to heal. So aside from being concerned about worsening my leg, this workout scares the crap out of me.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm pretty cooked. I just finished lapping.
Okay, this is gonna sound fucked, but when I'm driving around and I see groups of like distance runners a part of a team and like the back 3 are struggling, I do feel a level of Schadenfreude. Like I see them like actually dying in the back, and I'm like, damn, that was me. Like, good shit. Schadenfreude, it's basically the feeling of joy from other people's pain, a lot of the time that you've endured yourself. So, like, you're witnessing them go through something that you've gone through, and you're like, damn, that's kind of funny. Like, seeing the kid in the back of the fucking pack, me, no stamina, just like, no form. Looks like they're just, like, forcibly slogging themselves through the run.
7, you can see the end, but it's like, it's just far enough away that it's like, I don't know if I can make it.
Unbelievably, I was able to pull off the hardest 10-mile workout of my life without even a hint of pain in my leg.
Too easy, baby. Too easy. Come on. Let's go, baby. Too easy. David Goggins. I'm coming for your marathon time, buddy. I did not think I had that kind of effort in me today. Gosh, that feels good.
What pace is a sub 3-hour marathon? Like 5-minute miles?
Bro, I can't get over that. That's crazy. Wow.
One of the best workouts, maybe of my life. 10 miles at a 5:35 pace.
I did a quick check-in with my body on the scale, which is when I realized that an entirely new set of injuries have presented.
See, that's what I'm talking about. No. Oh, dude, purple toe. He has blisters out the ass, so it looks like he was underwater for a
themselves.
week.
Oh my gosh. Dude, that toenail is gonna be coming off.
Rubbing is not a great look for feet. I'm sorry that you had to see that.
At this point, the days are kind of starting to blend together, and I've got this nice rhythm to continue to protect my current injury while...
I mean, bro, that has to hurt so bad to run, right? Like, would your foot feel normal?
also hitting the required mileage.
I felt a blister forming early on. It seems as though that blister has popped. And I look down, and there's a nice big red splotch where my toe is. There's so much blood. It's concerning. I'm concerned to take this shoe off. What do you think? What do you think?
Dude, I think you're going all out for the training.
Isn't that disgusting? Oh.
Oh, that is not good. My foot is destroyed. Blood is everywhere. But
like, how do you run the next day? Like, won't it just get worse? Like, when he's doing this marathon, bro, at the end of the month,
the body
is halfway through. Like, he's going to be running on stubs.
is in
Like, his feet are going to be fucked.
shape. I'm just freaking stoked. It's time for a weigh-in.
What I love about the Hume scale is that it gives you a more complete picture of your progress. So if you're trying to get fit, you're trying to lose weight, whatever your
I'm watching an ad right now. I know I'm watching an ad right now.
goals are, you get a way better picture of where you're at using the Hume scale.
There are actually 40 metrics to track, and I personally love the feature.
Steadily do in my weight actually 16 points. Essentially in the
that you can stack on top of.
I could not recommend it enough.
Use the code 2EASY for 20% off that you can stack on top of current online sales. I'm exactly halfway through this challenge, and the fitness is really starting to show. But if I'm going to beat David Goggins' marathon time, I still have plenty of work to do. So, on day 18, my friend Jeremy...
This is my run club. Bro, I saw a run club one time in my life when I was in Boston, literally like a month and a half ago. We were at a bar at like 10 p.m. Everybody shows up wearing black. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? They're all wearing Nike shoes. They're sweaty. And I walked with my friend, and I think it was literally Chris. Chris was like, yeah, this is a singles run club. I'm like, what? They're like, yeah, they wear black if they're single so they could flirt with each other. I'm like, well, that's news to me.
Plenty of work to do. So, on day 18, my friend Jeremy and I decided to do a marathon predictor workout. And trust me, this one is kind of mind-blowing.
He's actually going to be running Chicago Marathon with me, 10 by 800s with...
I told Chris he should have put on a black shirt and like did a quick jog, did like break a sweat, and then join the group. Good run today, guys, right? Just like what? Like act like you're a part of it, bro. There was like 200 people. They don't know everybody in the group. He easily could have blended in. He could have just walked right in and be like, yeah, it was a great run, right?
Some 200s
Yeah, it was awesome.
to cool down. Let's get to work.
This is called a marathon predictor workout, where you do 10 800-meter repeats, which are about a half mile, with only 60-second
No,
rest.
that is the worst. That is the worst practice you could do in track. 800 repeats are hell. It's 2 laps around a track, sprinting. You get like you would usually, the way you would do it in track practice, or at least the way we did it, you would have 2 groups. Or 2 or 3. You would run an 800, so you'd run 2 laps around a track. Then you would wait. Right when you guys finished, the next group would go. And when they came back, you would go again. So you had like a minute rest, 2 minutes rest, and you would just sprint again. You do it like 9, 10 times.
Between sets. Whatever you average those 800s at is the prediction for your marathon time. And today, we're holding nothing back.
Jeremy, what do you think the average was?
238.
237.
237. Dang.
Too easy.
Fast. Too easy.
Boom.
According to this workout, the prediction for my marathon time is 2 hours and 37 minutes. Right now, that sounds impossible, but so did running even a few miles just 14 days ago. What I'm learning through this process is that if you're willing to push just a little bit harder, you might surprise yourself. Whatever your ridiculous goal might be, it's worth pursuing.
The race is in 11 days.
Nah, he really be motivating me right now, though. I might go run 45 miles at the end of stream.
Which absolutely blows my mind. Kind of nervous about that. My workout yesterday with Jeremy went so smooth, and the race predictor time for that workout is 2 hours and 37 minutes.
What? 237?
Holy shit, that scared the fuck out of me.
That is simply, that's impossible. That sounds impossible. I can't wrap my head around it.
David Goggins' marathon time is 2 hours and 50.
Look at him running, bro. Looks like he shit his pants. His fucking legs are fucked. He has no cartilage left in his joints, bro. It's over. It literally, like, he's literally just barely moving.
It's 2 hours and 56 minutes. This prediction has me beating his time by almost 20 minutes. But a prediction means nothing. Anything can happen between now and race day, and along with my daily
Or
routine,
not cartilage. What is it called? Is it cartilage? Do you have cartilage in your joints? I don't know. His joints are fucked. That's all I know.
I have a few more exciting workouts to get me to the start line in Chicago.
It's 6:12 in the morning, and I'm headed to do my last long run of this entire build.
The first 9 miles of this workout are supposed to be aerobic, which should be around 6 minutes and 45 seconds, followed by 2 miles at threshold pace, which I predict to be around 5 minutes and 50 seconds. But holy heck, my body had other plans.
Wow, wow, wow. The fitness might just be there. I cannot believe that workout.
Do you think the average person that watches this guy's videos also runs, or do you think it's just like somebody eating a bag of hot Cheetos just being like, wow, 6 minute and 30 pace, that's probably not on par with where he needs to be right now. Hands covered in fucking Dorito dust. Yeah, no, you really need to get that time down. Sub 3 hour marathon. You really need to up your pace here, man. I mean,
Actually be the fittest I've ever been in my life. I'm starting to
me right now typing with one hand because the other hand's covered in food.
feel kind of invincible. With my final big workout behind me, the rest of this week just feels kind of like a mind game. But I still have 6 days to absolutely demolish this
What the hell happened to the mirror?
challenge. Honestly, what I've learned most throughout this entire experience so far
I know this airport. What airport is this? Is this a Texas airport? No, this is an LAX. I think this is Dallas Fort Worth. This is Dallas or Austin.
is that if you
This is a Texas airport. It has to be.
could just commit yourself to the task at hand and convince yourself that you're capable,
No, this isn't Dallas. I remember eating a fucking burrito around this area, I feel. It might be Dallas. It's
Literally
somewhere in Texas.
anything's too easy. He has this ability to just never give up, even when absolutely everything has gone wrong.
Goggins just never talks about himself like a victim.
I think that's like the draw though, because it just feels so foreign where everybody else, it seems like to me, is blaming the rest of the world for their problems.
It's easy. I mean, I can put myself in this position from time to time where I'm a victim of my own life circumstances. I had a stress reaction in my femur. I easily could have gave up. I could have quit.
And in 2 days, I'm gonna be running the Chicago Marathon and put these legs to the final test. See if it all works. Here we go.
I have just 1 day left to see if my femur can actually withstand 26.2 miles at marathon goal pace. And it's just my luck that while I'm doing my final shakeout run the day before, it was starting to flare up. But I can't give up now. It's literally all or nothing. And with less than 24 hours before the race,
Bro, you know what the thing would be demotivating as fuck for me is like some old ass motherfucker passing me during a marathon, because that's exactly what would happen. I would be so hype. I'd be like, all right, I'm on a pretty good pace right now. I'd be like, oh, I'm a little tired. 4 miles in, I start slowing down, and some like 75-year-old man passes me. Just 75-year-old man just strolls right by. He's wearing like a Pickle Rick costume too. He's a memer. He's been running fucking marathons forever. He's with the culture. He understands it.
I actually ran into Olympic gold medalist Cole Hawker, who was kind enough to wish me luck. Trust me, I am gonna need it.
I have picked up my bib, and I get to see if all of this work can actually secure me a time faster than David Goggins himself. I'm gonna rest up, and I'm gonna get ready for the most difficult part of this challenge. 26.2 miles.
What if you have to pee? Or poop? Okay, poop's a no-go. But a marathon's like multiple hours. You just don't go? You're not peeing yourself. You hold it. I think when you start running, you just don't have to piss. You piss before, and then all the water you drink, you just sweat out. And then you don't need to pee. They literally piss themselves. No, they don't. I don't think I would be able to pee while I'm running. Do you think you could pee while you're running? That would take a high level of concentration. You're sprinting, I'd be like... just full focusing. trying to think. Be like, all right, relax the bladder. Do marathon runners poop themselves is the first Google. Yes, marathon runners sometimes poop themselves due to issues like decreased blood flow to the intestine, stress, and physical jostling. A 1992 study found that 12% of long-distance runners reported full fecal incontinence while running. What? 12 out of 100 people reported that they fully could not control whether or not they shit themselves. 62% reported to having to stop for a bowel movement while running. All right, what about peeing themselves? Yes, it's possible for marathon runners to pee themselves due to stress urinary incontinence. Dude, that's so gross. You run by a guy and he fucking reeks. You're like, oh, maybe he has bad BO. You just see like a brown turd plop out of his fucking runner shorts.
Miles through downtown Chicago.
And at this point in the challenge, I'm honestly in a place where I just...
Now I need to look more into this. How many marathon runners shit themselves in a marathon? %% of runners have some form of GI distress, like abdominal pain or diarrhea. So they have to fucking run into a porta potty and just fucking piss out of their ass and then keep going.
Can't really believe that I've gotten this far, but that's what's so beautiful about the human experience. If you're willing to take up a challenge...
I think vomiting would be more common. Oh, for sure. I'm pausing the hell out of this video. I'm sorry, by the way. Yeah, no, vomiting is really common. I remember when I would go to track meets, not even marathons, it'd be like the 3,200 people sprinting that shit. They'd get done. Say there was a race of 30 people, 2 people would vomit.
Push yourself further than you can even imagine going. You might just end up achieving the unthinkable, and I think that's worth risking everything for.
Here we go. This is it, baby.
If I'm going to beat David Goggins' marathon...
Wow, wait, no, that actually sounds so... I've never heard a marathon like that. You hear how loud it is?
Here we go. This
This is it, baby.
Sounds like a fucking earthquake. Everybody running.
If I'm going to beat David Goggins' marathon time, I not only need to finish, defying what doctors told me just a few weeks ago, I will need to run an average pace of 6 minutes and 42 seconds. To put that into perspective, the average male marathon...
Dude, they're sprinting. They're sprinting almost. This is like, not a full-on sprint, obviously, but like, bro, they got like speed
marathon
right
pace
now.
is 10 minutes and 24 seconds.
Just past mile 1. It is about time that I let you guys in on the game plan. But I've also got some help. I got Johnny here. I got Corey behind
They're talking. I would be like, dude, I can't say anything right now.
me. I got Jeremy behind me. We're gonna ride together. Let's get this bread.
The first few miles were honestly kind of scary. I was definitely feeling more fatigued than I wanted to be at this point, but we were cranking 6-minute and 5-second miles.
I'm not gonna lie. Doubt me, that's with the mind. 40%, baby. 40%. That's what Goggins says. That's how hard you are.
Do you think that it becomes harder for guys at this caliber, VO2 max wise, like their lungs are struggling, or their muscles? Because it doesn't sound like he's out of breath.
Going when you think you're fast.
And for the rest of the race, I kept reminding myself of the 40% rule. What I'm feeling right now is nothing. It's a fraction of what I'm capable of. But at the halfway point, I had to make a difficult decision. I could tell that my body was risking blowing up later in the race. So I slowed down ever so slightly to preserve my body for the end of the race.
14. Legs are starting to feel kind of cooked, I'm not gonna lie.
The last few miles of the marathon are my favorite place mentally that I have ever been. This is...
All right, I would be kind of annoyed if, like, the entire time I'm running for fucking 3 hours, there's just people on the sidelines just ringing a bell. Or is that every mile? That's every mile they do that. It's to let you know. I thought it was people just standing on the sidelines going, woo! Ding, 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 ding. Woo! I'd be like, yo, please stop.
actually my 15th marathon, and when I really...
It's every... Okay, so they're letting you know you hit a mile. There's people at mile markers that just ring it for... Oh my God, they have to ring it for that long?
realized that the hard work that I put in is actually going to secure me a PB. The emotions I was feeling are nearly unmatched, but the word that comes to mind is grateful. Grateful that my body can do this, and grateful for the opportunity to suffer even just a little bit.
There it is. 2:41, 3.
Yo, what is this? I ran a marathon in $10 Temu shoes. Pass. What is this guy doing, bro? Oh my God. Holy shit, he did it, though. 2:46? Is that his best one yet? 40% rule is never give up, quote, because then when you do the other 60%, it'll be the same. You're only 40% done. That's true. Oh, my gosh. Colby for the sub, big for the 3. He ran fast. Kipchoge ran a 1:59, about a 4:22 pace. When he was done, he didn't even look tired. You should watch a video of the ending. I've seen Kipchoge run a lot. But that's like, dude, that's another ball game. Those people are superhuman, man. 4:22 mile pace is like D1 varsity... Or not D1 varsity. It's varsity high school track pace 26 times in a row, you know? Like, if you're running a 4:22 mile, you're losing to Kipchoge, and he's running that 26 times. Jay Lindo, thank you for the 5 gifted. Luis for the sub, Nick for the 3. But a pair of used $400 hockey skates for $20. Absolute steal. Awesome. OG Fluffy Matt over the sub. Justin to Justin for the sub. Ella for the 3. You should go to Alvis Sanctuary for a charity stream. It's run by a streamer who does collabs to make money to save animals. Yeah, that's in Texas, right? I would go there one day. Zenda and V for the sub. I have to figure that out, though. Coma and Tap for the sub. Naj, Elia, and Rick for the sub. Mark for the 3. Surgery in 12 hours. Kidney transplant. 35% of chance of death, and I'm scared. Holy fuck, what? Stream's helping me in how I get rid of this fear. There's a kidney transplant surgery with a 35% chance of death, dude. Well, man, you're in good hands with the surgeons. I truly hope the surgery goes well, man. Prayers in the chat. I'm not religious, but I know people do. I feel like it brings better vibes, from my point of view, at least. So I hope the kidney transplant goes well, Mark. Bash and Non for the sub, Joe for the 3. One day you're going to get in a car crash with me and watch me get mangled. What? Josie and Mick for the sub. Damien, Jinx, Lil, and Demian for the sub. Color for the 3. 60-meter hurdle PRs are the same. Really? Ali of the 3. Thank you for cheering me up the past few days. My sister passed away at the age of 17. Rip in the chat, man. I'm barely 15, surviving. Thank you for being here and making me laugh with your reacts. Well, I'm glad I'm able to help, man, but I'm sorry for the loss of your sister, dude. That's terrible, genuinely. I hope you and your family are okay. Ali and Max, is that your username? I don't know if that's your full name. Aliand? X for the sub. Coffee for the 5 gifteds. We and Philip for the sub. Shiz, Toby, Bug for the sub. Felix for the 3. Thoughts on the new MJ biopic? Haven't seen it. Potato and Joe for the sub. As for the 3. What are you realistically doing if you're faded in public and you meet a fan? I've had that happen before. Just being like, what's up, bro? There was one time I was so high in public and somebody walked up to me and I was so self-conscious on how awkward I was being, I almost told him, I'm sorry, I'm really high right now. And then I reminded myself he's also being really awkward and he's probably thinking that he's really awkward right now. So it's fine. Dude, yesterday I had one of the most awkward experiences ever. Nice guy. I'm grabbing food. Guy walks up to me and he goes, and I'm like, what's up, bro? And he goes, Joe Bart. And I'm like, yeah. He's like, you're real. And I go, yeah. And I'm like checking out. And he's like, I thought you were AI. Like, nope. And then he just stood there. And he was like, and I was going, like, looking at the cashier and then him. I was like, do you want to pick? And he was like, yeah. I'm like, oh, okay. Nice guy, but it's like, I'm sitting there. That was me. I feel like there's 10 people that just said that was me. If you're actually in chat, you're a very nice person. Next time, if you ever see somebody that you recognize, just say, can I get a photo? Because I was sitting there and I was like, well, I don't know what to say. You walked up to me. So I was just like, okay. Yeah, I took a picture. I was like, have a nice day, bro. He's like, you too. That's nice, though. Yeah, no, I'm not like, it doesn't upset me. But it's always like, I feel like it's very common where like they'll only, in their head, they're like, I'm going to ask if he's Joe. And then that's it. They have no other questions planned. Potato for the sub, Bass for the 3. I lost for the sub, J Jizzle for the 3. Wanted to donate, bought a hoodie. You last shot. Already for that. Slow for the 3. CJC for the 3. You remember I was one of your videos talking about the egg theory, so you could use spot me 5 bands. No. Obeg, OJ, Sophia, and True for the sub. Vol for the 3. You're having a hope you're having a solid day. Grab the flag and hoodie. Merch going crazy. Love the philosophy streams too. Keep up your thing, boss. Well, thank you for supporting the merch and thank you for the 3. Colby and he for the sub. Biz for the 3. All right. Chat, lock in. They love. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you for the sub. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Chat. The worst human experiences. It is time. The worst human experiences.
Life is a gigantic mystery. It's a different path for everyone. Not one person lives the same life. Some people go ahead to finish school, get a degree, get married and raise a family. Other people go into trade school or logistics and drive big ass trucks across the country. And then that small lot of people that decide to do none of these 2 things just disappear for some years and become millionaires. Start flashing their M4 competition on TikTok like crazy. But everybody's life.
I don't think those are the only 3 options. Everybody's life is different, but it is shocking how similar people's lives are. Not everybody in the sense, like, yes, there's relatability with driving and other random things that everybody deals with. But you live your life and you are your own unique individual person. With the 8 billion people in the world, there are like at least 4 to 5 people that have borderline lived the same exact life as you. Probably with the same name, similar parent structure, similar job path. Like, you would say, oh, no shot in hell. Bro, there's 8 billion people in the world. Far more than 5. Well, I'm going 5 that are like roughly like 95% live the same exact life as you.
Life is gonna be different.
In terms of like major things, not day-to-day interactions. That's impossible. for somebody to have lived the same exact life as you, meaning like every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday is exactly the same. No. But like they had similar parent structure, similar beliefs, similar life passions or things that they go into.
And with all these differences, all these other things people will go ahead and pursue to do is that we still as humans have a lot of shared experiences most of us can relate to. From getting your first kiss, pissing off your teacher, or even embracing struggle munching.
Bro, getting your first kiss. I remember, I feel like, I don't know if this is relatable. When I would Google kissing tutorial videos on YouTube when I was like 10. Like I would Google, I remember being in like 5th grade and Googling, that's not relatable. I would Google like Yahoo how to kiss. Because I was like, I need to know this. You know, I don't want to be like a noob when it happens.
Wherever you find in your kitchen because you were that hungry. Like for me, it was British.
There's 12 billion people in the world? No, there's not. There's maybe like 9. World population's 8.142 billion.
And crisps. I used to combine them together and that shit was busting. It was beautiful.
What is he talking about?
That hungry. Like for me, pissing off your teacher or even embracing struggle munching, eating whatever you find in your kitchen because you were that hungry. Like for me, it was British rolls and crisps. I used to combine them together and that shit was busting. It was beautiful. Yeah.
I don't know. What's like a weird food combo y'all would have? I don't think I ever really had weird food combos. Like, I would just eat bread. Like, I would just eat bread. I remember I would just, like, there would be a lot of the times where I would just take, like, bread out of the loaf and just eat that shit dry. Like, 3 or 4 pieces of bread. But I never had, like, a weird food combo. Pizzas and pickles and ice cream. Yep, you're getting timed out. That's your first fucking chat, too, buddy. Hell no. Pickles and ice cream. I don't think those are things that should be combined in any instance. Pickles and ice cream. Yuck. Yo, can I say this too? Somebody said eggs and something else. I don't even know what the fuck they said because it zoomed by. Yo, if you put ketchup on your eggs, hot sauce is fine. Why are you putting fucking sweet ketchup on your eggs? Ew.
You can't judge me, man. That's all we had. So for today's video, I thought I'd take a step back from the usual things I speak about and mention some experiences in my life that, you know, I hated, despised, detested, and would never want anyone to ever go through these things. And hopefully most of you here can relate to these and can see yourself in my shoes. So let's get into the first relatable experience. And that is... Now, before I even go and speak about this, I might censor the word sometimes. So every now and then I say something about my former J words. You may hear, because you know I like. So now that we got this out the way, jobs are the worst experience someone can have in life. And I'm not talking about jobs you choose and go to university to get a degree for. No, that's different. As far as I'm concerned, that's pursuing a passion. You following your dreams. I'm talking about jobs where you're just there to make ends meet. Or be able to buy some shit you really wanted that your parents would definitely not spot you for. Like a PC, designer clothing, getting an earpiece and then hiding it from your religious parents. You know, the usual things. It's a horrifying experience most people will go through in their life, whether they like it or not. Because being broke is not an option to most people. I would have wished that on my worst enemy. It's a struggle in itself to even walk outside your house and have no money. Because if you did that, you're probably cooked. Leaving your house is a giant expense in itself. If you were to go walk down the street, you'd probably without noticing have already spent money. And then you'll come back home and check your...
Okay, I will say, once you hit your 20s, you don't notice it even out of high school. Because most of the time you're still going to live with your parents. Like when you're like 18, 19, even 20, you're not really going to recognize it. Once you hit like 20, like 23, 24, 25, like I'm 23 right now, everything costs money. Insurance, gas, electric, water, food, fucking regular doctor's appointments. Like everything. You don't like, and yeah, that's a no shit moment. But, like, you don't realize the amount of things. Stop saying, wait, really? Chat, shut the fuck up. I'm saying when you are in high school or even in college, usually for most people, a lot of your bills are offset by, like, oh, you live with your parents. Oh, a lot of your bills are offset where it's like, okay, well, you're on your parents' insurance. once you're off that shit, throw it in sub only. Once you're off that shit, it's absurd in that you don't like there's a bill every day. It's not, and I'm sitting here, I'm obviously in a better financial situation, so I'm not really going to complain about it. Like, I'm not bitching about it, but it is shocking the amount of like, oh, I have another bill. Oh, I have another bill. Oh, the credit card bill. Oh, this bill. Oh, that bill. Like, it's over and over and over again. Or subscriptions, right, for random services or fucking streaming platforms that you use. Like, you're spending money, even if you didn't leave your house, you're spending money every single day.
Bank account to see that the only thing you are left in it is a fucking nickel. That's how bad it is out here. The cost to survive in London is mental. If you wanted to move out your parents' house and settle into another place, the most you could get for £1,000 is probably a room down at the motels. And even then, that's at least half your paycheck. Then you gotta save, buy groceries, feed your cat, like it's impossible. And even for those of us that may have nothing to pursue in places of education or even trade schools, telling your parents things like your biggest goals in life is to be a famous basketball player, a YouTuber, or even a streamer. Of course I believe in you. Anything is possible with enough hard work. But in this economy,
I think you could usually tell if you're going pro in a sport by sophomore year in high school. For most sports. Not everything, but I think if you are, that's cap. I think in most instances you could tell. You could tell most pros in sports were freshman year D1 recruits. They were that good. Like, yes, people scale, and that is very true that does happen, especially if you're getting into the sport and you're new to the sport. I'm more so saying, like, you've been playing soccer your entire life. You're now a sophomore in high school, and you're still on JV. You're not going pro. And I'm not, like, shitting on the dreams, right? But, like, sometimes it's like, find a different sport. That's a respectable thing to do. I think people get a lot of the time locked in the sport they played when they were a kid, and they're like, oh, I need to play this forever. You can leave that sport. It's very unlikely that the sport you played when you were 6 is the sport that you're going to be genetically and logically best at. The odds of that are very low. So I feel like high school is a great time to get into a different sport. Something that you could try out and then go pro in later on. Like, I've seen people, play basketball their whole life, play football their whole life, get into crew. They go D1 in crew, They get into track. They go D1 in track. They get into fucking tennis. They're really shockingly good at it, right? Like, but people don't want to do that, and they just, like, play the same sport. And if you have the love for the sport, that's fine. But it's like, don't sit there and be like, damn, I wish I could go pro. It's like, man, you probably could. But, like, you got to find what your strengths are, Its strengths are that you're obviously interested as well. You don't want to play a sport that you fucking hate. But realistically, most of the time, most people enjoy sports they're good at, Like, even if football is your favorite sport, if you're fucking banging, you're really good at tennis, you're probably going to like tennis. Because you're good at it. Like, that's most people, right? Even if tennis isn't your favorite sport, if you're killing most people in tennis, you're probably like, yeah, I kind of like tennis. Even if you think the sport's boring, you're like, I'm really good at it. Most people aren't as good as me. That's like, I don't know. I feel like people should not in the same sense of job hopping, people should sport hop. Try out new sports. People always fucking do the same sport they did when they were 5. Like, if you fuck with it that much, you're good at it, yeah, sure. But, like, don't feel like, oh, I can't switch now. You can fucking switch whenever.
shit, until your platform takes off, you're gonna have to at least juggle a part-time here and there. You're gonna need some money to fund your career. Shit ain't cheap. But eventually, due to society, every one of us will have to get a... It's the only way to progress forward in life and move on to become an independent individual in society. Not all of us have daddy's money and can shake ass on a private yacht in Dubai like it's nothing. A lot of us here are broke as hell. We're gonna have to break bread and start paying bills one day. It's a gigantic sell, but it is...
Best RNG. You grow into a family business that you want to be a part of.
What it is. We're all just players in the game trying to last the longest. So let's say you're finally old enough to work a full-time job.
Worst RNG. You're born into a failing family business that they want you to be a part of and you don't want to be a part of. but you don't know what you want to do. You just really know you don't want to be a part of the family business.
And you're ready to start getting this paper. Buy your own clothes, get a car, afford a girlfriend one day, and now you're just scrolling through
Or a crackhead. Oh yeah, having fucking drug addict parents. Dude, I'm saying worst RNG in the sense of like business based, like nepotism, like what you're born into.
and putting in your
I'm not saying yes, being born into a fucking home with two neglectful parents is probably not great. You know. Abs, thank you for the 5 gifteds. Blum and Reflex for the sub. Erico, Berlin, Kai, Sophia, Joe Bar, Austin, Red, Yura, and Parker for the sub. Dar for the 3. There was an exact name at my hospital same day. They got shot records mixed up, but they live in the same state. We got sorted out. What's for the 3? Really hope you see the guy with the transplanted sat soon. Jew for the sub. Non for the 5. Your streams helped me a lot recently. Creep for the sub. They for the 5 gifteds. And Ab, thank you for the 5 gifteds. Lock in.
Vacation. Yeah, you know you're never getting a job doing this, man. Job sites have to be the biggest scam in the entire planet. The amount of stupidity of when it comes to getting to work simple ass jobs that literally need no degree is dumb. I used to go on websites all the time before and just straight up apply to anything. Jobs that literally—
Bro! Oh my god. That's first job. That's first job. Going online before like Indeed or all that other shit, like you didn't even know what the fuck that is. You're just like literally looking up local businesses by your like city and just applying. You know, you're applying to McDonald's, Burger King, Arby's, fucking Walgreens, CVS, fucking Dick's Sporting Goods. You're applying like fucking shots in the dark. You're just blindfolded throwing darts until one of them sticks. And then you just get a job. Because, dude, your first job, you don't really give a fuck. It's like, I just need money. You don't have any job experience. You're like, I just need money. Anything that will pay me, sure, I'll go work here. You might have some places you would prefer, but you'd probably just take any job you get.
in the requirement sections will say some shit like, needs to work certain hours, no experience required. And for some reason, to become a cleaner, you would need the resume and skills of Walter White cooking crystal meth. Cause what kind of life did you think I had until I turned 18? To mop a floor, you apparently need the genes of Tony Stark. It's some bullshit. You thought I was a child genius going to Oxford at 12 or something. Are you high? With the amount of applications they've got everywhere, you'd think they would take anyone up on their offer. But apparently, you—
Well, no, it's the problem is like a lot of entry-level jobs that you don't need a degree for, that high schoolers want to get into, are actively held by like 28-year-olds. And that 28-year-old might not want that job, but it's like, who's better? Like the 28-year-old that's worked in the fast food business for 4 years, or you that's never held a job in your life? Neither of you have degrees, but one of you has crazy experience. They're gonna hire the guy that's older.
would need a specific set of skills. To do what? Put dish up on your hands. You're better off following them people online talking about making 10K in 30 days than you are to actually apply for a job that don't give a monkey about you. It's dumb. And bear in mind, these are jobs that take little to no effort to do. There is no top tier hacking. You don't need to be a ninja or flipping Homelander to work here. The jobs will be
The one thing I've heard though is like you could always get a job at Amazon. I don't know how true that is. But everybody that I know is always like, yeah, you always got Amazon. And I think they did lay off a shitload of people, so maybe not anymore. But I remember a point in time where, like, I don't know if it's still like this. The average Amazon worker was there for, like, a month and quit. Because they fucking hate, like, nobody likes working at Amazon. Being, like, an Amazon delivery driver is, like, the most stressful job ever.
Simple as picking up a box and putting it on the other side of the room. And they still wouldn't have—
How much do they pay? Pretty good, but how it works, or at least how I roughly know how it works, is you sign up, you become an Amazon delivery driver, they give you a rundown, you do like a guided course one day, and then they give you your own truck. You have like 30 minutes to pack up your boxes in whatever way that you want to see fit, and then you have like 85 stops that you have to do in the next 5 hours. And if you can't finish it in time, you have to call for support and somebody has to come rescue you. And that like docks you. And if you have to call a certain amount of rescues, they fire you. Or some shit. Because you're not getting your deliveries done in time.
You want some bullshit. You could be the most—
And there was a point in time too where like Amazon had somebody like back up and hit somebody's car or run somebody over or some shit. And there was like a few states, or maybe the whole corporation. I think it was a few instances of states, though, where you couldn't back up. Like, it was a rule that they got rid of where you weren't allowed to reverse unless you called your supervisor. And it's like, how are you supposed to drive a car and deliver stuff without reversing? That seems like actually like physically impossible.
Individual, got 5 gold medals, a doctorate, and you're a nuclear physicist who can make the next biggest nuclear bomb that would end the entire planet. And somehow, they'll send you an email and say you're too overqualified. What does that even mean? What do you want him to come work for you? You're stupid. Back when I used to apply to jobs on Indeed and LinkedIn, I would just spam my application everywhere. Like I wouldn't even read the titles of the jobs no more. I still get emails to this day about new jobs I should apply to that I know if I did, I wouldn't get it because the system is rigged. But then a miracle happened. After years of surfing, I finally got my first job. One of the only few I've ever had in my life, which was being a salesman. I was 17 at the time, and after many stupid Zoom calls and relentless interviews, I finally got a job in door-to-door sales.
Oh!
And I quit the same day. It was
door-to-door sales? They still have jobs of door-to-door salesmen in 2025? I know that's London. Like, he's talking about, like, the UK. Door-to-door salesman. What the fuck? Yes, they do. Have you guys ever seen a door-to-door salesman in your life? I've never seen a door-to-door salesman. They come down to my house all the time. It's annoying as fuck. Trying to sell you what, though? Like Cutco knives? Like, what are they trying to sell you? It has to be, like, pyramid scheme shit. It has to be. Oh, windows and roofing, like home improvement stuff. Vacuums, weed. That's not a door-to-door salesman. That's a drug dealer.
not for me, fam. There was nothing wrong with
And he might be a door-to-door salesman. You never know.
the job. In fact, you could probably benefit from it if you worked hard enough. You just had to go around to people's cribs and sell them one shit they definitely didn't need. And then you would get a portion of any of those sales done.
That's a pyramid scheme.
It's on a commission-only salary.
An affiliate program. Oh, commission only. You don't get any hourly pay. Any hourly pay is ass.
Which was my problem with it. It would mean that if I didn't make a sale at all, I was finished. There was no money coming in. And the interactions and conversations I would have with people to convince them to buy, horrible. I was out here reading pitches like, "Excuse me, sir, for the low price of $19.99, would you like to buy this completely useless toaster that is nowhere near better than your toaster and will most likely burn your house down if you use it?"
Yeah, trying to door-to-door sell a product that you know sucks or don't care about is actually what I feel like that's a skill. If you're doing door-to-door sales and you're physically able to sell people toasters, you should get into another job space because you have the capacity to be like a millionaire. If you're just getting random people that you're knocking on the door in 2025, they're already going to hate you. And then you're going to fucking convince them to give you $50 to buy a fucking toaster.
I need money, please buy it. I didn't really leave that job because it was too hard or anything. I really left because I didn't really mess with what I was selling. And at the end of it, if I didn't feel right trying to get people to spend their hard-earned money on things they don't need, just because I needed money, that's wrong. Plus, I'd have to walk day and night, 10-hour shifts walking through neighborhoods all the way outside London, with it raining all the time. As far as I'm concerned, this job ain't even sustainable, bruv. Then I left this job, went ahead to being a dishwasher for a little bit, did YouTube simultaneously, and here we are. Unemployed again. I'm just saying I understand the struggles. I think if most of us could flip a coin to be rich or work a 9 to 5 forever, chances are most of us will take it. Especially if it's a job you're doing just to pay the bills on time. If it's like that, then it's peak, bro. I hear you. I hate this shit, man.
A loaf of bread.
What's the worst, like, casual 9 to 5 that people work consistently? I feel like that's a subjective thing based on area. I would say being a server is really bad. Like, people consistently say retail and, like, waitressing is the worst jobs. Because it depends on I feel like waitressing, though, it really depends on the job. Because you could have, like, a waitressing or like, if you're a waiter at a high-end restaurant, I feel like that's actually a really good job. If you're at, like, say you're at a poppin' Vegas steakhouse, like, you're making money. Because the average bill's like fucking $400. They're tipping you $80. That's one customer. Yeah, you're working at a Ruth Chris in like Cincinnati. You're working at a Ruth Chris in fucking San Diego, bumping all the time from conventions. You're probably making pretty good money. But like now you're a waitress at a diner, like a local diner. That's probably a pretty shit job.
Container of milk.
Getting rejected just sucks for anyone. Whether you're trying to ask someone out, get a job, or even work your ass off to make the team and you just get straight up denied. That shit stings. It's an embarrassing feeling everyone will go through once in their life. And it's something that most of us, if not all of us, will either take to the chin and keep it moving, or just take it mad personal and throw a fit. Either way,
What is he saying? I did not.
out, get a job, or even work your ass off to make the team and you just get straight up denied. That shit stings. It's an embarrassing feeling everyone will go through once in their life. And it's something that most of us, if not all of us, will either take to the chin and keep it moving, or just take it mad personal and throw a fit. Either way, most of the time, it doesn't leave you feeling good about yourself. And I, like everybody else, have had my fair share of getting rejected. Psych! I ain't never been rejected before. I get all the girls, man. Is what I say in my dreams. I ain't get no play, man. I suck. Getting rejected is just us. You could be the greatest person on the planet, rich as hell, emotionally intelligent, built like a supermodel, and have a build like it was straight out of anime. And
I don't think getting rejected is as bad as starting a conversation, getting to know somebody, it getting pretty far in, and then them rejecting you. Like, you've been talking, you've gone on like 2 or 3 dates, and then they're like, nah, this isn't for me. And you're into them. That sucks. That really blows. Because that's like, I feel like being like, hey, you want to go on a date? No. That's not that bad. It sucks, but it's like, there's a difference between like, oh, you just shot a shot and missed versus like, you fully spent days of your time, weeks of your time trying to interact with this person. It just doesn't work out. Which is like, it's better now than, you know, trying to fucking make it work and then it not work in 5 years from now, but...
yeah, it still ain't good enough. I'm not saying anybody's owed a relationship just because you look good, or you should be angry at not having one just because you look good. But I am saying the bar today to be with someone? Terrible. The dating world is utterly cooked. I mean, there's probably still some hope for you if you go to a place where you can constantly approach people like school or work, or even if you consistently go...
Well, I think, dude, it's the absence of, like, what is it called? Third place hangouts or third places. That's what people need more. The reason I think the dating space sucks now is because nobody ever goes anywhere. You only go other places when it's for a date. Most people try to meet each other online. And it's like the other third place that people go to is a bar. It's like there needs to be more natural interactions. Sorceress, thank you for the raid. There needs to be more natural interactions with people on like day-to-day basis. You know, I'm not necessarily saying like, oh, you have to join a club. I mean, that would probably help. But I feel like 40 years ago, it used to be very normal that people would go skating on the weekends, or they would go, you know, bowling, or they would go to these places where you would naturally meet people your age, your profession, same interests. But it's like nobody does that anymore. It's like you only go out. I still do that. What the fuck you mean? Well, no, there are people that do, but I'm saying a majority of people that are in the dating space that are trying to find other people aren't like actively going to a lot of places outside of bars. You know, if you're looking at like the average person between, you know, 21 and 29 that's like in the dating space, a lot of the people they're finding are through online social means versus, you know, actually meeting somebody in public and then trying to plan a date, getting their number, and then going from there. Tony for the 1,000 biddies, Cap for the sub, and for the 3. I do sales door-to-door. It's outside supermarkets, but only get $40 per sale. Tosh for the sub, Binks and Purple for the sub, I know for the 3. 1561-280, am I cooked? I don't know. People ask me that all the time. I can't really give you an answer, man. If you feel like you're unhealthy, then you got to start working on it. That's all I could really say. Evo and Dead for the sub, not an abstract. Thank you for the 5 gifteds.
To public places to go ahead and shoot your shot. But besides that, it's over for the rest of us that ain't do that shit. Sometimes I would lay awake and just be thinking that in the future, one day, when I do want to be married.
Also, more men don't want a relationship anymore. I think, yeah, a lot of men don't want relationships anymore, but I think it's most people are not looking for long-term relationships anymore. Or they are, but they don't really know what they want. If that makes sense. I feel like the average individual has been turned off by the idea of like long-term connectivity or commitment, and most people don't want to do that.
I actually have to go out and approach. That shit still hasn't sunk in with me yet. It's weird. I'm not trying to say I'm afraid of anything or I find out.
Tony Soprano, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Thank you if you got a sub, thank you for the 10 gifted. Appreciate the fucking subs there, brother Dub.
Hard to speak to girls. Okay, I do, but it's not like I wouldn't go ahead to go do it if I had to. Rejection is a part of the process. Things aren't meant to be so easy to the point where anybody could do it. If I probably went to go ask people who were in marriages for like up to 15 years how they do it, one word I think they would give me to describe how they did it is being relentless. They probably stayed at it, getting into relationship after relationship to make it happen. And I don't want to do that. That's ass. That's too much energy to give to one person.
What was that clip?
Let alone go through that with trial and error again and again and again until it pans out in the right way. You could be on Tinder scrolling through profile after profile, finally get a match, and as soon as you don't meet up, it's horrible. You might not click together and then you go ahead to waste each other's time, and now you gotta repeat the whole process again? I ain't got the patience for that shit, man. Or you might get catfished, and instead of me and Cindy from Ohio, you're face to face with a guy calling himself Jennifer. It's over. To constantly be rejected, often from people you wanted more with, whether that be to be friends, be their partner.
Bro, Tony Soprano for the fucking 25 subs. Thank them if you got a sub, and thank you for the 25 fucking gifted. Tony, you did not need to do that. Thank you for the fucking 25 subs. Thank you for the 10 gifteds as well. I gotta rewind real quick. This for the 3. Love your streams. Question: what microphone do you use? Sure, SM7DB. What webcam? I don't have a webcam. It's a Sony A triple-I with a specific lens. I don't know the lens name. AFK for the sub. Tony, thank you for the fucking 1,000 biddies as well. And Jacob for the sub, too. Thank you guys for the subs. Appreciate it. But yeah. Hold up. Yeah, I gotta ban that guy. Okay. Lock in.
Or become the Robin to their Batman.
Stop for the sub.
Man, getting told no constantly regardless just isn't it. And I might sound like a bitch right now to
Oh, I gotta rewind. Hold up.
the patience with that shit, man. Or you might get catfished, and instead of me and Cindy from Ohio, you're face to face with a guy calling himself Jennifer. It's over. To constantly be rejected, often from people you wanted more with, whether that be to be
I feel like getting catfished is fairly rare, though, now. Like, fully catfished. Maybe you meet somebody online, you meet them in person, and they're, like, fractionally different looking, but, like, the idea of getting, like, full-on catfished from an entirely different person and then meeting them in person is unlikely.
friends, be their partner.
What is getting catfished? You meet a woman online named Rachel. Rachel likes volleyball and is very pretty. You try to meet Rachel on a date in person at an Applebee's, and Rachel is actually Steve. And Steve likes Pokemon and just wanted to meet you.
Become the Robin to their Batman. Getting told no constantly regardless just isn't it. And I might sound like a bitch right now to some of you, but this is just true, man. It's facts. It's some horseshit. When I was growing up in primary school,
real catfishing would be like somebody edits their images online and they look better online than in person.
I was an ugly kid, I'll be so real. I was fat, had a bald head because my dad would be giving me them proper skin fades. And the worst of it all is that I wasn't one of the fastest in primary. Now, you know, in England, if you're one of the fastest in primary school, you were the guy. You would pull all the girls, you'd be the teacher's pet, life would just go your way. You'd be chosen for every...
What? In the UK, if you were the fastest kid in school, the life was easy? When? Is that, why are people saying facts? Bro, I don't think that was the... Yes, that's real. In the US, that is not real. That's in the US. Being the fastest kid meant life was easy. No.
Main role in every performance, but me? Hell no, man. I looked like Bubble Bass growing up. I was not that guy. You know, every time I would try to audition for a main role in the year performances like Romeo and Juliet, they would tell me shit like, hell nah, bro, just make me a treat for the rest of the performance. It was good. But yeah, I wasn't really that rated in primary. I had some friends, I was close to some people, and I was grateful enough to even have some friends. But the girls? Hey, they hated me, fam. I don't even know why they did. They were haters. Then we skipped to secondary school where I went to an all-boys school. And before one of you dumbasses just comes up and says, haha, this nigga gay. Bitch, I'm 99.9% sure in my whole year there were only 2 gay people. I could be wrong, but from what I saw, there were only 2 people. In secondary school, I was more known around. See, our school had 2 different sets. X set and Y set. And your boy was on the GOAT side, the Y set. And in my set, I was known and was cool with most of the people here and there. And you may be asking, yo, how does this even add to getting rejected? Well, I don't. I just thought I added part of my life story here. When it came to talking to girls in school, we had a sister school which was practically the gender opposite to our school. So now you're like, waves. Did you shoot your shot to any of those girls that are
that's most one-sex schools. Like if it's an all-guys school, all-girls school, they usually do like events together. So there is some level of intermingling versus you literally just being with all guys or all girls.
For school, you must have, fam. Hell no, bro. You have to do that shit after hours. I went straight home. Put that.
I wouldn't say a mixer, but it's like most events are held there. Like a lot of the time in my experience, my school, the cheerleaders of the football team were from the sister school.
Bus straight to yard. I ain't played these games. I had to play that new Fortnite season, man. But I did move to girls here and there throughout secondary that I didn't tell no one about because obviously it's none of your goddamn business. But here and there, I've had my fair share of being rejected. And it happens to the best of us. Even in college in the UK, which is like the last 2 years of high school, the last girl I spoke to was the hardest one. Only because we had a friendship before and the whole shebang happened. But ever since then, I've been on my...
I'm going to have the take that getting in a relationship directly before college blows. And freshman year of college blows. Because that's a time frame where people change very drastically. Like, I started dating Brooke my sophomore year in college. I feel like sophomore, junior year in college, prime time to get into a relationship. That's like I switched my major. I was finally going in person. You start figuring out who the fuck you are. Senior year going into freshman year in college, I mean, my year was COVID, so it was different and weird. But, like, for most instances, it's like people are going to different colleges. They want to experience the college life. They're not really about being committed to anybody. Not always, but that's, like, a lot of the time.
Myself shit. Grinding, learning, studying YouTube to be the best content creator I can be. So I can become proud of the content I create and so you guys can enjoy what I make a lot more.
So how old? Like late 19, early 20, getting into relationships usually easier than when you're 18, 19. When you're a late teenager, people are fucking idiots. Like, all late teenagers are stupid. Not all, but like that's like the dumbest years of your life where you're going to just fuck around, you know?
Every day I spend leveling up and asking creators questions to know how I could be better and keep changing and to chase my goal to be one of the biggest there is here. So my message about rejection, it's not that deep. It happens to the most of us, so it's up to us to control our reaction about rejection. It's a relatable part of everyone's journeys and is normal amongst everyone. It's a bitch, but it doesn't have to end in a be or end all. It's redirection.
Well, I think if you're constantly feared about being rejected, you're never going to actually try and shoot a shot with anybody, and that makes your overall chances of getting with anybody drastically lower. If you're comfortable with the idea of somebody rejecting you, you're likely to find somebody that likes you quicker. If you don't care if you airball a shot, you're speeding up the rate at which you'll find somebody.
Most of the time. Maybe it wasn't supposed to be part of the plan and instead there's a better plan for you. So next time you feel bad being rejected by a person you like or by a team you really wanted to join or whatever else you can be rejected by, but them, they suck anyways. Now you're probably confused. Once I spoke about and how they're trash, then spoke about getting rejected, and now I'm talking about Peter Parker. Yes, because it all comes together. If I've never mentioned it before, Spider-Man is my favorite superhero of all time. I mean, I think that's obvious. You can see the profile picture and the banner. Come on, man, you knew this already. I grew up alongside watching the Tobey Maguire trilogy, the Amazing Spider-Man movies, Spectacular Spider-Man, playing games like Spider-Man Edge of Time and Shattered Dimensions. I was a big Spider-Man kid growing up. And everything about Spider-Man was all I gave a crap about back then. Yes, I watched and got into other peak superheroes like Teen Titans, Batman, Iron Man, and the Avengers. But the first love I had toward any superheroes was to the GOAT himself. I
don't think it's relatable that everybody likes Spider-Man. I will say that I think it's relatable that every kid has an obsession with a hero or a TV show character at some point in their life. Like in their childhood years. Like you're either obsessed with SpongeBob or a superhero or the Hulk or like whatever it is.
Express how much I rate Spider-Man. And of course, if I had to be any superhero for a day, I'm definitely picking Spider-Man. But I would never be Peter Parker. My boy has no life. Peter struggles on a day-to-day basis. First off, the guy's broke. Dead ass poor. He dodges rent like he's UI Goku, and the most money he probably has is a bunch of nickels swirling around in his trousers. It's over for this guy. He works for the Daily Bugle as a freelance photographer and gives pictures of himself to the guy that despises him for no reason. Besides being a bitch, gets mocked constantly and treated like shit for being smart, has bullies, his uncle died and he didn't even get the right guy at first, then his aunt dies, and his girlfriend died. His best...
Yeah, bro, but being broke is Spider-Man. Like, I understand Tobey Maguire being broke prior to becoming Spider-Man, but once you're Spider-Man, bro, and you got superpowers, you got no reason to be broke anymore, bro. That shit's fucking lame. Like, if you're Spider-Man, bro, I would be like, the government should pay me money not like an absurd amount of money. Like, you shouldn't try and con people. But I'd be like, the government should pay, New York City should pay me $100,000 a year to keep the city safe. I feel like that's a very reasonable thing to do. If you're canonically Spider-Man, you should be like, New York City pay me $100K and I'll just fucking fly around and stop bad guys. And then you could pay for an apartment, you know?
Friend and dad are his arch nemesis. He dated movie Mary Jane, who's one of the...
And then you could probably get some crazy-ass Nike sponsorships, you know. You could probably get a Gatorade deal or two, you know. Spider-Man, ooh, you're flying through, they do the shot, and you're like, what keeps me energized while I'm swinging? Red Bull. Yeah. Red Bull. Oh my God, you're Spider-Man. Red Bull is the partnership. Are you fucking kidding me? If you were actually Spider-Man, Red Bull's giving you $10 billion to be the face of their fucking company. You would literally, dude, if you're Spider-Man, you just carry Red Bull to the fucking top of the rankings in success.
Worst movie girlfriends of all time, and he constantly loses day by day.
Unless people actually take it literally and then they drink Red Bull and literally think they have the powers of Spider-Man and then die.
Struggling to get up out of bed after he just started fighting giant villains like the Lizard or Ultimate Green Goblin. His life is cooked. I'd barely call it a life. He's on survival mode. He's just walking through life. He's struggling to get by. And it ties in with the last two experiences I mentioned earlier. Regarding Jobs and Peter's life, the man doesn't even have a stable career. He only gets paid as long as he gets photos of himself, which he sells to Jameson to make a quick buck. He has to allow a man to publicly embarrass him and make him out to be a bad guy for money. He's letting a hater get into his skin and ruin his image. And then regarding rejection, bruv, MJ left him for Harry. And who cares if he threatened her? She knew he was Spider-Man by this time. He could have helped her. Why would you not communicate to the man who's literally the hero of New York? They gave him a parade float, fam. And you wouldn't go and tell him that Harry threatened your life. Trash! But the main reason why I still love Spider-Man to this day, his life is hard. The rest of these superheroes we see most of the time have good lives to go back to and have it easy once they go back into their secret identities. Tony Stark, billionaire. Clark Kent, 9 to 5. And then he goes back to his apartment with Lois Lane. Oliver Queen, big ass mansion. You get the point. But Spider-Man goes back to his broken...
I don't know. I feel like a lot of them are like mad lonely. I feel like that's not true. The idea that Spider-Man has like the realest life. Oh, they all have lavish lives. They live outside of that. I'm like, bro, half of their lives suck. Outside of like saving people. Like, what's a hero with like a shitty life? I feel like even Thor. Yeah, Thor's a god, but like... his people, like, I feel like he's lonely. That's why he's, like, really depressed and just plays Fortnite all day in the newest one. Yeah. Like, Batman, everybody, like, you know, he's rich, but his life's like, eh. Hawkeye. Nah, Hawkeye's a family man.
His bad school life, relationship problems, financial struggles, and all in all, his life day to day is more human than most other superheroes. You know, he's just a regular guy given powers, but still has the same problems he had before. And that's why I've always messed with Spider-Man. The relatability, the struggle, the problems, and the fact that he still chooses to be a superhero every single day, to get back up every time and keep pushing no matter what, is why this guy's the GOAT, man. He's the GOAT. But still, nah, his life is terrible, man. What the hell? Hell no. But yo, these are some events and experiences in life that I know a lot of us wouldn't probably be happy about. But it's always best to make the positive about any scenario. I don't know why I decided to make a video about this, and I probably will never know why. But like I said, I want to diversify and keep it real with you, man. Speak about everything and be transparent with you lot. I thought it would be funny to do something else. So if I'm...
Dude, what a fucking W vid, man. Had to re-upload yesterday, got taken down. Brozak sent me the video, hella funny. I fuck with Spider-Man heavy. That's how I go. I'm not letting the spider bite me. Oh, I'm letting the spider bite me. The fuck? If you told me this is gonna make you Spider-Man and it was like I knew you were telling the truth, I'm letting the spider bite me. Why would I not want to be Spider-Man? What the hell? Why would you not want to be a superhero? Unless it was like an extreme downside. Like the OG Hulk. You know what I mean? Where he, like, can't control it. And if he's angry, he just turns into the Hulk. Like, that would suck. But I feel like being a regular hero, like, Spider-Man's just, like, awesome. Pug Taco Jax, thank you for the 5 gifted. Matt for the sub, literally for the 3. Currently in a psychology class. I was wondering from a philosophical perspective, what's your opinion on the fact that Rorschach ink blot test still remains relevant, even though it's over 100 years old? What do you think about how society means? How society makes meaning free, what we see. I don't even know what the hell the ink blot test is that you're talking about, man, honestly. I feel like a lot of people just assume that I know everything that they're talking about. What the hell is... I know an ink blot. Oh, the shit where you have to stare at it and then act, like say what you see. Why do I think that's still relevant? I mean, it's just basic human psychology, I would assume, in what you're perceiving is what you're obviously thinking about or something that you're dwelling on, maybe. Like personality-wise. I don't really think that's that philosophical, though. What do you think about how society makes meaning-free what we see, choose not to see? What do you mean? What do you think about how society makes meaning-free what we see? I don't know what you mean. Grant for the 3. I was on a 2-man for the first time yesterday, and I deadass almost passed out trying to make a move. Shit was low-key peak and worked out well. Didn't need to tell me that, man, but congrats, Grant. Owen in love for the sub. Elusive and alcoholic for the sub. X-Evil and alcohol for the sub. Tony for the 3. Bladed Zand and stuff for the sub. Jacob, Tony, thank you for the subs again. Perth for the sub as well. Brother had to tell me he was on a 2-man. Awesome. Congrats. Count me down 30 seconds. I'm going to piss. Oh, all right. We're back. Perth for the sub. Lock in here, chat. We got 3 more videos. Then we're doing the fucking... What's it called? Actually, we might have 2 more videos. Then we might hop into the snack review, because the snack review is going to take a while. We might save the why you can't fake your death video for another day, because it's a fucking half-hour long. We'll probably watch these 2. We might save that one. What snacks? Oh, you meant W snacks. Yeah, no, the snack review will be really fun. We're going to save that video. No, watch it. Brother, I am not streaming for 6 hours today. The snack review is probably going to take like an hour and a half, 2 hours. Perth for the subjects for this, for the 5 gifteds. Next. Piracy is the logical solution. Lock in, chat.
If buying isn't owning, then piracy isn't stealing, which is why piracy is no longer seen as digital theft reserved for risk takers and your plug who knew a sketchy website. Now it's easier.
No, actually, though. 2025, pirating like a show, movie, or professional sports match is so normal. Like, to go on a weird website and just watch it, like, effectively illegally. You remember the old DVDs that you would put in, like DVD player VHS tapes, even for people that are like older than me. And it would say before the movie started, it would be like FBI warning. Piracy is a crime that could be fined up to blank and blank with this amount of years in prison. This is like a serious, because like people would go to movie theaters and like film movies and then upload them. And the rips were terrible. And people would watch that. Now, people just rip a show straight off of a fucking streaming service and just upload it onto a sketchy website. And people will just watch that. Like, it's crazy how normal it is now, I guess. Do they even crack down on that? Like, is piracy something that people get actually charged with anymore? I feel like, yeah, but maybe not as much. Because it's hard to track, and there's so many people that do it.
And more convenient than ever. TV, movies, sports, live events.
Like, it sucks to say. I mean, it not sucks, but one in the chat if you've pirated something. I'm not advocating for this, but, like, whether it be a UFC fight, a Jake Paul fight, yeah, most people... because I think the term pirating isn't what it used to be. The term pirating now is like, I went on a website to watch a fucking UFC fight for free. I went on this instead. Like, most of the time, that's what people are probably meaning when they say pirating. It used to be like, yeah, I bought a rip off a guy who was illegally recording in a movie theater. Yo's for the three. It might mean no sense. You randomly wake up one day and you couldn't understand or speak English. Would you stop being conscious since our thoughts are in English? No, you'd be conscious, but if you couldn't... You're saying you can't speak or understand English anymore? If it's your only language that you speak, you would still understand basic things, but only through emotion, not really emotion or like logic without language. Jackson Perth for the sub. Lock in.
Whatever you want for free. It's become so normalized that piracy sites are getting more yearly visits than every streaming service combined. But this makes sense when you consider that every facet of the entertainment industry has been destroyed by corporations. Even if you're not a sports fan, you will relate to this struggle because
how every day the sport you want to watch is on a different platform. Because the one company didn't buy everything. It's like now the NBA or like the MLB, it's like, okay, well, it's on this one day and this another day and then this another day. Oh my God, it's such a fucking pain in the ass. That, and then it's like Netflix used to be, bro, anybody remember 2017 Netflix? My God, that was peak. Because you would fucking load that bitch up. It had so many shows and movies. It was like the only thing. Now you didn't have to use fucking on demand. You didn't have to pay for a show. It was awesome. And then it was like, oh, HBO Max or Hulu's out. It'd be like, oh, that's kind of cool. They have even more stuff. And then it got to a point where like there's 9 streaming services that constantly battle for different shows. So it's like you can't own one to watch what you want now. Now you have to own 5. Because you have one show on each network that you want to watch, and they're purposefully pulling from other people because they're trying to get customers to transfer over. It's so stupid.
You need to see how insanely difficult it is just to watch a basketball game. I live in Oklahoma City, and I really wanted to follow the Thunder and the entire Western Conference.
Every single basketball day is probably on a different network. There's a network that probably owns like Monday, Thursday, and then there's ones that own like Thursday or weekends.
A couple years ago.
I don't know basketball days generally, but like it's absurd the lengths you have to go to watch professional sports now.
I bought NBA League Pass for $110 for the season. Silly me for thinking that one streaming service would have every game.
No, that only has 3 days a week probably. $110.
Pass only lets you watch games that are out of market, which meant I couldn't actually watch the Thunder games because I live in Oklahoma City and those rights belong to the FanDuel Sports Network. And if the game was nationally televised, that was exclusively broadcast on ESPN or TNT, which meant I needed a cable package or another app like Hulu Live or Sling.
No. I will stand by though. Cable TV is dog shit. Bro, they try to loop that shit in whenever if you get a TV, you get a Wi-Fi package, they're like, yo, you wanna loop in cable? It's only like fucking $200 a month. No. Because who the fuck watches cable anymore? Outside of 4 sports, no one watches cable. Who the fuck's like, yeah, I'm going to go see what's on A&E right now. Oh, The Sopranos is on at 9 in the morning. What?
To catch the games literally happening in my city. As of right now, if you want to guarantee that you will be able to watch all of...
Old people, yeah. Somebody said my grandparents. Yeah, old people. No, I feel like more and more, there's probably stats on that. I would say the average Gen Z person does not own cable.
the NBA games in the US when they are actually happening live, you need to have ESPN, which requires you to have Hulu plus live TV or YouTube TV or Sling Orange TV or with an upgraded cable package. Then you need Peacock, which is $11 per month. Then you need Prime Video, which is $9 per month, and ABC, which would come with your basic local cable subscription. The cheapest way to get
Bro, it's like that's just to watch one basketball game. I think like pay-per-view it's a little bit different, so it's like maybe not as annoying because there is paywalls. But I remember I was trying to watch a UFC fight with my friends, and he had ESPN Plus, and that let us, he had to sign into that, and that let us watch the like the undercard, like not the main card. But then when it got to the main card, you had to pay for that, but he already pays for ESPN Plus. So then he's paying for a subscription and then having to pay on top of that to watch the main card and not the prelims.
guarantee every game would be $66 in subscriptions and whatever your basic cable costs these days, which is on average about $25. So roughly $91.
Bro, what's fucked to say is, it's bringing people together maybe, but I feel like more people go to restaurants and bars to watch games now. Like if I really want to watch a game, like I feel like I might go somewhere. Yeah, because they'll just have it
Per month just to watch basketball the cheapest. Now, me personally, I would never pirate anything. That is behavior I absolutely condemn. But I'm not surprised anyone who would do it when all you got to do is go to one of the many widely available.
Is it the same for like football? Like for not the NFL, like the UK or like European, like football? Like, do they have, like, is it, for my European viewers, is it as bad to watch, like, a Liverpool game or something? Like, if you want to, yes. So they just have shit on different, it's all on different networks, on different fucking platforms. That's so annoying. It's worse? How's it worse? Because they play a lot of games? Minty, thank you for the 5 gifted. Noel for the sub, course for the 3. I'm the guy making a horror game about you. Got me motivated to work on the game again. I want to ask if it's fine that I make you like a horrible person, the villain of the game. What do you mean? Like a serial killer? It depends. Blood for the sub, Alex for the sub, Yost for the 3. If you randomly wake up one day, I already read that.
Free websites, click the extremely clean and clear interface that says the exact game or
Loose for the 3. Baseball fan a couple years back. I bought the subscriptions to watch my favorite team. Little did I know there was going to be a home stadium. They're at their home stadium. The MLB literally will not let you watch it because they want you to go to the stadium to watch it. So it's basically a waste of $30, plus the playoffs aren't even on the MLB streaming service.
Event you are looking at your interface extremely
that's stupid as shit.
Clean and clear interface that says the exact game or event you are looking for and just watch it for free. But
yeah, then you go on Stream East and you're like, oh, I'm watching the game. Dick and balls on in frame. Oh, wait, no, it just tabbed me out of the streamies. Oh, no, there's somebody having sex on the right side of my screen right now.
honestly, we should have seen this terrible streaming climate coming from a mile away, because as they say, nothing.
Oh, shit, dude, there's a hot MILF that's only 3 miles away? You're mid-game, you're like, oh, fuck, what's that?
Nothing good lasts forever. And to understand why piracy is so rampant today, we have to understand this detailed list of problems that piracy solves. Netflix used to be
falling for that. Can I say that? Who is falling for that? The fucking Jessica is waiting for you 6.3 miles away. It's got to be like old men. Like old men are like, oh, really? They click on it.
$8 per month, and it had a deep catalog of some of the most popular shows ever made.
Oh my god, yes. When Netflix had The Office was when streaming services was peak.
Office, Friends, Breaking Bad, Dexter, Family Guy, American Horror Story, Pretty Little Liars, Law and Order, and even some Disney and Pixar.
Wow, Netflix had all those at the same time. Now they have some boof-ass fucking 20% Rotten Tomatoes films.
Titles. They had the Harry Potter films. They had Star Wars. They had classic movies like Shawshank Redemption, The Godfather, The Dark Knight. They even had Marvel titles before Disney Plus launched. It felt limitless, like the entire entertainment industry was in one app for the price of a fast food meal.
Kick Patowski!
Today, $8.99 gets you 9,000 shows you will never watch, and that's with ads. And if you don't want ads, no problem. That's $25 a month. Plus, every studio with a morsel of value.
You gotta pay for no ads too. You might as well just watch cable TV if you're not paying for the for Hulu with ads, bro. I remember back when I would watch One Punch Man on Hulu, it would be fucking like 15-minute episode, 5-minute mid-roll ad, or 5-minute pre-roll ad, 5 minutes of the show, 5-minute mid-roll ad, 10 minutes of the show, 3-minute mid-roll ad, or end-roll ad till the next one.
IP decided to make their own app. So instead of one library, you get 10 half libraries, each charging you separately.
Oh my God, I love that. Yeah, I love that. When you go on Pawn Stars and they have seasons 1, 15, 32, and 17. Oh, shit, bro. Oh my God, wait. They have one of my favorite shows. They only have seasons 1, 4, 5, and 12. Where's the other ones at?
HBO Max, $21 a month. Hulu and Disney Plus, $19 a month. Peacock, $17. Apple TV Plus, Paramount Plus, Discovery.
I feel like they only really do it though for shows that don't have like a definitive plot line. You know what I mean? Like usually you'll see that for like Impractical Jokers or some other shit where it's like they have a show that you don't need to know the other episodes to understand.
Plus, Stars Play, BritBox, and niche ones like Shudder.
Yeah, Survivor. They'll do it for reality shows. Like Big Brother, Survivor, some shit.
Crunchyroll, Acorn TV, all jumped into the fight, each charging $4 to $20 a month. I sometimes...
What the fuck is Acorn TV? What the fuck is Acorn TV? Yo, anybody in chat got Acorn TV? Really? Actually. No one has that. What is on Acorn TV? I gotta actually Google that shit right now. Acorn TV. Price. Acorn TV is $8.99 a month. What is on Acorn TV? Like, what do they have that would make me want to see Acorn TV? Made in Italy, Bloodlands, Maternal. Don't know any of these shows. Cracks, Girlfriends, The Terror, Turning Green. Bro, can I say this really feels like... I'm going to show this. Hold up. Like, this feels like... What are these shows? Like, when you're scrolling through this kind of feels like when you're on an airplane and they have like, oh, here's the catalog of shows we have. What am I looking at? The Other Wife, Dog Martin, Bon Voyage. I've never heard of any of these shows. The Killing, The Journey, Henry, 800 Words, Mayflies, Coastal Ireland with Adrian Dunbar. Yeah, I'm really going to pay $8.99 to see Coastal Ireland with Adrian Dunbar. I want to scroll until I recognize one show. I mean, dude, is this all like British shit? What am I looking at? Murderland? That's their whole thing? A Stitch in Time. Movies. What movies do they have? Maybe that'll be better. Maybe that'll be better. Maybe we'll find a movie that Acorn TV has that we recognize. Chat, let me know if you recognize a movie on the list. Stardust, Black 47. These are all the movies they have. That's all the movies they have. $8.99 a month? Why am I paying for that? Why would I pay for that? What are they offering? That's all movies. That's all movies. No sort by. Like, what? And some of them just don't make any sense. I understand Stars, bro. I remember Stars was like the shit before Netflix.
Into the fight, each charging $4 to $20 a month. I sometimes have this thought like, man, I wish I could just pay one price for all of the streaming services grouped together. And then I realize that's kind of what cable was. But streaming was supposed to be the solution.
Well, no, bro. Cable was, yeah, it was cool. The problem with cable was like you paid for cable, but you could only watch the show if it aired at a certain time. If we reverted back to cable TV and made it so like I could watch an episode of whatever without having to fucking record it on a VCR. Yeah, some dickhead just said, Nathan just said record it. Bro, I'm not going to sit there and be like, I need to record this episode when it airs. Then I have to actively spend time out of my day to remember to record an episode of a show that I want to see. Otherwise, I have to wait for that shit to air. No, it should just have a catalog of like out episodes that I have to be able to, that I could watch. But that's not how it was. You paid for cable TV. You had on demand. And then when you would go to watch the show, some of it would be free. They would have ads with it, sure. But then a lot of the time you had to pay for it. You had to pay like $8 for one episode of a show.
To cable's outlandish prices.
And then you owned the episode.
And bloated packages, and yet they are slowly turning into the very thing they sought to destroy. Check out this old residential cable service price sheet from 1993. Just your basic news and weather channels was the same cost as Netflix when they first launched. Adding just 2 or 3 premium channels like the Disney Channel takes the price from $8 to $20 to $27 per month. This is actually insanely expensive for the 90s, especially when you consider that you did not get to choose what content to watch or when you could—
No, you just fucking tune in. I mean, there's like some nostalgia in that, but like in modern time, yeah, I could look back at that and like when I'm at a hotel, I'm like, yeah, let me see what's on TV. It's fun. But if every day I had to be like, let me go watch something, and I tune in 35 minutes into an hour-long show, and I'm like, oh, I don't even know what's happening. You can't get into anything. Like, that's what makes that shit impossible, is like, you can't start anything new with cable TV unless you've been there from the beginning. Because if you want to watch The Office, or not The Office, because those are just random episodes. Let's say you want to watch like Supernatural, which is a show that ranges like 14 fucking seasons. And on cable TV, season 7, episode 22 is on. I can't invest myself into Supernatural. I don't even understand the fucking plot line. And I can't go back and watch the first episode because I have to pay for it.
Watch it. And of course, you still had commercials. Streaming solved all of these problems, but in 2025, almost all of these problems are back. I recently wanted to watch The Founder after doing research for my fast food video, but Netflix would not allow me to watch it since I pay for the cheapest version of Netflix that has ads. I was annoyed, but I thought maybe it had something to do with McDonald's having some sort of strict licensing issue that forced Netflix to lock it behind the premium tier, but it turns out there are 138 movies and TV series blocked on Netflix advertising tier. For $8 per month, you cannot watch Spider-Man, White Chicks, Boys in the Hood, or even the Garfield movie. Half the time, you don't even know whether something isn't available or not.
Oh, dude, but you at least have Guys Grocery Games. That's all you need, man.
Because of licensing,
Chopped,
contracts, region restrictions, or just because you're on the wrong subscription plan. The end result feels exactly like cable.
Alright guys, I'm gonna need you to make me a hamburger with all the ingredients in the grocery store. You have 20 minutes and $35. Go.
Alright, so I gotta look for cardamom and paprika. That's the first thing that I'm searching for. I'm going for a lower quality version of ground beef because I only have a $35 budget, so I'm buying something that's $7.99.
Again, paying more money just to unlock what you thought you were already paying for, thus making piracy the
Yo, anybody else used to recreate Chopped? When I was a kid, I used to play Chopped with my friends. If you don't know what Chopped is, you would get a basket like the premise of Chopped is they open a basket and it's just full of ingredients. And they have to make something with all of the ingredients in an hour or 30 minutes. And I would play that with my friends, but we would make it disgusting. You'd put like Fruity Pebbles, mayonnaise, American cheese, chocolate milk, in a fucking raw chicken patty. And you'd be like, all right, now you got to make something.
Logical solution. You can go to these super cool websites that I never endorse because that is wrong and immoral, and just search basically any movie and get a high definition download. However, cable being much more expensive actually did have a slight benefit that nobody realized at the time. The competition for ratings meant that the shows that survived were usually the best of the best. Every network was fighting for limited primetime slots, and if a show could not pull in millions of viewers week after week, week. It was canceled. There was no filler at primetime. Seinfeld, Friends, The Simpsons, The X-Files, Sex and the City, Buffy the Vampire Slayer, The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. I could go on and on. Networks
Heat.
weren't pumping out hundreds of new series every year just to fill catalog.
Ooh, okay, don't say pumping out shows and shows. This shit's the fucking... This is like primetime dad TV. This is... I don't know what Alone Australia is, but Alone is an amazing show. It's Survivor, but actually Survivor. They just drop your ass off in the wilderness and say, last one standing wins, bye. And they leave. And they come back once a week to see if you're dead or not. And they do like a weight check, and you have like a little radio in case you're dying. They come save your ass. And if you're the last one there and you don't get pulled because like you're like dying of, you know, being malnourished, you win. And you get like $1 million. It's fucking awesome.
Space. They were making sure the few shows they produced had the writing, acting, and budgets to succeed. And to no surprise at all,
Naked and Afraid? Oh my God! See, do they still make that on cable? Or not on cable. Do they make that for streaming services? I would watch that shit. That was hilarious. Naked and Afraid, it would be a bunch of cameramen. They're fucking filming from like 8 trees away, just like this. And they're like, all right, they're meeting for the first time. They walk up, they're butt-ass naked. And they're clearly trying to not look at each other's genitals. and so they walk up to each other and they're like, hey, what did you bring? Oh, I brought flint and steel as my item. Oh, that's awesome.
these old shows are still dominating streaming services today. In 2022,
And then, dude, the one episode of Naked and Afraid that I fucking loved, that it will always stay in my mind. It was they were in like the jungle somewhere. I don't know what country they were in, because they always make you go into a different place. There was this man and a woman. And like 3 days in, he's like, I don't need to boil the water. This is fresh running water. He fucking drinks right out of it. And he's like, ah. Flash cut 10 minutes. He's laying in like their shelter like this. He contracted some fucking virus in the water. He had to get airlifted out. He lived. I would not be joking about it if he died. He got airlifted out, and then it like flashed back, and she was like, I told him not to drink that water. She was like, I told him not to drink. There was amoebas in that shit.
Seinfeld racked up 19.3 billion viewing minutes on Netflix, making it the 10th most watched show of that year. Compare that to one of their most popular originals, Wednesday, which was everywhere in 2022. Viral on TikTok, Jenna Ortega was launched into A-list fame. It was damn near a monoculture moment, yet it still drew fewer minutes than Seinfeld, a 30-year-old sitcom. Shows like The Umbrella Academy and The Rings of Power pulled in about half the audience of Seinfeld.
No, but it's like, I feel, I know on cable TV, there was a lot of shows that you didn't watch, but because it was like prime time slots, whenever you tuned in, you would recognize the names of the shows, even if you didn't watch them. Now, when you scroll on any streaming service library, not just Netflix, I feel like 1 in 10 shows you recognize. The other ones just look like all duplicates of themselves. In like medieval times or like the 1900s. It's always like a man just like on Acorn TV, some guy just like fixing his tie. The cut or the thumbnail of the show. The Griswold. And he'll be just standing like this, and it's like they have 15 seasons of that show. Who the fuck is watching that?
Cable forced networks to compete for your attention in a way.
Somebody is. I feel like I would love if they released the watching. Do they do that anymore or no? I feel like there was a time where they had to, or for some reason. I wish Netflix would release stats on like how well or not well shows performed. Because I guarantee you there are probably like 10 to 20 shows on Netflix that actually get hundreds of views. Like, that's it.
that streaming doesn't. And to take that one step further, today's
Full flops.
shows and movies are literally designed knowing that people are not all the way paying attention to them. Netflix has leaned into what's called the second screen era, where they assume that most viewers are watching TV while scrolling their phones, cooking, or doing laundry. Hollywood writer, director, and producer Justine Bateman said, "I've heard from showrunners who are given notes from the streamers that this isn't second screen enough," which begs the question, why would someone give all of their attention to something that is only designed to be consumed with half of their attention? According to reports, Netflix execs are urging screenwriters to have characters announce their actions out loud so that viewers can follow along.
I am going on a run now. I really think I just shot you.
Without looking at the screen. For example, we spent a day together. Lohan.
Oh my God, why did you just shoot me? You look up from your phone, you're like, oh damn. There's a burger in Vegas. Scroll.
Tells her lover James in Irish Wish, "I admit it was a beautiful day filled with dramatic vistas and romantic rain, but that doesn't give you the right to question my life choices. Tomorrow I'm marrying Paul Kennedy." "Fine," he responds. "That will be the last you see of me because after this job is over, I'm off to Bolivia to photograph an endangered tree lizard." This
so hyper specific.
"Because after this job is over, I'm off to Bolivia to photograph an endangered tree lizard." This kind of
They had to say that, so when it flashes forward and he's in Bolivia, they're like, oh, it's because he has to photograph an endangered tree lizard. Instead of being like, oh, I don't remember why he's in Bolivia.
over-explaining feels completely unnatural, and real people don't talk like this. It makes what should feel cinematic like a boring audiobook. And look, I'm all for casual viewing. I know a ton of my audience casually watches my videos while doing other things. But also,
I cannot do that. I will not put on a YouTube video if I'm not locked in on it. That's personally me. I'll throw on, like, if I want to not lock into something, on a YouTube video, I'll throw on, like, an hour-long cabin survival video. You're a second screen? Oh, I know I'm a second screen. 57% of my YouTube views come from TV. You think I don't know? I'm a big second screen slop kind of guy. For my audience, at least. Half of the people watching me are half paying attention. They have the stats on that. The lowest percentage I actually think is phones. Nobody watches me on the phone. I gotta look. Maybe on the gaming channel. On my main channel, I'm gonna look right now. On my main channel, if I go to audience, wait. 20% are new viewers in the last 30 days. 20% new viewers, 39% casual, 38% regular. If I go to device type, 82% male, 15% female. 39% of my audience is between 25 and 34. That's the highest range. Device type, 55% TV, 27% mobile, 13.8% computer, and 4.2% tablet. So most people watch me on TV, phone, then computer. Also, 1% of my audience is from Sweden. Fucking shout out to the Swedish people that watch me. Never thought I'd have 1% of my audience be from Sweden. It's US, UK, Canada, Australia. Makes perfect sense. Then Sweden. I'm like, whoa. Shout out to the Swedish viewers. Then it's Germany, Ireland, Netherlands, Philippines, South Africa, New Zealand, Norway, Denmark, Poland, Finland, Belgium, Romania. 0.2% of my audience is from India. What's like a shocking country, maybe? Iceland, 0.1% of my audience.
Low-budget YouTube videos that are free to watch, not multi-million-dollar films behind a paywall. I don't know about you, but when I watch a movie, I like to pay attention. By training viewers to expect...
Yeah, movies, you gotta pay attention. I think it's shows. Well, I don't know. I would say a lot of people put on shows as second screen TV. Would you guys say you put on movies as second screen TV? I would say if I'm watching a movie, I'm watching a movie. I'm locked in on a film. But a TV show I might tune into now.
Content that doesn't demand their full attention, Netflix is creating an audience that's even less likely to pay attention. And the less they pay attention, the less they care about quality. And as long as they feel just entertained enough, means they likely won't cancel their subscription. It's almost like they are conditioning the perfect audience who will barely pay attention to their content or their—
I watched Dexter a second screen. Yeah, you could watch some episodes of Dexter second screen. If it's like Deb being like, "You don't care about me, Dex? I have a lot of beer in the fridge, Dex." But then if it's Dexter actively fucking murdering somebody, you gotta lock in.
credit card bill so they can increase prices while lowering the quality.
Yeah, when Deb gets into an emotional scene, tune into TikTok. I just don't like her acting, man. They make her annoying on purpose, and she does the role very well. But it's like, oh my god. You know how it's the same thing with like Skylar White. You know how like they make Skylar White purposefully annoying? Like, it's like that. She does really well, but it's like, fuck, man. Like, I hate the character.
For an audience.
She is having some character growth in Dexter currently, though. I'm starting to like Deb a little bit more. I can't say why, because that would be spoilers.
Audience who doesn't even notice. In the cable era, a show needed to be excellent to survive. Well, not forever, actually. This started to die in the 2000s. Once cable became the dominant form of television in America, the few companies at the top could now take advantage of their market dominance. Cable prices climbed 40% in just 6 years, jumping from about $34 in 2000 to $47 in 2006. Meanwhile, inflation only rose 14.3% in that same period. Cable companies such as Comcast, Spectrum, Dish, DirecTV, and Cox started bundling networks into giant packages with
Cox?
hundreds, sometimes thousands of channels. If you wanted to watch ESPN, you were forced to also buy Lifetime, QVC, the Golf Channel, MTV3, and whatever else they decided to shove into the bundle. You weren't allowed to just pick the 5 or 6 channels that you actually watched. And now, streaming companies are doing a similar tactic. They flood their platforms with new shows.
Yeah, bro, I remember we had cable TV and we got some like free bundle when I was younger, and we had 2,000 channels. And you only watch channels like 1 through 100. So I was like, what the fuck is on the rest of these channels? You go to channel like 1,732. It's just some random shit going on.
Movies you will never watch because adding volume creates the illusion of value, justifying their increasing price. Netflix alone released 589 new Netflix originals in 2024, just slightly over its 2023 total of
589 Netflix originals, like 589 shows or 589 individual like episodes? Netflix did not release almost 600 new shows or things.
68. There can't possibly.
Sub redeemed flex. Dunny for the sub, Sai for the 3. Your third monitor mute type of streamer. Amazing Braden for the sub, Seco and Soldier for the sub, Easy for the sub, I for the 3. I don't know if you know your schedule yet. Do you think you play Balatro sometime? Maybe, but exclamation point schedule if you want to see the schedule. Zoe for the 3. New Frankenstein movie on Netflix is so good. Argue the best movie to come out in 2025. Cloney for the sub, Kush, Daniel, Clown, Fav, Jug, Brody, and I'm for the sub, Rural for the 4. Joe loves those hot moms. What? Scrum for the 3. Can you read my recent chat? Sorry, it's important. I found out my grandpa killed himself. My grandma was supposed to be put on hospice, but died before yesterday. Sorry to bring the mood down. I'm sorry to hear that, man, and I'm sorry for the loss of your family. I don't really know what else I could say other than I hope the mourning process goes well for you and your family, and suicide's never the answer, man. I hope you're all right. I don't really know what I could say to that, though. Loose for the 3. I already read that. All right.
Be nearly 600 new shows and movies worth watching every year, but it's all part of the bigger plan. Every year, Netflix originals slowly take up more of their catalog, and then they license less. In 2022, over 50.
Yeah, and it's like Netflix originals can be pretty fire too, but most Netflix originals you're not watching. Like, you've heard, you know Stranger Things, you know Squid Games, but it's like you don't know fucking some random sitcom they have casted.
80% of their catalog was originals. Now, some of these originals are good. Ozark, Queen's Gambit, Beef are just a few off the top of my head, but the rest are mostly filler. They are watering down their product to...
The Good Place is a Netflix original, and BoJack Horseman, and Big Mouth. They didn't start as originals.
Save money instead of purchasing valuable shows, because licensing the movies and TV shows you actually want to watch cost a fortune. In 2019, Netflix lost both Friends and The Office, two classic, reliable sitcoms that were some of the most watched shows on their platform, after Warner Media and NBC pulled the rights for their own services. To fill that gap, Netflix struck a massive deal to acquire Seinfeld, reportedly paying over $500 million for global streaming rights, and that's only for 5 years. So they would have to spend another fortune to keep the show. And this is the cycle we're stuck in now. Streamers don't want to pay billions to keep the classics that people actually want to watch, so they crank out repetitive, boring, low-budget originals that are literally designed for you to halfway pay attention to. Then they slowly raise the monthly price because look at all this new, fresh original.
Why is Hulu the most expensive? Hulu does have a lot of good stuff, I think. But I feel like, is that because it's Hulu without Hulu without ads? It's not ad free. This is not ad free. Oh yeah, no. Oh, you mean I'm saying this is not with ads. This is ad free. Apple TV is only $10. They don't have a lot.
Content we're giving you, and users have been conditioned to only watch casually anyways, so they barely notice the dip in quality. Plus, that's only one streaming service. Every company with a little bit of valuable IP started their own app, and they're doing the same exact system. So now if you want a library of great shows and movies, you need to subscribe to multiple services. The average household actively uses around 4 streaming apps, and 8% even access 10 or more. That equals about $69 per month, which is just about the same price that cable was in the early 2010s when everyone jumped to streaming. Piracy is the solution to all of these problems. Piracy reached a low in 2020 with 130 billion website visits, which by the way is still a ton, but by
do you think they're going to crack down on piracy?
2024, that number had risen to 216 billion, and it's actually incredibly simple as to why. Gabe Newell, the founder of the online video game marketplace Steam, summarized this perfectly nearly a decade ago. We think there is a fundamental misconception about piracy. Piracy is almost always a service problem and not a pricing problem. If a pirate offers a product anywhere in the world, 24/7, purchasable from the convenience of your personal computer, and the legal provider says that the product is region locked, will come to your country 3 months after the US release, and can only be purchased at a brick and mortar store, then the pirate service is more valuable. In short, convenience is key, and people are willing to pay, but why are they making it so complicated? The music industry got it right for the consumer. They created something so
Oh, that's true. There's competitors, but I really do think, like, I don't have a problem with Spotify. I understand, like, what is it? Like, I buy Duo. How much is Duo? Because I pay for me and Brooks. It's like, what, like $12? It's like 12 or 15 a month or some shit. I don't know what it is. I think it's 15. But it's like way cheaper to have Duo than Solo. What the fuck is Duo? You get 2 accounts of premium. But it's like, I think that's worth it, you know? Because you're basically getting unlimited. The streaming service solution to music is only upsides. Because if you remember prior to Spotify, Apple Music, all that, you had to buy the songs on iTunes. Like, you were paying $1 a song, $1.50 a song. So if you had like 200 songs you liked, oh, you were fucking spending a bag to listen to that shit. Like, it was expensive. Now, yeah, you don't own the music, but it's like, dude, you're paying way less than you used to. Exotic, thank you for the 5 gifted. Joe's for the 3. Watching YouTube for a while. I want to pop in a stream. Thank you for helping me my life back up. I already put in the game session tab. Will you play Misery with the boys again? Maybe another day, but I don't know when. Ron and Big for the sub. Agus and Duddy for the sub. Today's reacts, we have one more after this. Then we're hopping to the chat's favorite snack review. Monday, I'm not live. Tuesday's an early stream for Veterans Day at 2 p.m. EST. We're going to be doing Goodnight Universe, Level Devil, and Random Games. Wednesday, we're going to do all of Dispatch at 4:30 EST. Thursday, we're going to be doing horror games like Dead Kim, some other shit, and do a Wikipedia speedrun with Handsome. Friday's React. Saturday's going to be Random Games, Dead by Daylight, maybe, and Philosophy. Sunday next week, regular React Day, but probably earlier. Next Monday, not live. Next Tuesday, maybe a Bro v Bro with a lot of Random Games, and we'll go from there. Next charity stream will be around Thanksgiving, helping people that aren't getting SNAP benefits. We're going to do a charity for a food bank where I match chat Stonos. Then we have one for Toys for Tots, December 6th, and then we'll probably take a break until like early January from charity streams. SMP starts December 1st. Lock in.
simple that it wasn't even necessary to pirate music anymore. At its peak, Napster had nearly 80 million registered users downloading and sharing music for free. By the mid
Ballin' for the 5 gifteds. Thank you for picking us up. Thank you for the 5 gifteds.
2000s, sites like LimeWire and BitTorrent were handling billions of illegal downloads every year. Year over year, music revenue sales were dropping, and the music industry executives were convinced it was because of piracy. That's when Spotify, Apple Music, and other music streaming services came around to essentially make the Netflix of music. However, these services are better because there is no exclusivity. No matter what service you pay for, you will have access to basically the same exact music as any other
The only thing is you don't really get remixes on Spotify, which does annoy me. YouTube has that, Spotify doesn't. Spotify has like all mainstream shit. They don't really have like underground unless you upload it specifically to Spotify. It's like more rare.
platform. One monthly price and nearly every song and album ever made. Now, this isn't necessarily all good. This has devalued music incredibly.
That's false as fuck. They don't have a lot of the remixes that I look for. A lot of slowed down shit. Like Mo Chicken slowed. This song. This song slowed as fire. Now look it up slowed on YouTube. I'm not playing it because it's copyrighted.
Incredibly, and artists get fractions
It's like real deep. It sounds awesome.
of a penny per
It's like an Aura song.
stream, but unfortunately the customer doesn't care because the service is better for them. But we might be at a tipping point with music streaming services because Spotify is seemingly taking a page out of Netflix playbook and prioritizing their own music over licensed music. But the problem is it's AI generated, but that's a whole different video. Compared to now, it seems like in the early 2010s, streaming services had it right. All they had to do was not change. Piracy was at an all-time low in the early 2010s because it was safer, easier, and not a financial burden to just pay for the content you wanted to watch. Now, there are always going to be people who simply don't want to or can't pay. This is extremely common with pay-per-view events. For many years, Dana White and the UFC waged war against sites like crack streams, trying to convince everyone that he would get them shut down.
You kind of stirred the pot a little bit with the piracy, the online streamers. They want to come after you and give this thing away. So,
I will say pirated versions of UFC fights are generally lower quality and fail a lot. I think it does make sense to just buy a UFC fight with your friends. Like, solo, you can't really reason buying a UFC fight, but like, if you're with like 10 of your friends, just each spend like $4, and then you get to watch the fucking pay-per-view.
any regret? It kind of maybe stirring the pot a little bit?
I'm glad you asked me about that because we got one. We got him. We're watching this guy right now. All you have to do is turn it on Saturday, and we got you. I can't wait. Turn it on Saturday, streamers, and see what happens.
Nothing happened. 4 years later, and you could watch any UFC fight crystal clear HD on a handful of different free streaming sites. Dana eventually realized he was losing the battle with illegal pay-per-view streamers, and to everyone's surprise, he actually made a deal that benefits the consumer now. In 2026, all UFC events will air exclusively on Paramount networks in the United States. That means 13 UFC events will air. Actually made a deal that benefits the consumer now. In 2026, all UFC events will air exclusively on Paramount networks in the United States. That means 13 marquee numbered events and 30.
All of them? How much did Paramount pay for that? $7 billion. $7 billion. Oh my God. Wow. I was going to say that shit ain't cheap. You're getting all of the UFC?
Fight networks in the United States. That means 13 marquee numbered events and 30 fight nights will air via Paramount Plus. For $13 per month, you can get all the UFC events and all of Paramount's content ad-free. This is actually
that is so fucking crazy, dude.
A monumental shift. For the first time ever,
$7 billion.
Fans will have access to the fights at the lowest cost in history. But it's not all positive. Some suspect that this is the beginning of the UFC resorting to basically all the exact issues I have already raised with streaming services. Once the UFC moves fully to a streaming platform, they've got your money locked in, whether the card.
But then how do fighters get cuts at pay-per-view? Because don't main card fighters get a base salary for the fight, and then they also get a cut of the pay-per-view earnings? So how does that happen? Like the views? No, I don't know. Coolified for the sub. Thank you for the 3. Hold up. Hold up. I usually watch on YouTube. You've got me through bad abuse, depression. Your message on suicide convinced me not to go through that. I want to let you know how much you truly help people and that you're great. I'm glad you met an amazing woman like Brooke who is able to make you happy, and I wish you two a long, happy life and a relationship. Thank you. I hope as a part of your audience, we continue to support you when you need us. Well, thank you for the 3, and I'm glad I've been able to help you through depression and the things that you've been going through, man. But suicide's never the answer. I'm hoping that you get the help that you need, and I'm hoping you're doing a little bit better now. And I appreciate the nice message, truly. Axe, DJ, and Lou for the sub.
Is stacked with superstars or filled with nobodies. That pressure to deliver massive must-see events disappears overnight.
McGregor was the last fight to get pay-per-view percentage. Is that true?
And honestly, that's already been happening in the past couple years. The storytelling is basically non-existent. Cards are bloated with fighters nobody cares about. Their upcoming talent pool is getting less impressive and exciting. But now the cost of 13...
It is less... I do see a lot of people say what is it, Dagestan? Like, all those guys coming out of there are like boring to watch. I don't know. I'm not like an avid UFC watcher. I'll watch like big cards that I'm hype about for like fighters I want to see. But a lot of people say like wrestler UFC fighters are really boring. But it's like it's a part of the game. You know, it's UFC, it's MMA, it's mixed martial arts. It's not just boxing and fucking high, spin kicks and knocking people the fuck out. Like a lot of it's going to be grappling. I will agree, though. When you're hyped for a main card and then you wait 3 hours for the main card to start and they're just hugging each other on the floor for fucking the entirety of the fight, it's not fun to watch. But it's like, it's a part of the sport. You have to like that. You have to... That's more of an acquired taste in fighting, is watching guys like live in the clinch versus dudes that just strike and knock each other the fuck out.
Marquee events is roughly the same price as one pay-per-view. So as long
it's like the chess match part of it. It's like it's different from just like full power swinging.
as you get one good card per year, it's technically worth.
I like grappling. I like a mixture. I like when it's like some dude that's really good at grappling and then also a guy that's good at grappling but also like, striking, and then you have them try to get out and play towards their expertise. It does suck when it's literally just like they live in a clinch and nothing happens and they just throw like elbows.
The subscription. They quite literally just cheapened their product, so we should expect the quality to decrease even more. Also, fighters have traditionally been paid based on pay-per-view points, meaning if the card sold well, they got paid well. Once that model disappears, the UFC has to raise base pay for their top
Oh, see, that answers my question.
stars just to keep them happy. That makes those stars more expensive to book, so to save money, the UFC will inevitably have them fight less. Fewer high-profile matchups, more watered-down fight nights, and a whole...
Yo, can we ban that? Throw it in sub-only mode right now. I'm sorry, there's a lot of spammers. I've been timing people out left and right. I'm like, just...
lot of filler. Fans will pay less, but they also will get less. All of these companies across the entire entertainment industry, besides music, kinda, have overcomplicated their model of delivering content to customers for the sole purpose of squeezing every last dollar out of the end user. I believe most people are good people, and I don't think anyone expects to get quality entertainment for free. We were in a good sweet spot in the 2010s, but greed ruined it. Now the costs are higher, the content is worse, and the convenience is gone. I've canceled nearly all of...
It'll revert. It has to. Because there's a level of like, not even like capitalism, but there's a level of like competition where if it gets too expensive and they don't have a good like portfolio of shit, people are just going to stop buying it. Those companies fail. That catalog of stuff goes to another company. They might hike their prices, but it'll still be a better deal overall. Like, it sucks, but it's going to be an up and down. It's hills.
my subscriptions or reduce to just the ad tier because I just don't watch as much. And I know I'm not alone. When the system no longer respects the consumer finds another way. That's why piracy doesn't feel like stealing anymore. It feels like the logical solution.
Do you think this will have UFC fighters leave? What, and go to a different fighting league? Because Dana's still probably paying them more than anybody else. So probably not. This and iDubbbz for the sub for the 3. Thank you for everything. Cool for the sub. Thank you. All right. Chat, we have this video. It's a little philosophy vid. Then we're going to hop into the chat's favorite snack review. We're reacting to this guy again. I made a video a while back doing a little rundown. Also, this is philosophy. So I got to do a little, this is philosophy. We're going to be talking about religion. So I got to be giving a little PSA. If you're going to get upset at me, I would probably leave the stream. I value your opinion. I do not want to disrespect any other religion or any religion in general. I value the idea of faith and organized religion. But I might say some things that piss you off. I made a video a while back about why I don't believe in God. This guy responded to me. I responded to him. He responded to me again. It was there, then and done. And then he just made another video about me saying the worst atheist argument. So we're going to give this another tune in.
So this very common atheist argument is one of the greatest at showing where the atheist...
I'm not an atheist. I'm not an atheist. Let's just start off on that. I don't believe in any organized religion God. I do not believe in any of the Abrahamic religions' idea of a God. But I do not deny the existence of a supreme being or God or gods. I do not think any of the organized religions that have been put forth in front of me are correct. But I do not, I would say I'm agnostic, maybe in between agnostic and atheist, right? And the idea that I don't know, so I'm not choosing, but I do not agree with any organized religion that I have heard of in my life. I'm not saying that they're bad religions. I just don't believe in them, right? But that doesn't mean that I deny the existence of any being or God, because that's what an atheist is. They deny the existence of gods or God. Swerve for the sub, ride for the 1,000 biddies. About a year ago, lost my dad to a brain tumor. Rip in the chat. When I was 16, your content really helped me through everything, and I wanted to give back when I could. Thanks for being amazing. Well, I'm glad I'm able to help, man, but I'm sorry for the loss of your father. Fucking F cancer if it was a cancerous brain tumor. That's terrible, man. Genuinely. I hope the mourning process is going well for you and your family. All right. Anyways, lock it.
Atheists' hearts are at. They really hate God. They really love death. They love sin. And ultimately, they are suppressed.
I don't think atheists hate God and love death. Atheists don't think God is real. So that's a contradictive statement. They can't hate something that doesn't exist in their mind. And who the fuck loves death? And then he's going to go into me. Also, this is the part that I've seen. This is a video of me talking about my dead grandfather, by the way.
Seeing the truth and unright.
So let's give this a watch and see what he has to say.
Righteousness.
This is probably going to upset some of the religious people when I say this, but when I left that funeral, all I felt was hatred. Not towards him, right? But like the universe in general.
So this is just one video as an example. There's a bunch of atheists.
Keep in mind, I said, I felt hate for the universe. I didn't say God. I said I felt hate for the universe. I remember being mad that the way life works is that people die, right? I hate that we are born into the world and you get to live a life, you build connections with people that you love, and then you watch them die and you die yourself. I despise that. And now that is, I would say, the direct opposition of me saying that I love death. And I'm not saying that I hate God. I'm saying that I hate that this is the way that the world works.
To say this same kind of stuff. But first thing I have to ask, why are you getting angry at something? It'd be like me getting angry at a rock. Well, the rock, the universe, atoms, gravity, these don't do anything.
I gotta move chat. Hold up. If I could fucking click on this, god damn.
These aren't people, okay? The emotion of anger, getting angry at anything, presupposes personhood, like someone to be angry at, right? At the end of the day, if death only happens because...
I don't think anger means that it goes directly to an individual. I think grieving in general is the process of love not being able to be redirected to anybody, so anger takes its place, anger and sadness. Grieving is love for somebody that it cannot go anywhere, so you feel anger, disdain, and sadness instead. I think it's a stretch to say that if you feel angry, it has to be at someone. No, you could just be mad. You could just be mad at nothing.
You know, this is all just a cosmic accident. We shouldn't be here anyways. Nothing matters at the end of the day. Then your anger doesn't matter at the end of the day either. So as a Christian, I can actually be angry and have a good reason to be angry because someone dies, because death is not supposed to be here. The devil's a liar. All my homies hate the devil and sin, right?
To say that you are the only person that could be mad at death because you are Christian and believe in God is insane. You could be, I would say the idea of death is more upsetting for an atheist than a Christian because you believe in an afterlife. I think my grandpa's gone. I think my grandpa does not exist in any fashion. I don't think his soul is anywhere. I think he ceases to exist. He is a memory in my mind, and that is it. And I hate that, right? And you could say just change that. I can't change the way that I think because logically I can't convince myself to believe in something that I don't believe in, right? Like deep down I know that I don't believe in it. I can't just lie till it's true, right? So it's like in that sense, I get what you're saying, but it's not true that just because somebody doesn't believe in God that they themselves can't get angry at the death of loved ones or they can't understand death in the same way you do.
Christians have an actual reason to be angry when people die. But as for atheists, there's nobody to be angry at. It's just like getting angry that a rock fizzled out of existence or something. On atheism, ultimately, humans are no more valuable than rocks, right? Because
I think that he doesn't understand the idea of individual morality and purpose outside of organized religion or somebody telling you what to believe in, right? Because I don't even think that this guy shares the average Christian take. Because I think, being real, 60% of my chat is from the United States. 65% of American adults self-identify as Christian. A lot of my chatters are Christian, and I feel like a lot of people would disagree with him. Like, let me rewind.
On atheism, ultimately, humans are no more valuable than rocks, right?
Like, to say that humans are no more valuable than rocks is to say that because nobody's giving me a definitive set of moral beliefs and a definitive set of what is valuable and invaluable, then that means nothing's valuable, right? If there is no God, Allah, or Yeshua, then there is nothing. Right? There's no value in anything. And that's like, yes, I think religion gives more value to life inherently, but to say that if you don't believe in God, there's no value in anything, like it's not God or nihilism, man, is more kind of what I'm getting at. Like it's not, that's what he's saying. He is positing that if you are not religious and you decline the idea of a God, you are inherently nihilist, you have no value in anything, nothing matters, and that's it, right? Like, there's still other philosophical ideologies outside of, yeah, no, the universe has no purpose, nothing matters, and we're all going to die, and who cares? Like, that's not what it is, right? It's not just like Friedrich Nietzsche or religion. Like, there's a middle ground.
Because according to them, that is really what we are. We are made of stardust. Now, obviously, that's false. We are made of dust, yes, from the ground. God created us from the dirt, according to Genesis. So there's some truth to pointing out that we are not that valuable in the grand scheme of things. We really are just specks of dust in a huge universe, but we are specks of dust made in the image of God, okay? I believe that this shows something of the humility of God in creating humans, not to be the biggest, loudest, most powerful animal on the planet, but humans are creatures that are rational. We can come up with arguments and use math, right? And it's because of this that we are able to use God's...
We're rational creatures, but we still show high levels of irrationality, right? Like, we are highly irrational as well. We're still fucking animals. Like, we're animals. We fuck up constantly, right? You do things that are irrational. You let your emotions carry you more, right? Because we're animals. If we were just fully rational beings, we wouldn't have that, right? And then that's where he would probably say you get into the idea of like sin, and you have to decline that portion of yourself and give yourself towards God. And I understand that, but it's like an atheist can still see that we're rational beings that care for each other. Even if morality is a necessary illusion, it still is a necessary illusion. It matters to us. Even though I really do believe that human morality doesn't matter outside of human perspective in Earth, it still matters because we give it meaning. Meaning is something that is given to something. It doesn't matter unless you think it matters, right? Like, that's what I'm saying. I don't think something inherently matters. I think it matters if you think it does, right? That's the difference between us. You think it already is proven and universally, objectively something that matters and has value. I don't think it has value unless I attribute value to it. Because I am a controlled being that is capable of giving awareness and purpose and, I guess, care towards something or someone.
Creation and have dominion over it as he designed it. Okay. So, angry at the universe. Okay. If atheism is true, I don't care if you're angry. Everybody dies anyways. Let's just eat and drink, for tomorrow we die. If I were a...
I never said you had to fucking care if I was angry at the universe. This is a video of me explaining how I was digesting the death of my grandfather, my father figure in my life, because my parents were divorced when I was a kid. I'm not trying to like guilt trip this motherfucker, but it's like, I wasn't sitting here going, yeah, I really need to hear this fucking response to this guy. No, I was going, this is how I felt. And the point of me making the video was to help others, I guess, go through the death of people they know and mourn by using the perspective of somebody else, because having another person's perspective is always valuable regardless of your individual opinion or, I guess, way of living.
Somewhat logical atheist, it's impossible, but I really would take my belief to its logical conclusion. I would be the most logical atheist you can be, and I genuinely would not care about people dying because there's nothing we can do about this. So this just goes to show.
To say that there's nothing you could do about anything and therefore it doesn't matter is nihilism. It's not atheism, right? Atheism and nihilism do go hand in hand at times, but like you're fully describing something that is not atheism. Like you're saying, yes, if I was atheist, I would be fully logical and I wouldn't care if anybody died. Okay, that's insane that you think that way, that it's God or nothing, and that's fine, right? But, you know, not every atheist believes that because there is no God, nothing matters and everybody, I don't give a fuck if people die. People die, I don't care because there's nothing that I could do about it. There's nothing you could do about anything. Even there's nothing you could do about most things, even as a religious individual, right? Like most shit's out of your hands, right? So the argument that you're making, it's like that still applies to you in some fashion, right? Outside of maybe praying for certain things. Like you don't control most people's lives or whether or not people live or die. So it's like, in that sense, why do you care?
That someone like this is suppressing the truth and unrighteousness. There is a real anger, sadness, justified sadness when people die and there's suffering and sin in the world and all this kind of stuff. But instead of taking your complaints to God, the one who can ultimately fix everything, and he has promised to fix everything at the end of the day, atheists would rather suppress all that and opt for their sin. This always happens. They eventually always expose.
No, I just don't think that God's going to fix anything for me, and I don't want to live under that. I would rather try and find some meaning in the universe for myself and a purpose in my own life prior to my own death, because I don't think there's anything after it. So that's what I'm doing. And like, we'll read the comments in a bit, and all of them are saying that I'm being like controlled by the devil and I need to turn to God and something. But it's like, I don't think that's what it is. I think I'm just struggling to know what I believe, right? And I've been doing that for the past years, right? That's why that's why I changed my major in college to philosophy and religion, because I want to know what I believe, you know? And I don't, right? That's why I always say I'm agnostic, because I know what I don't believe in. I don't know what I do believe in. I don't know what I know what I don't believe in. And I don't believe in any organized religion that has been put forth in front of me, right? Is that to say that they're wrong? No, because it's the idea of faith, right? I cannot prove that you're right. You can't prove that I'm wrong, right? it's the same thing, right? And vice versa. Like, we're believing in something without knowing truly whether or not it's right or wrong, right? You have faith. That's why you have faith, is because there's not definitive proof that it's real, right? There's proof that might back it slightly, but at the end of the day, there is some skepticism that's involved, and your faith beats that skepticism to believe in something, right? Skepticism is reasonable and normal in religious paths, right? So that's why I still value those opinions and those people, even if I do not agree with them.
Then when you push them on why they don't believe in God and all this stuff, at the end of the day, it's because I don't want to. I want to do this thing.
It's not that I don't want to believe in God. It's not that I don't want to believe in God. It's that I cannot believe in God because I don't, everything. Why would I not want to believe? Why would I not want to believe in something that guarantees me eternal life? Why would I not want to, that's what gets me fucking so mad about listening to this guy talk. It's like, because this is what he said the first time. It's like, I would love to believe that. I can't. I tried. Dude, you sit there and you go through the fucking traditions, you go through the mass, you go through that, and I'm sitting there and I'm like, I want this to be real, but in my head I'm like, this is wrong. This isn't real. This is not real. This is human made. This is human made. Through anthropology, I believe, genuinely, I believe all religions are started through human beliefs to find ways to attribute meaning to a universe that doesn't make sense and give them some sort of safety and, I guess, purpose in their own individual life. Desert dwellers versus jungle dwellers versus nomads. If you go historically through all of those religions and how they started, you can see that they arose in various different religions from different parts of the world, right? Have very similar beliefs. Not because it's like, oh, that religion obviously is just the same religion in different formats. No, they have the same beliefs in different religious formats because they're apart from each other across the world, but they live in the same struggles, right? They both live in the jungle. Somebody that lives in the Amazonian rainforest versus somebody that lives in a jungle in Asia, right? Or somebody that does this, right? And so like you go through all of these religions and you have ones that believe in certain gods or multiple gods. You have ones that believe in a monotheistic God, and you go through what they believed in, and that's what I want to believe in them. But when I sit there and then I think about it, I'm like, no, I think humans made this, right? And there are things that people will bring up, like the resurrection of Jesus or other things that kind of point to the opposite. And I think those do stump me at times, but it's not enough for me to fully believe in it. And I've tried. I have tried. I would love to be religious. I think it would make my life so much easier. But I can't make myself believe in something that I know truly deep down in the back of my brain, the person that is watching my life unfold does not believe in, right? Like, I know a lot of people are Christian in my chat. I know a lot of people are following Islam in my chat, or Jewish, or, whatever religion you may be. I cannot believe in them because when I try, even if I go through the swings and the motions of it, in the back of my head, I will always know that I doubt it, and I fully doubt it. And faith doesn't change that. Talking to a priest, which I've done, doesn't change that. Them telling me that I need to believe in God doesn't change that, because it's not solving the logical disagreements that I have with how the religion started, how God was created to begin with, and whether or not the afterlife even exists. And so when I sit there and I tell myself, like, I need to just believe in this, it's like a worm in your brain that's always telling you that. And a lot of people would say that's the devil. I would say that it's my human consciousness and reason making me doubt a fairly doubtable thing.
Over here. So in all this, they prove the Bible to be true when the scriptures explicitly teach over and over again. The reason why people don't believe in Jesus isn't because there's not enough good arguments from the Christians and blah, 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 blah. No,
there are really good arguments. Like, I'm not going to sit here and say that there aren't good arguments for the existence of God or the resurrection of Jesus. There is, right? Because if they were all bad arguments, nobody would fucking believe in it. But it's like, it's the same thing. You know what I mean? Joe, you lack faith.
It's because they don't want Jesus.
I know.
It's a heart problem,
But I don't lack faith because I don't want to have faith. I lack faith because I don't have enough to launch me into faith. You have faith because you reasonably believe that that is true, whatever religion you fall under, right? Or faith-based belief that you fall under. You believe it because there's enough reasonable evidence for you to think, okay, this isn't that much of a stretch. I believe in this. I would say that this is likely true. I'm going to dedicate my life to this. Whether it be through firsthand accounts or, religious teachings, there's a multitude of reasons that make you faith-based, wanting to believe in something, right? But for me, I don't have that. So it's like, just as you can't see my consciousness, I can't see yours, right? So it's like, whenever I have this argument, not even argument, discussion, I would say, with somebody, a lot of the time the response is, no, you're not getting what I'm saying. You don't have enough faith. But it's like, no, you don't understand my point of view, right? Because whenever somebody says, there's a lot of Christians that are like, I get that, right? And I feel like the people that I talk to that say I get that had a similar problem as mine, right? Or like St. Augustine, who fell out of the faith and then returned, right? But a lot of the time somebody has always been Christian and never not been Christian. It's like, no, man, you just need to believe in it, because their entire life they always have. So it's like they can't even understand what I'm saying. And I'm not saying this applies to everybody, but I'm saying it's like, if you've always believed in it, it's like, you're not going to fucking understand what the hell I'm saying. And I'm not going to understand what you're saying, because we've never lived in each other's shoes.
Intellectual or evidence.
Sky and Gizzy for the sub. Six user and Rocket for the sub. For the 3, thank you for entertaining me. And I get covered. Thank you for getting me through it. TNT for the sub. Frost for the 3. I'm religious because fading into nothingness after I die is a worse fear for me, even compared to an eternal. What? I'm religious because fading into nothingness after I die is a worse fear for me, even compared to an eternal. But I can't be religious out of fear. I can't be religious because I fear hell. I can't be religious, and that's what kept me in it for a bit. If I'm being real, was when I was in high school, or even a little bit out of it. I was like still, I would say, Christian or Catholic in the sense, because I was worried that if I didn't believe in it and I was wrong, I would burn forever. But I'm like, then I go into the logic of that, and I'm like, well, why the fuck would I want to believe in something where that's, I guess, the ultimatum there to begin with, in my mind, Perry for the 3. Comparing a rock to your grandpa is best up, Joe. Yeah, well, I mean, he thinks that I think my grandpa and a rock are the same thing, so it's fine. CUNY for the 3. Got broken up with my day after my best friend, 3 years cutting me off. Made myself hot chocolate. Calm down, watch your stream. Thank you for creating amazing content. Well, I'm glad I'm able to help, and I'm sorry you're going through that. Kang and Slick for the sub. RP for the sub. Super for the 3. He's looking at your content. Liquid for the 3. Didn't you say you weren't gonna keep going back and forth? Well, he stopped for like months. Jay and Rye for the sub. Dia and Sky for the sub. After this, we'll probably watch, my fucking response to him and then make another response, which is fine, but I'm just not gonna watch that one. For the 3, a little high right now. I'm locked into this convo. Well, dude, I love talking about this, and I'm not really reading chat right now because they're spamming paragraphs, and it's probably like I'm sorry, I'm not reading chat. I'm just gonna I'm gonna speak my mind.
Problem. Okay.
Why do we have to go through this? And obviously,
you don't have to. On atheism, you don't have to, right?
I have a tattoo that says, what do you mean I don't have to? Like, I still have to go through the death of loved ones. He's saying I don't have to grieve because it doesn't matter. It's a part of humans to grieve, right? It's not religion that makes people grieve. Like, he's literally just proven wrong with the fact of, like, elephants or dolphins, like other animals that grieve their loved ones that don't even understand the concept of language, let alone religion or faith-based belief or an afterlife or God. Like, the permanent absence of an individual is upsetting regardless of whether or not you believe in a supreme being. Like, it's fully upsetting. Life is only precious because it ends, right? I don't have to go through it. Like, is somebody not going through that, I would say it's like, dude, that's like a whole different ball game, man. Like, if you're, it's not even atheist or not. Like, if you're somebody that witnesses, like, your fully, like, closest loved ones die and you don't care, like, something's wrong. Like, I think that's not even a religious thing. Like, if you're not mourning any of your loved ones ever, like, you might have some problems. Like, I'm upset. There's difference between, like, a level of grieving shock where you just don't emotionally respond and you kind of become like a husk versus, like, actually just not giving a fuck. And because he's dead, right? But these are experiences that only have value because they're, they have an end date, right? They have an expiration date. If if you could just.
So that's the main argument that I'm going to be going over in this video. This idea.
Well, I think the point that I was trying to make is that death sucks, but death gives life meaning because life is full of dualities. And if you are worried about death, it makes you have more appreciation for life because the tattoo on my chest, life is only precious because it ends. If everybody were immortal, life wouldn't matter. There would be no definitive time or end date on anything. It wouldn't matter when you got stuff done. It wouldn't matter if you made connections. Nothing would matter because there would be no death. Right. Death motivates, you being proactive, you having a purpose, you having a passion, you doing things because there's a shot clock, You don't see it, but you know it's there. Smart ass for the 3. Love you a lot. You're on the right track. I really want to spend the rest of eternity with you, dog, so I'm going to keep praying. And yeah, this is low-key not great at apologetics. ZZ for the sub.
Yeah, that things are only valuable because they end.
Take it out of sub only. I want people to be able to type what they're thinking, but chat, don't spam full paragraphs.
And so our life is only valuable
and somebody immediately spammed a full paragraph.
Because it's going to end. You Christians, you promise eternal life to people. That would just devalue life. That's their argument. It's terrible. But the first thing we have to ask is, how do you know life ends? They don't.
I do know life ends. It's insanity to think that life wouldn't end. You see others die around you. Oh, so you're a fan of quantum immortality. You're a fan of the idea that you're the only person that is real? Questionably, is this a solipsism argument? Are we going into the idea that you're the only real human and everybody else is fake and you're actually going to live forever because you're the only person in infinite number of universes that is quantumly immortal? Every option where you would die, you don't.
Actually, how does the atheist know for certain that he's going to die someday? The fact is,
because everybody else dies around you. It is a process of trial and error, and there is a common saying that insanity is repeating the same process over and over, expecting a different result. I am seeing everybody repeating the same process of life around me, and I'm witnessing that they die. And so it is logical to assume, as an atheist, what you're saying is only based on logic, so I don't know what argument you're trying to make, but you're presuming that as an atheist who only bases his arguments off of logic, that logically witnessing everything else die would make you insinuate that you as well would die. Everyone dies. We're going to die. Just because I am not 100% sure that I'm going to die because somebody else dies, it's like, well, yeah, no shit. Because when you're dead, when you die, you're dead. So you're not going to know if you... I think he's trying to say, because I've never died, I'm not going to know if I die. What the fuck?
if atheism were true, you couldn't know if you were going to die someday. Now, of course, the atheists would say, well, all the other humans have died in the past. People have observed using science that people die.
It's not science. There's people observe different causes of death through scientific means and medical means, but it's not science to look at someone die and go, that's probably going to be me one day.
Eventually, sometimes due to natural causes or murder or whatever, but everybody dies, which we can simply say, okay, cool, but how do you know that it's going to remain that way in the future? What's science?
Because it would be insanity to think otherwise.
Experiment can you perform that would tell us what the future is going to be like? There is no science experiment because this goes beyond science. And you know, it's funny, most people haven't actually observed any one human being die. We've only heard eyewitness testimony of people dying. I've never seen someone die. At best,
I would say most people have seen somebody die. Maybe on video, not in person. I would say most people have seen somebody die. More recently, Charlie Kirk. I would say most people in this chat probably saw him get shot in the fucking neck. He probably died right there, right? Like, or live leak videos. You've probably seen somebody die, maybe on video, not in person, and then he would say, like, those are, like, facades or fake. But, like, to say that most people have not seen somebody die, I would say is wrong in modern times.
On atheism, all they have is, I am most likely going to die based on my observations in the past.
I would say, yes, I'm most likely going to die, but I think you're like soft launching the idea of most likely. When I say I'm most likely going to die, I don't think I'm 75% sure that I'm going to die. I would say I'm 99.9999999 infinitely that I'm going to die. The chances are that I'm going to die are almost as sure of a coin landing on heads or tails? Is there a 0.000 infinite one chance that it fucking lands straight on the tip like this? and fucking straight up and down, doesn't land on either side? Yeah, sure. Right? What are the odds of that? Basically nothing.
At least different eyewitness testimonies. All the best evidence points to me eventually dying. So even if you give them all that, still the question remains, why should we expect at all that humans are going to continue to die? Why isn't it that all of a sudden humans right now just all become immortal and we never die anymore? Why doesn't that happen? Why don't the laws of physics just randomly change for whatever reason? After all, we're in a random chance universe. This is one of those questions that atheists, they literally can't answer this.
What is he asking me right now, bro? Hold
All of
up.
a sudden, humans right now just all become immortal and we never die anymore. Why?
Because that would be extremely illogical to believe so. Why would we all just randomly become immortal?
Doesn't that happen? Why don't the laws of physics just randomly change for whatever reason? After all, we're in a random chance universe. This is one of those.
We're in a random chance universe. The laws of physics exist, but there is random chance that it's involved in the universe in terms of like natural selection in terms of like evolution or what? Like I don't want to make an even more crazy argument. But go watch the new Veritasium video on how we're basically just conscious husks that are basically vessels to continue our DNA through a path of immortality. Right, where we basically just reproduce over and over again to keep our genes immortal, when in reality our consciousness is just a facade to continue that genetic passing down of traits so our genes don't die rather than us, right? Like, I could make the argument that we're not even really conscious. We just have the false illusion of consciousness that was given to us by our DNA over millions and millions of years of evolution through natural selection, because it's the ideal traits to continue your gene pool being passed down to the future generations. And you could say that through any other animal. That's absurd, right? And that's going to piss them off that I said that, right? But it's like, I'm not going to use that argument. Like, what you're saying is like, how do I know that I'm not going to be immortal? How do I know that that there are laws of the universe and it's not by random chance that we just randomly become immortal? Because that's a mutation that would likely never occur because our telomeres shorten scientifically, and that's not something that could happen in human biology unless we were able to genuinely transfer our consciousness to another non-human living thing. Because organic matter decays and has a definitive lifespan that will not be forever. You will never live forever. You will die. Everyone will die, right? The only way is like, unless you literally upload your consciousness into a fucking computer, you're going to die.
Change for whatever reason. After all, we're in a random chance universe. This is one of those questions that atheists, they literally can't answer this, and some of them are willing to admit that. The fact is, if atheism were true, we couldn't actually know or have any good reason to assume that humans are going to continue to die. We wouldn't have any good reason to assume that the sun is going to rise tomorrow.
Okay, it's not any good reason. It's not any good. We do have a good reason, bro. People used to fucking sacrifice people so the sun would rise the next day, not knowing that if they had scientific knowledge that it would rise the next day no matter what. It had nothing to do with whether or not they cut the heart out of a man and raised it towards the sky. They didn't need to do that. The sun would have rose again and again and again and again, regardless of such, right? Like, I feel like you're using an argument and you're saying like, oh, atheists have no, yes, there's no definitive proof that we will not be immortal in the coming years, right? But there is heavy evidence that would point to the exact opposite.
But it's because Christianity is true that we do have good reason. God promised that while all the days of the earth remain, seedtime and harvest, cold and heat, and summer and winter, and day and night shall not cease. And God keeps nature, generally speaking, uniform. He causes the sun to rise every single day. And the pattern we see in the real world reflects what Scripture teaches about humanity, that Adam sinned against God, and that
God, he's going back to the thing that he did in the first one, where he's just trying to prove his argument using the Bible. You can't prove the argument of God's existence using the Bible. You can't prove the argument. You're saying that I'm dumb and that atheism, I'm not even atheist. I got to keep reminding that. I'm not even atheist, but I'm now defending the argument of atheism in that you're saying it's dumb to be atheist because you can't prove that we're not all just going to be immortal one day. But then you say, well, I know that we're not all going to be immortal one day because a book written 2,000 years ago said so. what the fuck are we doing, dude? Like, how is this the argument that we're having? If we're gonna do an a priori, we're doing an a priori argument on whether or not God exists. Why are we using the Bible? I have nothing wrong with the Bible. The Bible matters to people who believe in God, but you can't believe in the Bible prior to believing in God. You believe in God, then the Bible. You believe in Christianity, then the Bible, right? You don't believe in the Bible before God. How are you going to believe in a book written by a God that you don't believe in, right? So you have to prove that you believe in God first prior to using the Bible. It's like, I never understand why he just keeps going back to every single time I've ever reacted to one of his videos. He gets mad at me, and then he says that I have a stupid fucking opinion, and then he's like, okay, here's why your opinion's wrong, and then he quotes the Bible. I'm like, that's not...
Death into the world, and all humans, because of that sin inherited from Adam, all humans die. But because Christ came into the world, that death can be conquered through faith in him, and so comes the resurrection of the dead. I know I'm going to die because I have been born into this world, and the certainty of my death comes from Scripture, not just my observation or eyewitness testimony from other people, like, oh yeah, my grandma died, my uncle died, oh, my sister died, oh, now we...
Wouldn't a first-hand account be more evidence than the book that's been translated? What? I feel like bro, most religious people believe in God and the Bible, but the idea that they know they're going to die is probably coming from personal first-hand accounts rather than Scripture. Like, they believe they're going to die because they saw their grandma die. They saw their mom die. They saw their dad die. They saw their siblings die. And they're going, I'm probably going to die. They're not going, I only know I'm going to die because the book that was, the Bible said so. Most Christians aren't living like this. Like, I refuse to believe that this is like, because I know half of my friends are Christians. Half of my friends are devout Christians. They go to church fucking 3 days a week, bro. If I had a conversation with them about this, they would be like, what the hell is this guy saying?
Conclude that we're going to die as well. Sure, that's fine. But the knowledge comes from Scripture, what God's word has for us. Because without God's word, without the fear of God, no one can know anything at all. If all we have to go off of is our subjective experiences, we're not omniscient. We could be fooled. Throughout all my life, I've experienced this thing over and over again. Science is based on examining patterns and using that to...
But if he's saying we could be fooled, how do you know you're not being fooled with Scripture? I want to know why he's saying that it's illogical to believe in like firsthand accounts and consistent observations, but it's illogical. But it's illogical to believe in firsthand accounts and first person observations consistently. But it's not illogical to believe in just the Scripture saying that this is what's happening.
Predict the future, right?
He's using you for content, bro. It's not rage bait, Chad. It's not rage bait. It's his entire fucking. It's his entire account is about this. Like, literally all of that. It's all of this. Debunking Judaism. Like, bro, these thumbnails are crazy too. Where was the one that was insane? There was one that was nuts. Yeah, this one. Should Trump ban the gay? Death penalty, please.
So there's very common atheist tomorrow. Who's going to tell me that that's wrong? Again, science, it only gets you so far. That's why science is not something to be worshipped. It is a tool that we can use to examine God's creation. It's a great tool, but it should not be the foundation for our philosophy. Okay. Secondly, when the atheist...
Yeah, but you logically, I think, like, it's not the foundation for your philosophy, but, like, you have faith-based belief based on reason, and science is, my religion isn't science, right? But to say that, like, science is only used as a second hand after you believe in God, I feel like most people have observation, scientific explanation, and then believe in God.
Speaks of life having value at all. We have to ask.
Did Joe do the snacks yet? No, we're going to do after this. Pop for the 3. Christian guy's horrible explanations of Christian. Not fucking party tweaking. Sketty for the 3. As a man with a relationship with Jesus Christ, this guy sucks at explaining why the majority of us believe. Also, somebody said, someone said Joe is hating Christians. I've been here for a while, and he's been very respectful of my beliefs. Never made me feel attacked. I don't hate Christians, chat. I have half of my friends are Christian. I have nothing wrong with Christianity. I have literally gone to a Catholic school. I've studied Christianity in college. I think it's a great religion that gives people meaning. I don't personally believe in it. What I'm getting mad at is that this guy is making the worst fucking points I've ever heard. Like, and it's not like there's a level of, it's more so the respect of like a personal belief. It's like, I would never react to this guy if he wasn't making videos about me. You know what I mean? That's kind of what I'm saying. It's like, I'll share my opinion, he'll share his opinion, we'll have our different bubbles. You know, you'll watch mine, you'll be like, I don't really believe in that. I'd watch his videos, I go, I don't really believe in that. But then he takes one of my videos and he goes, this guy's a fucking dumbass, and here's why. And then he proceeds to make the worst points over and over again about how everything I say is stupid, right? And so, like, obviously, then I'm just going to counter your points and be like, no, what you're saying is stupid. I'm not attacking Christianity. I'm defending my point because he's attacking mine. And not in a sense of like, oh, why do you believe in this? It's not a question. He's just going, no, you're wrong. Here's why. Nate for the 3. Takes are wild. Israel for the sub, Phil for the sub, Bo for the 1,000. But he's been through a similar situation. I'm truly jealous of those who can. I think I already read that. YT for the sub. Villain and Scully for the sub. Hey for the sub.
According to who? Who values the life? There's a lot of atheists out there who don't value my life at all.
He did this so you could react to it and get him views? Oh, yeah, maybe.
Well, my life is...
I don't care. I'll give him the fucking views then.
Completely worthless, according to a lot of people. The world would be better off if people like me didn't exist, according to them. So again, if there's...
I never said that! I never said that! You're saying I never said that. I never said I would never want religion to cease to exist. I think it should be an option. How it is now. You should believe or don't believe. It's up to you. It's your fucking life. I don't care that you're Christian. It's up to you. I fucking respect that. Whatever. I'm not like, oh yeah, you know you shouldn't exist. No.
Atheists out there who want to be consistent. They're gonna...
I've had chatters ask me, what if religion didn't exist? I would say, I don't know. Like, I think people do need stuff to believe in. Not every individual. It's person basis. Some people want to fall into specific religion categories. They want to fall into an organized religion because they feel meaning and purpose, and they feel like they're being given something to believe in, and they believe in that, and that's fucking awesome. I don't have anything wrong with that.
Have to bite the bullet and say, yep, it's all subjective. Your life's value is only up to you, and the value that you've placed on yourself is just as much meaningful as someone else's value that they've placed onto you. And so you're worthless and very valuable at the same time, because it's all relative, right? So anytime an atheist wants to talk about the value of life, that would presuppose an objective value of life, like God values people. So for them to talk this way at all, it shows that they know God deep down. They know that human life is inherently valuable, different than the animal life. Nobody's crashing out and having panic attacks over an amoeba dying. Oh no, I stepped on an...
Well, I think that the value of life comes from a level of, well, obviously I'm going to value human life over other life because I myself is human, and there's a level of social connectivity and value that I'm going to attribute to somebody of my own species than another. But I think life has more and more value depending on the level of consciousness and connection that you can have with that specific creature. Yeah, I'm not really going to value an ant's life very much, but I still think ants have meaning in the world, right? Am I going to feel bad about stepping on an ant? No, right? But the more conscious something is, the more you begin to feel less, or not less, the more you begin to feel more upset about it.
Ant, oh, why do we have to experience all this? I'm so angry at the universe. Oh, the ants are dying. The bees, the mosquitoes. Again,
like you'd probably feel less bad about killing a rat than a dog. You're going to feel less bad about killing a dog than a human. Right? Like, it's like there is scales to this shit. It's not like I either take it or leave it. Like, it's not a take it or leave it. You either care about nothing or everything.
God created every atheist, every human being in his image. There's certain knowledge that he's given to the atheists that humans are different from animals. We are made in the image of God. And killing a human, for example, is much worse than killing an ant. The law says...
I agree with that. I don't think any atheist would argue that they're the same. I don't know. Maybe there is. I could tell you, I think that person's stupid. I am never going to make the argument that killing an ant and a human are exactly the same, because they're not.
you should be put to death if you kill another human unjustly. But it doesn't say the same thing for ants or cats or something. So this shows that the atheists understand the law of God, but they don't like the law of God. They suppress it, right? Now, just the very idea itself of the fact that something ends, that provides value to the thing itself, is very suspect. What about my car? Does it apply to that? Is my car...
Yes, it applies to anything that ends. If you infinitely had something, you would care less about it than if it was finite. Because things that are finite have a shot clock that you have to keep them and experience them in that time frame. Things that are finite are more meaningful than things that are infinite in a human's perspective. He's saying, oh, well, life's end date doesn't give it value. Yes, it does. Because if I was immortal, if I'm immortal, does life have meaning? Maybe, but probably not. Right? If I never die and I always exist, there's no motivation for anything. You could have that argument whether or not, like, you would go into the sci-fi world of like, well, what if you never stopped aging or all this other shit? Like, if you always existed and never didn't exist, you wouldn't be alive, right? Like, in the terminology that we're using. The language that we're using is a lot different here. Hold up. Sorry, I'm replying to Brooke. Sophia for the sub, Jumper for the sub, 200 for the 5. Do you believe in sin? If no. What do you think drives your morals and thought on what is right versus wrong? I mean, there is a level of, like, golden rule, right? But that's not just it. I think everybody has their own... Now we're getting into what he brought up in the last one when he got all mad when I said this. I think everybody has objective morals to themselves, but it's subjective to the whole, which is contradictive. But what I mean by that is, like, you have your own objective morals from your perspective, but those objective morals from another perspective are subjective, right? Like, I live by my own rules, right? As do you, as does everyone else in this own chat. There is law, then there is other things that kind of guide you, right? And you have your parents' values. I think what guides me from not wanting to kill people and what is right and wrong, like, you could go to Aristotle's Nicomachean Ethics and the idea of utility friendships and sharing use with one another, having a genetic need for social connectivity, recognizing that pain in another person could be attributed to yourself, and that you witnessing somebody else going through something that you would not want to go through makes you feel sadness and upset, right? You're a conscious being. You can derive morals from law and a culmination of things outside of just what does this book tell me, you know? Low for the sub. Which religion are you most convinced by as an atheist? None. Zev for the sub, Fran for the 3. You're trying to, please don't ask me questions where you're trying to get me to pick and choose in favorite religions. I said if I had to fall under one religion right now, it would be Buddhism. Like, in terms of, like, what I would believe in, but I don't believe in reincarnation. The only reason I like Buddhism that much is because the idea of nirvana and the cessation of life and death is kind of the goal, rather than there being another thing that's outside of death where you continue living. As like a veil to no longer be fearful of death. Simple for the sub, I'm for the sub, Fran for the 3. I'll leave it at 3. I believe you always have the best takes. Love you, Joe. Thank you. Sorry, I'm not reading a lot of these messages right now, chat. We really need to lock in. Lowell for the sub. Please don't send bets right now. I'm sorry. Please do not send bets.
Really only
Go for the sub.
valuable because eventually it's going to break down and not work anymore. Well, the car's purpose is to get me from point A to point B. And so if it stops doing that, it's not valuable anymore. So if the car's lifespan is only valuable because it eventually ends, that would presuppose that the purpose of the car is to eventually end. And so if we just turn this back onto humanity, that would presuppose that our purpose of life isn't to live. And what do we know about God? God himself, he's never going to die. And again, if you have this idea in your mind of immortality is bad because, you know, life is only valuable if it eventually ends, then you just completely block out any idea of God in your worldview. Because if God exists and he's immortal, then it must suck because life is only valuable when if it ends, right? So you would end up having to say, as an atheist, the meaning of life is to die. The purpose is to die. What gives our lives value is...
I think the meaning of life is to experience things prior to death. I don't think the meaning of life is death, because that would be circular, because then by that logic, any atheist would just instantly kill themselves. If the meaning of life is death, then by your logic, every atheist would go, I'm atheist, and then fucking die instantly, right? Because they would have recognized the meaning of life as death, right? No. I think the meaning of life is to live your own purpose and experience the world prior to
death. And so this is why scripture says those who hate wisdom, who calls in the streets, they love death. Atheists love death. Same thing with my headphones. Are these only valuable because they're going to stop working someday? No, they're valuable because they're doing the purpose that they're made for. And so it's the same thing with...
I mean, you're making the argument that is something valuable. I'm looking at my own life in myself and saying I and my life have value because I'm going to die one day, right? Life is only precious because it ends. Now you're going to a headset, which isn't me. It's a non-conscious item that serves one singular purpose. And you're going, well, does this thing matter? Like, it's just, what are we doing, bro?
Humans, we are valuable when we are doing what God told us to do. This is why scripture does call people worthless. Yes, in Romans chapter 3. All have turned aside, together they have become worthless. This is talking about humans in their sin. This is why God promised to judge these people. And ultimately on judgment day, people are going to die. Sinners are going to experience the permanent death. And yes, that was their purpose according to Romans 9. But what do we see elsewhere in scripture? God calls us extremely valuable, precious in his sight. But this is talking about Christian, people who do good deeds, people who offer up sacrifices to God in faith, the holy nation, a people for God's own possession. So all I'm doing in this video is showing how the atheists, they can't even stand on their own presuppositions. They believe this thing but they also believe this thing over here, and it's a clear contradiction. But we have the answers as Christians. I know why humans are valuable or not valuable, and it's not subjective. God has provided to us in his word the clear definitions for these things. So if atheism were true, they couldn't know that their life is going to end for sure. They have no objective measure to find out.
I think he's doing what a lot of people do to Christians wrongly and kind of lumping them into a group, because Christians vary drastically based off denomination and individual church, pastor, person. It's not just like you're Christian, that means you fall into every single group every Christian falls into. No, it's like, well, just because somebody is an atheist doesn't mean that they're going to have the same exact beliefs as somebody else that's an atheist. Like, there's levels to that shit. Not even levels. It's just, like, individuality, right? A Catholic Christian is going to have varying beliefs from a Mormon or a Protestant or an Anglican or, or just, like, a non-denominational Christian or somebody like a Lutheran, right? Presbyterian. You're going into, like, a Latter-day Saints. You could go into a million different things of, like, what do people believe in? Not all Christians are the same. In the same sense, neither all atheists.
Whether or not they're valuable. And, it's all relative and meaningless anyways. I can say that atheists are worthless, and then the atheists are going to say that the Christians are worthless. What?
No, I don't think Christians are worthless.
Okay, let's just eat and drink, because tomorrow we're going to die anyways. Nobody's going to win this debate because there is no judge over these things. Now, as for us Christians, we can explain these things. Life is valuable. We hate death because God...
But you are an atheist? I'm not atheist, but for the sake of this video, seeing that he was talking about me, I feel like I kind of have to take the devil's advocate. I have to be the devil's advocate here. Great phrase right now for the video we're watching.
God is life. Life.
I feel like I shouldn't have used that one.
Life is good. God is good. This is inherent knowledge that we're born with as images of God. People want to live, but they want to do so sinfully. So there's this value system in their mind already. They understand that life is good, they like it, and the end of life is not good. So when they're saying stuff like, oh, death gives life value, that is actually the coping mechanism for their own false belief system. It's really ironic because they're going to tell us that
it is a slight coping mechanism. It makes me feel better about the fact that I'm going to die. But then the converse thing is saying that viewing heaven as an afterlife of eternal life is a coping mechanism of death because you're not actually dying. You're just going to another form of existence that makes you feel better about the fact that your physical body's dying. So it's like, we're both coping. We're both coping. I'm saying that it's okay that I'm going to die because the fact that I'm going to die gives me meaning in some way. And you're saying, well, I'm not actually going to die.
That we're coping by believing.
in both scenarios, neither are really confronting the fact.
In Jesus, because we just can't handle the fact that we're going to die. Actually, I can handle it. I simply humbly believe what the creator of the universe told me, which is that he conquered death for me, and I don't have to die permanently in hell. So I'm going to die temporarily, but he's going to bring me back from the grave, and that's something to look forward to. What do we see here in Isaiah chapter 43? Meaning of life. Everyone who is called by my name, whom I have created for my glory, whom I have formed, even whom I have made. The purpose of humanity is to love their neighbors as themselves. I know that's not what it says here explicitly, but what is the glory of God? God is love. Father, Son, and Holy Spirit living in communion with one another for all eternity. And that's a good thing. And what are humans supposed to do? They're supposed to love their neighbors as themselves. The whole law is summed up in love your neighbor as yourself. When you're loving your neighbor as yourself, you are displaying the glory of God. And this is why the scripture says elsewhere in Ecclesiastes 12, the end of the matter, all that has been heard, fear God and keep his commandments, because this is the end of the matter for all mankind. For God will bring every work into judgment, everything which is hidden, whether it is good or evil. So what is the purpose of life? What gives humanity value? Well, first and foremost, the fact that we're made in the image of God. And secondly, whether or not we're found in Christ. If we are in Christ, we have been justified, we are doing the good works that God prepared for us to do, and we are providing value to the world because we are displaying the glory of God. Now, as for the evil people who don't do good deeds ever, they will be judged, and it will be found out that they are worthless, and that's why they will be thrown into the trash, Gehenna, the fire, the dump, and they will perish, right? Only those people will ultimately die, right? So to him who loves us and released us from our sins by his blood, and he has made...
Yeah, but you could argue that most people aren't evil. Like, I would say the average individual isn't, even the average Christian, the average person has done bad things. It's the idea that you do more good than bad.
Made us to be a kingdom, priest to his God and Father. To him be the glory and the might forever and ever. Amen.
All right. Read the comments. I really want to get into the fucking snack review. Yeah, I commented this. I'm not reading all that right now, but there was a few people that were like, you should repent, believe in the good news, died for your sins, may you be forgiven. I don't know. Joe is just clueless and prideful. One of the most terrible arguments in philosophy takes ever. It's just precious because it ends. It's absolutely dumb. No, it's not precious because it's good. Wait, no, it's precious because it's good. I have a door because I have a door. I'm saying a start and end sentence, bro. I'm saying life is only precious because it ends. I didn't even come up with that quote, bro. I got that from a fucking author. I'm saying life is only precious because it ends, and that's dumb. But then he says life is only precious because it's good. Let's look up the definition of precious. An item of great value or good value, not to be wasted or treated carelessly. So saying something is precious because it's good is like saying it's precious because it's precious. It's good. I don't care how much I see a sunset. It's always beautiful. Okay, that's valid. Yeah. But like you could say a sunset. You could get into a reasoning on why you think a sunset's beautiful. But I will not get tired of hanging out with my friends and just laugh together. Okay. Like what? Because meaning is everything. If there's no meaning, nothing matters and nothing is good. It's not bad, but we want... I can't even read these, bro. That's the most insane thing, bro. This is a dumb argument, saying it's just precious because it ends. No, it's precious because it's good. Okay. Okay. All right. Well, I got what I needed out of that video. Let's fucking move on. Oh, that was fun. That was fun. I'm sorry if I upset anybody. Genuinely, I always say this whenever we talk about religion in general. I think a lot of people think I attack Christianity because we talk about it frequently. I only talk about Christianity frequently because it's brought up to me frequently, and it's what I grew up in and know a lot about. It's the major religion in the United States. 65% of people in the United States self-identify as Christian. So yes, my chatters are going to ask about Christianity. Christian philosophers are going to react to my videos because English-speaking people tend to fall under the guise of Christianity, right? If I was born somewhere else in a different language, my main topic would be another religion under the same Abrahamic religion monotheistic class, right? It's not that I dislike Christianity. I have nothing wrong with Christianity. It's that we just talk about Christianity a lot because majority of my followers are Christian. The majority of people that interact with me are Christian. The majority of what I've known is Christianity in terms of religion, right? When I talk about Christianity, I'm not dissing it. I'm just talking about like what they're saying in response to me, right? I have nothing wrong with Christianity. I think all religions have their own innate value, and I think they're good for society. As long as people aren't committing violence within them or using them as a means for hatred, I think nothing's wrong with religion, right? Genuinely, I think it provides people meaning, and I think it serves a great purpose. I am not an atheist. I want to say that as well. I'm agnostic. I do not believe in any organized religion, which most people would say, call me an atheist in response. They just don't know what atheism means, which is fine. But, you know, it's the same way. It's like I may have said I'm an atheist previously, or I fall under that, guys. It's the same way where I say I'm a Democrat instead of a social democrat, or like a democratic socialist or something like that, because then people get confused on what the terminology means. So I'm agnostic. Just know that. Zero bacon and rep for the sub, Fran for the 3. God damn. All right. We're not done stream chat. Now we got to get into a fucking snack review. Jack for the sub, Zero for the sub. All right. Hold up. Count me down like a minute. I got to go grab a table real quick, and we're going to start doing the snack review. Oh, yeah, we're breaking the fucking table out. We're breaking the fucking table out. We're breaking the table out. Yeah. The table's out. That means we're doing a review. Oh, shit. Okay. Hold up. We're gonna go. Yeah. Does this look good? Yo, Fart Man, thank you for the raid. Should I detach this? Nah. We're going to leave it right here. I like that. I fuck with that. I think this looks good. Okay. I gotta lean this bitch over. I don't want to break my mic stand. I bought that shit off like fucking Amazon, bro. It's like $20. I guarantee you it snaps. I guarantee you it snaps. Ooh, fuck. That's scary. Okay. Can you hear me fine? Are we good? Testing. Are we fine? Looks great. Fantastic. Okay. Welcome. Welcome, everybody. We're doing a new segment right now called Rating Chat's Favorite Snacks. It rhymes. We're going to be doing, does it rhyme? Chat's Favorite Snacks. It kind of rhymes. Almost, maybe. Anyways, I had a channel open where you guys could recommend your favorite snacks to munch on to me for like 2 weeks. We got like fucking 5,000 submissions. I scrolled through all of them. Not all of them. I kind of eyes glazed, just started picking random ones out. We're going to go through 30 of them today. Some you may have heard of, some you probably have never heard of, and some of them are absolutely disgusting. We're going to be rating them on a scale of 1 to 10. I wish I had grabbed the chat's usernames that recommended these items, because then we could just ban them if their favorite snack was dog shit. But that would have been too hard, and I'm lazy as fuck. So we have 30 to go through, varying chips, cakes, snacks. We have a dead octopus, a few things that we're going to be rating. And I'm excited. A 1, we have to define our scale here, chat. A 1 is going to be absolute horseshit. I would never wish anybody would eat this. It shouldn't exist. Number 5, right, so middle of the road, would be, you know, I'm not that big of a fan of this, but if I'm hungry, I'll eat it. And 10 is, my God, this is peak. I would buy this right now. You just put me on to a new snack. B for the 5. Watch our YouTube videos. Glad I'm able to see you live. Hawk for the 1,000 buddies. Don't piss off with these ratings. Farman, thank you for the raid. Mr. FN, thank you for the 3. Life being valuable is because of death. If I didn't for life, I would be the least productive I could ever be. I'm going to do so, and before I die, doesn't exist anymore, so I wouldn't even have to get out of bed. I have an infinite time to check things off my bucket list. Exactly. Seiji for the sub. S for the sub. BY for the 5. Lock in, chat. We're going to play some vibe tunes. Thoughts? I always rock the same one. Brome for the 3. Seriously saddened that Christian take because you said that your paper of philosophy was bad in a previous video against your love of your neighbor yourself. I genuinely wish I could push a voice out there that could be more recognizable as a real question. I despise, as a Christian, I despise Christian religion and only see loving God as a relationship. In the Bible, the phrases literally say religious Christianity. Religion turns into tyrannical too fast. Well, thank you for the 3. And I appreciate the message, bro. All right. No more philosophy right now. I do apologize. We need to get into the snack reviews. Let's lock in, chat. We're random picking the snacks we're going to get. I got to go grab them. They're right over here. A lot of these you're not going to have heard of. I tried to pick some unique ones. The first... Fuck! Okay, we're ready. The first chat's favorite snack. Totis Donitas. I don't know what these are. Have you guys ever had these? They look like spicy Funyuns, if I had to guess. They look like little corn snack rings, potentially. Chili and lime flavored wheat snack. They smell pretty good. They look pretty good. And I'm fucking hungry. Woo! They look dry. No, they're gas. Look. Oh my God. Okay. Flavor, immaculate. Lime, immaculate. Tastes like a Taki in the sense where, you know, when you're eating a Taki and you're like, damn, I just need to keep eating these. It's like an obsession. And I fuck with that. The only downside of this snack, they're not crunchy enough. They, the rings hold shape, but when you bite into them, they immediately cave. I kind of want to snap. I like a crunchy snack. Flavor, they're getting like a 9. I think the crunch is like a 6. I'm going to give these a 7.5. I really do like them. But I must say, ooh, they're also really unhealthy. My God. 7 grams of saturated fat. Heart attack. Totis Donitas, 7.5 out of 10. First one, off to a great start, I'll say. 7.5, I think, is a good rating. Hold on. Okay. I'm going to put these to the side. Next! Blind grabbing. Sack of Santa Poop. Premium Trail Mix. I must say, it doesn't look very premium to me. It looks like it was jumped on in the delivery truck. And it honestly kind of looks like a generic mix of just fucking shitty trail mix. This one was the thing that took the longest to come in. Because it's fucking November at the time of this stream, so I'm assuming they're not really, you know, ramping up the production of Santa's poop. Whether or not this is actually a chatter's favorite snack, I don't know. Do we think they were lying? It could be, you know, a sriracha, spicy sriracha trail mix. That sounds enjoyable. I mean, it doesn't look bad. It just looks kind of like crunched up. It's just trail mix, you know? Four. It's not like gag worthy by any means, but it's not an enjoyable mix. It's just like, it doesn't even taste like sriracha. It just tastes like a miscellaneous spicy, and I gotta say, the little crunchies, they taste bad. They taste burnt and kind of chemically. And also, this looks like an AI image of Santa. I feel like there's got to be some sort of money laundering or crime going on with this trail mix here, because this looks like a Ziploc bag I would get weed in from a drug dealer, and it just has a like sticker image of an AI Santa Claus. That's gonna get a 4. That was bad. Next. We'll get to some regular ones after this. We're starting off with ones a lot of people haven't heard of. We have Snoop Dogg's Rap Snacks OG Barbecue Cheddar. Make every opportunity count. Stay focused, be relentless, and do whatever it takes to master your craft. Calvin Snoop Dogg Broadus. Brodus. Snoop Dogg said that. Snoop Dogg said, make every opportunity count. Stay focused, be relentless, and do whatever it takes to master your craft. Oh, there's 5 potato chips in here. I think we have 1/3 of a potato in here. This is half the bag. This is half the bag. A damn good cheddar chip, Snoop. A damn good cheddar chip. While I ate half the bag in 2 chips, I have to say, taste-wise, 8. They got a good crunch on them. You get the barbecue up front and the cheddar on the back. Woo! Love that. I don't know if I've ever had a barbecue cheddar chip. Have you guys ever had a barbecue cheddar? I don't know. Maybe. Okay, what's like a regular... Ooh! I forgot a lot of the ones that I ordered. Now, this person has some class, okay? This is dried mango slices. Ooh. These are good. I'm hoping that they're the artificial, like, sugar-filled ones. This is the big news. If it comes out brown and really flat, it's going to be gross. No, they're the candy ones. Awesome. They're, like, covered in sugar. You could get the organic ones, and they're, like, really flat and hard. Oh. Yeah. Oh, my God. These are peak, dude. I gotta say. Brooke put me on these a while ago. Not this brand, but... If you're a fan of mango, you would fucking love these. Oh, they're so fucking good. The texture's amazing, and they're just sweet. I gotta say these are a 10. Should I hand out a 10 this early? I don't know. This might be the best thing that we'll eat today. I'm not gonna lie. I already eat these. I would say these are a 10. Maybe a 9.5. I'll go 9.5. It could be better. Because there's not like... If you had the enjoyable taste of this, but the addictiveness of, like, the Donitas, then it would be a 10. This is 9.5. Tastes really good. You want to eat a lot of them, but, like, I couldn't eat a whole bag. I feel like I'd feel like shit. But they're really good. Okay. Another basic one. Veggie straws. Y'all fuck with veggie straws? I'll eat them, but I gotta say, for the person that recommended this as their favorite snack, you could have gone, like, any flavor, you know? That'd be like somebody saying their favorite chip is a yellow bag of Lay's potato chips. This is a basic flavor. They got some spicy ones. I gotta say, if you've ever had the spicy veggie straws, those are fucking good. The, like, sriracha ones. Yeah, they got the ranch ones, too. Those are pretty good. The regular sea salt, they're not bad. Damn, I should have gotten chip clips. I'll just open the small... I'll open the small edge here. Wrap it later. Give those to me. No, they are good. I got introduced to these in, like, 3rd grade. I remember my Spanish teacher was eating them. She said they were good for you. I was like, really? And I wouldn't eat the zucchini ones. Because I thought they would taste bad. I would eat the carrot ones and the yellow ones. I wouldn't eat the green ones. They all taste exactly the fucking same. It's like, I don't know if they're like Fruit Loops, but in my brain, I'm perceiving them like Fruit Loops. No, they don't. Bro, they all taste exactly the same. They all taste exactly the same. Look, ingredients. Potato starch, potato flour, canola oil, cornstarch, sugar, chloride, spinach powder, tomato paste, turmeric extract. They're just coloring them. Maybe they season them a little different. It's more like a Fruit Loop than anything. I don't know. What are y'all rating veggie straws? I would keep eating them. I'm not gonna lie. The sea salt ones are pretty good. I rated the Donitas 7.5. See, no, look. If the veggie straws had the taste of these, but listen. That crunch, my God. But this one, it just instantly caves. I'm also going to rate this a 7.5. I love the texture, but the taste is... I think the taste is only lacking because they're sea salt. I think the sriracha, the spicy ones are a lot better. 7.5. Next. I think this is squid. Anybody read that? Oh, never mind. There's a little happy squid guy on it. You ever see the videos of, I don't know what country it's in, but they'll take in a live squid and put it into a cup, and it'll go, and it'll, like, suck up the juices, and then they just fucking pinch its head and eat it right there. I don't think I could eat, like, a squid that died seconds prior or in my mouth. Do we think it's going to have a terrible whiff? Is it going to smell bad? Smells like fish food. Fish flakes. If you have a fish, it smells like fish flakes. I'm used to the smell, but it smells like fish flakes. Word for word. Now, I don't know what this is specifically, but I made sure that it wasn't beef. Yeah, it's just... Oh, it says it on the back. Herb-dried spicy squid. I do like squid. Well, I like calamari. Does that count? Oh, that's hard. Oh, it's like jerky. No. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. Nope. No, 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 no. Okay. Let me give you a rundown of that experience there. You bite into it, and it's like chicken jerky, and you're like, oh, this is just, it's just all spicy. Like, my mouth, it's pretty fucking spicy, I gotta say. While I'm chewing it, you're like halfway down, you're like, oh, this isn't that bad. It's like chicken jerky. And then I took that one bite, and when I gagged the first time, you get like a whiff and a small taste of like a dock. Not like fish, but like the smell of fish. You know what I mean? Like you're standing next to a guy that's filleting a fish, and you're like, oh, that smells bad, like that. And so no, it let me know that it was squid fairly middle into the experience. Maybe on the back end, I would be able to deal with that aftertaste. But me tasting the fishiness. The spice wasn't bad though. It was just that back end. I did gag, so I surely can't give it better than the fucking the Santa poop. God, what do I give this? I don't want to give it a 1. There's like, because I think the octopus is gonna be foul. I think I might throw up on the octopus. I'm not eating. I'll try the octopus, but I'm not making myself swallow it if it's disgusting. I'm gonna give it a 2.5. I didn't like it. Next. It's not a carton of eggs. It's marshmallow Easter eggs. You've had these. You've seen them before. I don't know. Somebody said this was their favorite snack, and I was like, yeah, you're fucking lying. But I will say, they are. I think I had them when I was a kid. They're pretty fucking good. Ooh. Is there an expiration date on these? They expire in, like, a week. They're probably from last Easter. They're not bad. Oh my God, they're from the Easter Bunny headquarters. They're not, bro, actually, I gotta say they're pretty good. I could eat all 12 of them. They do kind of look weird. Is that mold? It's not focusing. Is that, I just ate one. Oh my God. No, that has to be marshmallow. I'm not eating anymore. I'm not eating anymore. I'm not eating anymore though. They didn't taste bad. I feel like that was marshmallow. Stop. Stop. That scared me. I'm not gonna factor that into the score. What do I gotta move these out of frame. Fuck. What do I rate those? 8. I love chocolate and I love marshmallows. So that's gonna get a pretty good score from me. Okay? Hold up. Oh no, the Donitas are gonna fall. Oh, they're fucking falling out of the bag. I'm bumping these up to an 8.5. Oh! Dude. Those are so good. Those are so good. Holy fuck. Okay. Next. I don't know where the octopus is. I'm not trying that right now. We're going to keep that on the side. I need a few more and I'll build courage and then we'll try the octopus. What's another one? We'll do another foreign one. I think this is foreign. Duvaline. Have any of you heard of this? Duvaline. Are these gonna be like that fucking Japanese candy that's like that weird jelly? How do I even open this? How do you fucking get into it? No, it's Mexican candy. How do you, well, I know it's not Japanese, but I'm saying I didn't know if it was going to be like that. How do you get into it? Do I need a knife? It popped somewhere. Hold up. This is what's ass about having no nails, chat. This is why you need fucking fingernails. So you could do this shit. So you could open a Duvaline. Locked in. Look. Bang. Where is it? Oh, it's this one. Spread her open. Smells like strawberry. Bro, it's just icing. Are you supposed to eat this or something? Or do you just eat it? Mm-mm. It's not like gelatin at all. Oh, you're supposed to eat it with a spoon. Well, I meant, are you supposed to put like a cracker in it? Or something. Like, I thought it was going to come with a little chip of sorts. That's really fucking good. I can tell you that. Oh my god. It's just icing. It really just tastes like icing, but maybe a little thicker. Yeah, strawberry, vanilla, artificial flavored candy. Yo. I'm going to give that an 8. But I feel like it's more... I'm not even really eating a snack. I feel like I'm just eating sugar. So, we'll rate it well, though. Next. Look in the box. Well, that would have been nice to know. I'll bump it up to an 8.5 because they provide spoons. Where the fuck did I just throw these? Hot fries. Andy Carp's hot fries. See him at a gas station. A lot of people like these. Ooh. They smell spicy. Ooh. I kind of feel wet. Ooh. They're very cheesy. Maybe not. What is that on them? It's got to be cheese. No, it's just cornmeal. Oh, they got mustard on them? I need a fucking paper towel. Ah. Ah. Always be prepared. Ah. Green for the 3. If social media username persona wasn't just your legal name, what do you think you would have made it? Like, what do you think you would have been? Like, how Nick is Jinxie? Bro, probably like Bart. Just my last name in some version. L Stealth, Tyson, Tor, Mug, and that for the sub. Twerk, Mr. Sharky, Rocket for the sub. S for the 3. No. Heart and Dio for the sub. Joe for the 3. I fuck with Joe Barton, Philosophy, Vel, the only, and Shock for the sub. J for the 3. Bro for the 3. All right, lock in. Oh. No. I need one more. I need one more, and then I'll build the confidence. Might as well keep it on the hot train. Oh, I didn't even rate the I didn't rate the hot fries. What are we rating the hot fries? I'll rate them a 7.5. I feel like they don't have a lot of flavor. They're just really spicy. Now this, on the other hand, this was the smallest bag I could get. Fiesta size, believe it or not. You ever open a bag like that and it rips straight down the middle and then they fucking fall everywhere? Oh, nerve-wracking when you do that. Look at these. A red 40. A red 40. My God, these are good. Dude. I don't know the last time I had a Taki. I had the Doritos Dinamita. Bro, they used to sell these. They ever sell these at y'all's school? They used to sell these at my school, bro. I would buy them every day. In like a vending machine or some random shit. Here's the problem. I feel like it's more the feeling than the taste, you know? Like, eating Takis feels like you're doing drugs. Like, that's the feeling you get. Like, when I'm eating a Taki, I'm like, oh, damn. Like, it's so spicy, but it's tangy at the same time. Like, you're just getting, like, a bunch of sensory input. Does that make sense? Like, it's spicy, sweet, salty. Or not sweet. Spicy, salty, like, tangy at the same time. And you're like, holy fuck. It's like a nervous system overload. So, okay, yeah, I'm a weak bitch for thinking those are spicy right now. God damn. Hold on, I'll put them over here. But, those are good. Oh, my God. I'm kind of a bitch right now. I don't know why I think those are spicy. I've eaten things drastically spicier than those. They're definitely better than the hot fries. Spicier than the hot fries. God, what do I rate those? An 8? 8.5. 8.5. I feel like I'm giving a lot of things 8, 8.5. Disco for the sub. Keep in mind, though, the ratings are probably going to be fairly high, seeing these are a lot of y'all's favorite snacks. So most of them aren't going to go very low. Somebody recommended this. Comes in a can. Whether or not this is actually a favorite, somebody's favorite snack, I would venture to say, wait, let me. I feel it's elastic body jiggling in the can. Okay, hold up. I really I'm getting nervous. I'm getting nervous. Let's just break it open. Oh, don't be bad. Hell no. Hell no. That is an entire octopus dead in that can. I don't even... Oh my God. Nah, that's fucking disgusting. Oh my God. Stop. I haven't smelled it yet. I need to get close to the camera. This is fucking disgusting. I don't want to spill the juice. Ooh, it smells. Ah, I got a whiff. I got a whiff. I got a whiff. Yuck. Okay. Oh shit. I'm gonna bite it. I'm not promising that I'm gonna finish it. I'm gonna smell it. No, is that bad? Do you think I should? It smells like fish food from here. I'm gonna try. I hope it's like segmented in some way. Oh wow, that's ooh, whoa. Yeah, that's Is this safe to eat? Is it cooked? Oh. I gotta look. I think it's safe to eat. It says consume immediately after opening. No further heat treatment is necessary. Further heat treatment. Do I gotta cook it? No, it looks cooked. I mean, I don't really know what a cooked octopus looks like. To be fair. I had octopus one time when I was like 11. Oh, it just dripped on the fucking floor. My dad made me eat it, and it was so tough, I fucking almost threw up at the restaurant. It was disgusting. I kind of want to... Do I go for the suckers or the meat? Is there bone? No. Mind over matter, Joe. Mind over matter. Preemptively grabbing a drink in case it tastes like dog shit. I'm not eating the whole fucking thing. You're crazy. The fuck you think this is, chat? What do you think I am? Skippy62 Abel? LAB steer? No. Oh, God. What is that? Dude, there's, like, skin on it. Why am I getting so fucking nervous about it, bro? It's just a full fucking octopus tentacle. I gotta bite, like, half. Okay. Bro, it's actually pretty good. It's actually pretty good. Now, the garlic sauce is doing a lot of the heavy lifting, but I must say, it kind of tastes like I'm eating a Slim Jim. Doesn't smell like it, though. It smells like sewage in this room right now. It smells like sewage. Wow. I'm proud of myself for that. Do I eat the rest? What would really throw me off is if, like, randomly, you know when you eat a chicken sandwich, you get a tough bit? If I got a tough bit, I'd throw up immediately. It would be like an instantaneous reaction. It's pretty tender, though. I'm actively telling myself not to gag, though. It doesn't taste bad, but it's like a mental thing. Three. Okay, I can't give it a 3. I can't give it a 3. Yeah, I didn't like it. I didn't like it. I gotta say that. I didn't gag, but I would never eat it again. I would never eat it again. It was gross. Okay, no. How do I explain this? It smells horrid. My breath right now. It's like my breath right now tastes actually so gross. But that garlic sauce, ooh, it made it buttery and it was tender. That was a tender octopus. It stuck in my teeth. Okay. What am I rating that? I don't know what to rate that. I'm going to rate it a dead 5. I would eat it if I was really hungry. I would eat it if I was really hungry. What did I rate lower, though? Oh, the squid. The squid was so much worse. Should we go back to the squid? Should we return to the squid, see if it's as bad still? Now that I've conquered the octopus. Oh, no, it's covered in the garlic sauce. Oh, my God, I threw it in the fucking trash. It's covered in the garlic sauce. It's all over my fucking hands. It's all over my fucking hands. Get the hell out of here. Nope. Never mind. Yuck. No. Get that in there. Okay, next. Back to something normal, I would say, or at least semi-normal. Hold up. Let me rearrange all these. So we have a box of all the ones we got to try. Dude, I have way too many fucking snacks. We have so many. We're going to have to start cranking these out. All right. This next one. Chatter suggested crunchy roasted edamame, which I believe is a Chatter's favorite snack. It's like dried edamame. Already shelled. Literally just a bag of edamame. I don't like them dried. I do love, I love fresh edamame, but. Huh. They're so dry. Immediate downside. Tastes like edamame. It's pretty good. It's so dry. Like, there's no moisture in this shit at all. The soybean oil, I don't even fucking taste that. Oh, my God. So dry. That garlic sauce from the fucking octopus helped that go down my throat. Outside of that, I don't know. I don't like them. I don't dislike them. It's got to be better than the octopus, though. I'm going to give them a 6. They're all right. Okay. Next. 2 for the sub, price for the 3. The new merch is so fucking sick. Bought 3 things. Dude, that's awesome. Thank you for the support. Wally for the 10 gifted. Thank them if you get a sub. Thank you for the 10 gifted. Luku and Lancer for the sub. Disco for the 5. Use ad blocker on YouTube. So here's money for the money you lost. Thank you. MH for the 3. Botulism speedrun. World record eating those eggs, bro. Mark and PR for the sub. Huber for the sub. Aspans and Luku for the sub. Disco for the sub. All right. Next. A classic from most people's childhood. Somebody recommended Little Bites. Specifically, the chocolate chip Little Bites. You ever get an extra Little Bite in your Little Bite package when you were a kid? It was like striking gold. Normally come with 4. Sometimes you get 5. You'd be like, oh, damn. And sometimes you got 3. That's how you knew it would be a bad day. Yeah, I could eat all 4 instantly. 10. They're like perfectly soft. You can munch them down so quick. 10. Had them when I was a kid. I would eat them now, no problem. 2 and Sultan, thank you for the 5 gifteds. Next. Plantain chips. Real vegetable chips. Now, I have never had a plantain chip. However, I have had plantains twice in my life. Once, when I was a kid in Spanish class, and one of my classmates had to bring plantains to school because we all had to make a Spanish dish. And they were disgusting. And I was like, wow, I just don't like plantains. And then I went to a restaurant last year, and they had plantains on the menu, and I was like, man, I haven't had plantains since I was a kid. Let me try them again. I eat them. They're good as fuck. So I've reasoned that my classmate just made really shitty-ass plantains. And these are good as hell, too. Little bland. Because they're not really flavored. It's just with sea salt, but... You know, kind of tastes like a banana. It kind of tastes like a banana, but different. What are we rating those? I would never choose them. So it's sub 7. Like, I'm never picking those out of a store. I'd eat regular plantains for sure. I'd order those. But plantain chips? I'd rate them a 6. They weren't bad. They weren't bad, but, like, they weren't good enough to where I'm like, damn, I need to get these. Paleta Payaso. Paleta Payaso. And it's a little clown guy going. It looks like it's going to be a marshmallow chocolate pop. This was the smallest box that they'd let me buy. Oh, Mexican candy. Paleta Payaso. What does that mean? Anybody speak Spanish in class? Those are gas. I can't fucking open the box. Oh, whoa. They come in a little pre-packaged pop. This is fucking sick. And then you just open it up. I kind of love that. What is it, though? Oh. Doesn't really look like the image. I'm getting flashbacks to a SpongeBob pop. Smiley face maybe this way. Are these gummies? They are. They're candy gummies. I can't tell if it's a flavored marshmallow or what. I gotta eat a gummy. Bah. The gummies a no-go. The gummies giving us the vibes of the licorice fucking gumballs on like an ice cream. No. The gummies are a no-go. The marshmallow's pretty good, and I like that it's in a lollipop form. 7.2. Another Spanish candy? Question mark? I don't know. Gansito. Chocolatey. I have never heard of, like, any of these. But everybody in chat's like, these are really good. Yes. Yes, these are fire. So good. How do you know about them? Oh, these are like tasty cake packaged. Throw those to the side. Oh my god, it literally just looks like a Twinkie. You can see the Twinkie peeking through. It just looks like a chocolate-covered Twinkie. Is that what it is? Let me open it up over the trash. Oh no, it's already that chocolate that instantly melts the second it touches your finger. Dude, it's falling apart. Biting it. Oh, that's thick. Oh, that's a thick boy. Yep, look at that. Oh. Oh, that's so fucking good. Oh my god. Chat. Whoa. Oh. Oh. 10. 10. 10. I don't know. I've had something that tastes like that at a restaurant. Oh my god. That's the best thing I've had today. That's the best thing I've had today. Holy fuck, dude. Freeze them? Oh my god. Yeah, like a tasty cake. I bet they're goated frozen. Oh my god, those were so fucking good. Wow. What are they called again? I fucking threw the box to the side. I'm trying to read it. What are they called? Freeze one? Yeah, let me freeze one right now. Gansitos. Yeah. Number one right now is a Gansito. Moving on. Mini spicy Funyuns. I didn't even know they made these. I know they made Funyuns and the spicy Funyuns. I didn't know they had like a Pringles can Funyun. Knockoff Pringles? No, they're not knockoff Pringles. Funyuns are their own thing. It's just these are like the mini rings instead of like the regular ones. And you just like pour them in your hand, I guess. I gotta say, before we try these, I'm not that big of a fan of Funyuns. I was never really a Funyun guy. In like a, like a snack pack where you'd get like 10 different types of chips. I would always go for like the Cool Ranch Doritos. I was never going for the Funyun bag. They're good. But like, I don't know. They don't excite me. Like if I'm eating a Funyun, I'm like, oh, these are awesome, but I'm not hype about eating Funyuns. I do like the crunch, though. It tastes a little lackluster, though. It tastes a little cornmeal. It tastes cheap. That's the thing I don't like about Funyuns. I know they're chips, but Funyuns taste like I'm eating something that was made for 5 cents. Like, it doesn't feel like a sound product. It feels like I got this shit from, like, the side of the road. But they are fun. Get it? Funyuns? Anyways. I mean, I gotta rate them pretty high, comparable to a lot of things on this list. I'm gonna give them a 7. I feel like I've given a lot of things a 7. I'll give these a 7. I enjoy them. Now, I can tell you, I'm probably not gonna enjoy these. It's just seaweed. I actually got into eating seaweed as a snack a few years back. And when you get like spicy flavored seaweed, it's actually pretty good. But when you're just eating straight seaweed, what do you mean those are so good? No, yeah, chat, they're good when they're flavored well. But the sea salt ones, I remember being lame. No, like I need like spice. Like I would want like paprika on them or something like that. Like it doesn't need to be like spicy, like covered in fucking juice or something, but like I would want it to be, you know, a little bit more flavorful. It literally is just seaweed paper. And it's boring. Boring. Dead for the 5 gifted. Chicken in hell for the sub. 2 for the 3. Love the videos and VODs on YouTube. Thank you, Ratney, Corey, and Pineapple for the sub. It's a boring snack. I'm going to give him a 5. I'm going to give him a flat 5. I would eat them if I'm hungry enough. God, I hate that I'm putting it on the same ranking as an octopus. If they were flavored differently, like if it was like a spicy one, I would rate it like a 6.5. But that's as high as I'm going for a seaweed snack. It's not filling. I'm just going to be eating air. Mace for the sub. Which I guess is one of the benefits. I don't know. Now, I know this person was serious in recommending this, and I guarantee you this is one of their favorite snacks, if not their favorite snack. I just hate pickles. I'm not a pickle guy. I don't understand the hype about pickles or pickle fairs or pickle-flavored chips. Ugh, pickle this, pickle that. I'm not really a big fan of pickles. And, you know, I don't know. Never really been a pickle fan, never really been convinced about pickles. Outside of the Little Rascals scene where he goes, I got a pickle for a quarter, or some shit. He does a little dance and a song with it. It's funny. These are pickle balls, which are basically like cheese puffs, but they're pickle puffs. Fuck! Oh, wait. They have the little tear thing. Love that. Oh, God, they reek. I'm probably going to rate this lower than the octopus. I'm not a fan of pickles. I'm a fan of pickled things, not of pickles. Oh, dude, it's the dill. It's not the pickling that's gross. I don't like cucumbers. They're not going to make me gag, but when I'm eating it, I'm like, these taste like shit. The whole time I'm eating them, I'm going, these taste fucking bad. Like, I'm going to give them a 5 because I don't think I can, I can't put them lower than a fucking octopus. But they're bad. Like, I don't, it's an acquired taste. This is more subjective than anything else on this list. I feel like you're either a pickle person or you're not, and I'm not. So they're a 5. End of story. White cheddar rice cakes. I used to eat rice cakes a lot of the time when I would like really take lifting seriously in high school, and I would do like bulks and cuts. I would never get the white cheddar ones though. I would always get the caramel. Anybody ever get the caramel ones? Those would be the ones that I would lean on. I do love the Quaker's chips, the smaller version of these. You know what I'm talking about? Where it's like they're like this big. They come in a bag. They're really crunchy. Those are better. These are healthier because it's mainly rice, but they smell good. Just smells like a fucking white cheddar chip. These are actually pretty covered. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Dry. Only complaint. I like the caramel or the plain ones better because you could put peanut butter on them. You know what I mean? You're not going to put peanut butter on a white cheddar one. What could you put on this that would make it better? I don't think anything really. I feel like ranch. Ew. Honey. Honey on the sweet ones. You're not going to put honey on a white. You're going to put honey on a white cheddar cheese spread. then why are you even eating this shit? You know? If you're putting a cheese spread on it, you're not even really being healthy. It's like, what are you doing? All right. I do love those. I think they are a little bland, but I love a white cheddar. I love a white cheddar rice cake or a rice crisp. God, I'm giving so many things 7s. Is that bad? I feel like that's fine. Because these are your favorite snacks, so it's not going to be all over the place. It's going to be a lot of, like, slightly above average for me. I'm gonna give them a 7.5. 7.8. I'll give them almost an 8, but they're not at an 8 because they're good. But, you know, I think there's better flavors. Tamarindo Trocitos con Chile. Let me try and say that better. Tamarindo Trocitos con Chile. What is that? Anybody know what that is? Another weed bag? Yeah, this is coming in another weed bag. Somebody made this at their house. God, they smell like, oh my God. It smells like tahini. Is that what they're covered in? What the fuck is this? It looks like poop. What is this? What is this? Tamarind pulp. What is tamarind? A fruit? Why is it hard? That's a fucking seed. Dude, there's seeds all in this. Yeah, they have seeds. That's normal. I know. That's annoying. I'm a big seedless guy. The only thing I like eating that has seeds is cherries. No. One piece of it has like 5 seeds, so I'm just like mushing it around going. No. Tastes good. Annoying to eat. 5. Now, I will say you're probably one of the first to say this is your favorite snack for whoever recommended this. Because I feel like these are pretty new into the game. I see them everywhere, but I don't really think many people eat them. Shack Gummies. Shaquille O'Neal's Shackalicious XL Gummies. They're gas. They are big. I gotta say, that is an XL gummy. That's like 3 Sour Patch Kids in one. Is it Shaq's face? What am I even looking at? Or is that a teddy bear? Oh, it's Diesel. You get Diesel, the big cactus, or the big shamrock. What the fuck is Diesel? Here's the cactus. Looks like a cactus. And the shamrock looks like a shamrock. What the fuck is the big Diesel? From his cartoon? Three pieces is 20 grams of sugar. I'm eating 1. Oh, it's a semi-truck. Three is 20 grams. So I just ate almost 7. I like them. But, I mean, I don't know. I still feel like I would prefer Sour Patch Kids. If I would rate Sour Patch Kids like a 9.5, I would rate those like an 8. I mean, dude, it's gummy candy. Like, how are you going to say those are bad? Now I might be able to say these are bad. I don't know. I haven't had these in a while. The Fizzy Cola Haribos. I feel like these are pretty solid when you're a kid. But I don't remember them having the do y'all remember them having this candy coating? Like the sugar coating? If it'll fucking focus. I remember the soda ones just being just straight clear. These are sour. They're not. It's just sour and tangy. They're not sour and tangy. Oh, these are the sour ones. I gotta say they're better than the regular ones, but they're not sour. I'm not eating another one. When I was a kid, I thought those were sick because I love soda, and I thought soda's like the coolest thing in the fucking world. I used to want to be a soda truck driver and invent different sodas. I didn't really know what soda truck drivers did at the time. But now when I taste them, I'm like, it tastes like a shitty artificial Coke flavor. And they're just like, I would rather have any other gummy. I'm still going to give them a flat 5, though. I don't think they're bad, but they're not good. Shapes. Vegemite, and cheese. Is this an Australian candy? Or not candy. Chip. Vegemite. Oh, they come in one big bag. Vegemite. Oh, Vegemite and cheese. They look like they're rotten. I'm going British now. I don't know how to do accents. I apologize. What the fuck is that? Is that supposed to be an animal? Is that an animal native to Australia? Chat, tell me what animal this is. 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2. Capybara? Wrong. It's an octopus. Yeah, they're good as hell. Ooh, that's, actually, I'm going to hold off. That's a lot of Vegemite. And I'm not a fan of Vegemite, so this might be off-putting. No, it's the country of Australia. Durr. No, it's not. That's not Australia. Oh, maybe turned like that. I don't know, man. I'd probably give them like 6.8. Oh, you had it upside down? Yeah, I don't really need it. Chat, I don't really think I need to turn up the Australia shapes chip that bad. They were good, but not too good. I'd have to be in the mood for them. And they also sadly do the gum thing that Cheez-Its do, and they're stuck in my lips right now. Which, depending on the person, might be a positive or a negative. Terrible selection from whoever the fuck submitted this. We have 3 more after this. Original sunflower seeds. Yeah, what are you, a fucking old man from the 1930s? This is your favorite fucking snack? Sunflower seeds. Original. Original. Not even a fucking flavor. Not even a fucking flavor. Bro, I fucking hate eating these. My mom used to give these to me at snack time when I was in 3rd grade, and I didn't know that you needed to break them open and eat the seeds inside. Like, you're supposed to go, you break it up and you find the seed. And then this is the seed. And you eat the seed and spit out the shell. when I was a kid, my mom used to give me the like vertical pouch ones, and I would just go like this. Dude, no lie. Oh, God, hold up. Dude, it's giving me flashbacks. I can't believe the teacher never said anything to me. Because she would watch us eat snacks while we had snack time. And we'd be watching something on the TV. I'd be like, trying to swallow them. They would cut up my throat because they're so sharp. Because I was just chewing the shell. Oh my God, it was so bad. And I never knew. And it was probably for like a month straight. She gave me sunflower seeds, and every day I would eat the entire bag. I would eat the entire bag, and I would fucking just chew all of it and just swallow them. I remember I had a juice box, and I'd be going. And I would like choke it down. Oh my God. It's fucking hilarious thinking about it. But I was like, my dumbass didn't know that you had to crack it open and eat the seed. I mean, it passes time eating sunflower seeds, but they're not a good snack. Like, look how sharp that shit is. That was just in my mouth, and I was swallowing that. Oh. I'm going to give them a 3. They're not enjoyable. I don't like eating sunflower seeds. Now, these, different story. Oh, I got them off Amazon, so maybe they're going to be lower quality ones, but these are peanut butter pretzels, which I think are a bit of a peak snack. I used to eat them all the time. I still buy them today. Ugh. I just couldn't find them at the grocery store, so I had to get them online, but they're so good. I think they're all just going to taste the same anyway. Yeah. If you don't know, it's like a peanut butter shell, or it's a pretzel shell with peanut butter on the inside. But it's like hard. So good. They're dry, but they taste good as hell. Rate them 8 out of 10. That's the only... Getting an 8 because they are too dry. All right. We have 2 left to compete for the top spot, which currently is Gancitos, Gushers, and Scooby Snacks. We'll start with Gushers. Now, would you say Gushers are a gummy or a candy? They're technically a gummy. I would classify them as a candy. Because they're fucking unhealthy as shit. They're all red. Didn't they used to be different colors? Or no? Am I losing my mind? Shit. Or did I just get unlucky? Oh, they did? Look at the box. Yeah, it's a variety pack. Strawberry and tropical. I like strawberry more anyway. I remember I always wanted the red ones. Yeah. These were like currency. I had a whole debate with my friend the other day about what was like the most valuable candy when we were kids. Or not candy, item. And we agreed that cosmic brownies were the gold standard of snack trade in elementary school. A cosmic brownie was tradable to any other item. Like, if you had Gushers, you could trade most things, but there would be some stuff that people would be like, nah. If you had a cosmic brownie, that was like, you had $100. Like, you could trade that for anything. Or usually you wouldn't trade it, you would just eat it. But everybody wanted a cosmic brownie. Which I'm surprised nobody put as their favorite. I should have gotten those. I still don't think they would have beaten the Gancitos, though. Those things are fucking so good. All right. Gushers, I'm going to rate a 9. I love Gushers. I don't eat them anymore because I think they're unhealthy, but I do love them. Gushers are fire. And last on this list, chat, Scooby-Doo snacks. Now, these are the cinnamon flavor, which I believe is the only flavor. I don't know if they have other ones. Makes you feel like you're eating dog treats. So cinnamon forward, but in a good way. Bro. I gotta say, I think these are a 10 as well. Perfect crunch. They're sweet, but they also got that cinnamon flavor forward. Oh. They're not gonna beat the Gancitos, so I'm gonna bump them down to like a 9.7. So that means not my favorite snack, but my favorite snack out of all the snacks that chat suggested today, the winner, Gansito chocolatey filled snack cake. Tastes like you're eating heaven. Boy, they're unhealthy. 23 grams of sugar and 6 grams of saturated fat in one singular one. But, you know, you eat them on occasion. Cinema. Love them or leave them. Gansito's the winner. The loser, I think, is the squid snack. Octopus was the shock of the century here. I'm surprised I ate that. Like, that's in my stomach right now, and that's a little worrisome. But, hey, I'm proud of myself for getting it down. Anyways, I hope you guys enjoyed that. We'll do another video of, like, a chat-suggested something soon. Let me know if you have any ideas. But W stream, W segment. Typical speeding content, thank you for the raid. Jay for the 5 gifted, Sven for the sub, Loud for the sub, MH for the 3. Are you counting your calories today now? Oh, next, Brun and Johnny for the sub, Super for the 3. You get me through rough times, mental health struggles. I want to say thank you. Well, I'm glad I'm able to help. It's my birthday today. Happy birthday, bro. Making mess with the sub, Dead for the 3. Have you tried the zero candy bar? No. Oh, Genesis and Dove for the sub, M for the 10 gifteds. Mason Dead, thank you for the 5 gifteds. All right, chat, that was a W stream. I'm going to be posting on the main and the gaming right when I end, so watch that. But outside of that, if you have any videos you want to watch, games to play, videos, such games, such as I say. Thank you guys again for the amazing charity stream yesterday. We will be live Tuesday. I'm not live tomorrow. We're going to be live Tuesday at 2 p.m. EST for Veterans Day. I'll be live early. We're going to be doing Goodnight Universe, Level Devil, maybe some other random shit. Wednesday, we're going to do all of Dispatch, probably around 4 EST, episodes 5 through 8. Thursday, we're going to do random horror games into a Wikipedia speedrun with Handsome. Friday's React. Saturday is going to be random games, maybe Dead by Daylight into Philosophy. Sunday's going to be random reacts early in the day. Next Monday, I'm not live. Next Tuesday, maybe a Bro v Bro with Lud. But outside of that, next charity stream we're going to be doing is the week of Thanksgiving. We're going to be matching chat's donos. We're going to be raising money for food banks in the United States to help people that are currently affected by the lack of SNAP benefits and all that shit currently going on with the government shutdown. But then we have one December 6th for Toys for Tots, and we'll probably do a break until like January-ish. But yeah, just for the sub. That's the stream schedule. W fucking stream once again. And yeah, appreciate y'all. And it was a fun fucking stream today, truly. Who do we want to raid? I do not know. Who do we want to raid? Who do we want to raid? Zerum for the sub. Just for the sub. Koshard. Is Chris live? It's Sunday. I don't think he's live. Yeah, he's not live. Oh, no, he is live. What the fuck?
Not a lot of...
Oh, he just started his stream, too. Yeah, we're fucking raiding his ass. The hell? All right. Appreciate y'all, and I'll catch y'all later. Go watch the YouTube videos. And I will see you guys on Tuesday, 2 p.m. EST.